Colleagues, good morning. I'm sorry we're starting we're starting late today because we're trying to assist one of the witnesses with her document. We almost done. Then we'll be able to proceed. Otherwise, we'll have to take a break in the middle of the proceedings. And my desire is that we deal with the matters pertaining to PwC first, and then we can release you to carry on with the rest of the day. And I'm hoping that it will not be a long conversation. There was just a couple of small matters that required first-hand knowledge, and then we'll proceed. So we're just waiting for Ms. Ibrahim to finish with the document. So my apologies. Members, good morning. Shall we begin? We've lost quite a bit of time already. Good morning, and good morning to our guests. We've got a large contingent today, but hopefully we can reduce it soon. So let me do this because we've got lots of people today. I just want to be certain who's in the room. So if you can just introduce yourselves in turn. Ms. Potgieter and Mr. Modiba, that will not be necessary in your case because we know each other. But everybody else, if you can, just your name and surname and where you're from, that's all. No history, nothing. We can deal with that later.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honourable members. My name is Raj Dhanlal. I'm here as a retired partner from PwC. Hopefully I'm the only one speaking from the team today. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Trevor Fasswald, a partner at Weber Wenzel, legal representative of PwC.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Anton Durant, a partner at PricewaterhouseCoopers.
Morning, Mr. Chair. Ryan Hopkins from Weber Wenzel as well.
Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Mabusela. I'm the ex-CFO of the Road Accident Fund. Thanks.
Thank you very much. But good morning, Ms. Potgieter and Mr. Modiba. We know you. So I'm just going to ask if you can assist us to have your name and surname spelled properly, because Mr. Bowman here, no relation to Bowman Gilfillan, will make sure that a nameplate is printed for you so that the members can also refer to your name properly, so that we follow that protocol. And then I'm assuming your other colleagues are merely here to assist in this case. So I'm always keen to just reduce the clutter. May I ask that the person who sits next to you is the person who's going to assist in most instances? I mean, we're not going to. So just to be clear, we just wanted somebody with first-hand knowledge in as far as the conversations and processes at the Road Accident Fund. We are particularly interested in two things. We are interested in the substance of the brief, if I can call it that. I've got a marketing background, so I use that term. So the substance of the brief as well as the sequence of events. That's all. If we get that out of the way, then we are done, because we've got a lot of people, and what can happen is that the four of you confer and it gets noisy. So can you decide who's going to sit? It's okay to even confer if somebody is sitting behind, but can you make that decision? Then people are closer.
Chair, if it's in order, we are seated in that manner, and we're expecting that most of the queries that are raised, I should be in a position to answer looking at what you seek. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. So what we going, Ms. Ibrahim is here. So what we're going to do is I'm going to hand over to Ms. Ibrahim to explain the rules once more, and then swear in those that are going to be speaking today. You will guide us, Ms. Ibrahim, whether Ms. Potgieter and Mr. Modiba's oath from the other time simply continues, in which case they don't need to be sworn in again. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to yourself, all the honourable members and everybody else present today. Yes, Chair, that's correct. The oath in respect of Ms. Potgieter and Mr. Modiba stands, and we can just place that on record, so it's no need to redo it. Mr. Dhanlal and Ms. Mabusela, I can't see you, sorry, I'm a little bit short. Good morning. You've been invited, subject to the provisions of Section 16 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act of 2004, read with National Assembly Rule 168, which affords certain privileges to witnesses, to appear before the Standing Committee on Public Accounts in respect of its inquiry into the Road Accident Fund. Please be informed that by law you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all the questions lawfully put to you, or to produce any document that you are required to produce in connection with the inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or damages. You are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before a House or committee may not be used against you in any court or place outside of Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. Please be aware further that in terms of Section 17(2) of the Powers Act, a person who willfully furnishes a House or committee with information or makes a statement before it which is false or misleading commits an offence and is liable to a fine or to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 2 years. Mr. Dunlal, you'll now be required to either take an oath or to affirm that the evidence you are about to give is truthful. Do you have a preference between an oath or affirmation?
No, no preference. Happy to take the oath.
You're happy to take the oath? Okay. Ms. Mabusela, you've also indicated that you're happy to take the oath, so I'll dispense with both of you at the same time. If I can please ask you both to switch on your mics and raise your right hand, and then repeat after me. I swear that the evidence I shall give
I swear that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. You are both now duly sworn in for the duration of the proceedings. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Ibrahim. So I propose that we proceed in this way so that we can manage our business as efficiently as possible today. So, Ms. Mabusela, because you were not here previously, what we're interested in this segment before we take a break is the process of decision making about the change in accounting policy. We are not debating the technicalities of it, whether it was correct or not. So it's simply looking to see whether the correct process was followed, firstly, and secondly, whether the resultant litigation therefore was justifiable and the expenditure thereon. So we're not getting into what should have been. None of us are accountants, and we would defer either to the courts or to the experts on that. We're interested in the governance process. Let me put it like that. That's all that we're interested in as part of this process. The reason we have Mr. Dunlal and yourself here is because we wanted two people with first-hand knowledge of the conversations at the Road Accident Fund about the same. There are two things in particular to orientate you. The first is that there appeared to be a mismatch between the dates on which the board took the decision and the engagement with PwC. In other words, the board met on the 28th of April, if my memory serves me right, to deliberate on and take the decision. The RFQ, first to where Mora was engaged and later PwC, precede that date. And PwC's contention was they were not asked to engage the board on to advise the board on what decision to take. They were asked to advise on the implementation thereof. The difficulty the committee has is that when Mora and PwC are engaged, the board has not yet taken a decision. They have not even met. And so we wanted to understand how it is that either of these two firms were asked to advise on implementation on a decision that did not exist. We therefore ended up asking whether there had been a prior board meeting where such a decision was taken, because we couldn't understand what the basis of even engaging any of them would be if the board, if the audit committee and the board were yet to meet. Succinctly, that's leg one of why we are here. Leg two of why we are here has to do with something that Mora Incorporated said, which included an email, I believe, or some document, where we've asked at the meeting where they were asked to withdraw the document they had submitted, which the committee members have. We were told that you and Ms. Potgieter were in that meeting. The PwC representative that was, sorry, not PwC, the Mora representative told us that this meeting took place, and they subsequently wrote a letter. We want to iron out that little part about why they were asked to withdraw. That's all. We deal with those two things. We are done with that segment. We are going to move on from it onto other matters. I hope that's clear to all of us why we're here. Okay. So what I'm going to do to start off, and I'm going to start with you. Let me start with you, Ms. Mabusela, to just give us briefly, and just, I always say, tell the story as if you and I are sitting outside having coffee and talking. Just tell us when you joined the Road Accident Fund, how you came to join the Road Accident Fund, what roles you played at the Road Accident Fund, so that we may have context of how you end up in this conversation with Mr. Danlal. Then I'll ask Mr. Danlal to do the same, and then we'll get into the meat of the issues, if that's fine. So I will start with you, ma'am.
Thank you, Chairperson and members. As indicated, my name is Mabusela Mabusela. I'm a chartered accountant. I qualified in 2009, and I'm a member of the South African Institute of Chartered Accountants. And how I come to join the Road Accident Fund, I will take it way back where I met Mr. Letsoalo during the World Cup in 2010 at the FNB Stadium, where I was introduced to him by a friend, not necessarily for professional purposes. However, Mr. Letsoalo was already working for government, and I was introduced as a chartered accountant. You know, my friend said to Mr. Letsoalo, meet Tumelo, she's a chartered accountant, which is something that I usually frown upon, because I prefer to only just be with Tumelo. So fast forward, in 2011, when there was an advert of the board members' positions at RTMC, Mr. Letsoalo informed me, because we did exchange numbers then, informed me that there are board member positions, and I was keen. So I applied, and I served the RTMC as a board member under the leadership of Mr. Zola Majavu. He was the chairperson, and I was a board member and the chairperson of the Audit and Risk Committee of the RTMC. And at that time, Mr. Letsoalo was the acting CEO of the RTMC. So that's when then the professional relationship then was built at that time. And then we kept in touch because at some point I then moved from the private sector to work for government. And having known that Mr. Letsoalo has been in government for some time, I think at that time the CFO of transport, I kept in touch. So where I would be maybe confused, I would seek clarity to say, hey, Letsoalo, you know, I've got such and such a problem. How do I go about it? And then in October 2019, Mr. Letsoalo called me to indicate that he has been appointed as the acting CEO of the Road Accident Fund. You know, we had obviously been talking even at the time when he was at PRASA. If I see that he was experiencing problems, I would send comforting messages to him. And he said, I've been appointed as acting CEO, and I congratulated him. And then he also asked whether I'm in the market. And I indicated that I'm about to be in the market because my contract with the city of Ekurhuleni was coming to an end in 2021, end of May. And I had already assessed that it appears that I'm not going to get a second term there. So the conversation stopped there. And early in the year, I think 2 or 3 months into the year in 2021, he then informed me that they are looking for a specialist in finance, and they are looking for a CA, and if I'm interested, I should apply. And obviously at that point I was actually applying everywhere for both CFO positions and positions on the board, on boards across the country. And then I was then called for an interview. If I recall, it was a virtual interview because it was during COVID times. I went through the interview and then I was informed that I'm a successful candidate of the position of senior advisor, senior finance advisor. And I then started at the Road Accident Fund on the 1st of May as a senior finance advisor. Then, few weeks later, Mr. Letsoalo called me to his office indicating that he intends to put me as an acting CFO of the Road Accident Fund. Reason being, he was not happy with the performance of the then acting CFO. And because I am skilled and I was comfortable to take up the opportunity, I was then appointed as an acting CFO of the Road Accident Fund. Can I end my explanation of who I am right there, Chair?
Yes, you can. So let's do the same, Mr. Tanlal. I don't know if you still remember the brief, basically the history of your engagement at a high level. Similarly, I think it was important for Ms. Mabusela to just give a full background, given the other matters we're going to be traversing with her. It's not necessary in your case. We'll accept your credentials. They are so. Just take us through your own engagements with the Road Accident Fund, and really we just want to understand what were you asked to do, and we'll then get into the sequence of events.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you. Just by way of background, I was the part partner within PwC who oversaw what we called public sector assurance services. So from markets perspective, so I didn't get involved in every single engagement. I particularly got involved in engagements that were in my geographic area in Gauteng, and my involvement with Road Accident Fund was limited to this engagement that related to the support on implementation of IPSAS 42. We got a request for quote from the Road Accident Fund, which came in I think towards the latter part of April. I must just check the dates, and 20th of April actually, and then we attended my senior manager attended the briefing session, which was online. Subsequent to the briefing session, she shared with us a presentation. The presentation essentially indicated that a decision had been taken by management of Road Accident Fund to implement IPSAS 42 and adopt IPSAS 42, and the request for support was to actually look at enhancement of the policies that would go with the implementation of IPSAS 42, as well as the disclosures in the financial statements. And that is where the engagement or the engagements with Road Accident Fund started. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you very much. Who was your main liaison at the Road Accident Fund on this matter?
So on this matter, we didn't deal directly with anyone until we were appointed, and it was Ms. Mabusela and Ms. Potgieter. And once we were appointed, that is when we started engaging with them.
All right, thank you very much. So the reason you're here is that some confusion emerged around whether you were, you being PwC, right? But I suppose because you were the lead partner, or you were the partner dealing with this, whether you had the benefit of knowing or seeing which formal decision within the company had been taken, because we started going back and forth about which board meeting are we referring to, because the RFQ happens before the board meeting, and I must say your former colleague's presentation was particularly useful for us, and I think it may assist us if we just maybe deal with the dates, because as I understood that the board meeting where the decision was taken was on the 28th of April. The RFQ happened before. You started doing your work after the board decision, right, as I understand, and you only submitted the outcome thereof at a later stage. The only thing that we want to engage with then is just the decision and the sequence, as I said. So were you informed whether it was an EXCO decision? Was the board that is now upon your engagement, right? Whether it was an EXCO decision, it had been a board decision at all, were you finished with a resolution or anything of the sort?
So, Chair, we were given to understand that there was a board resolution. We requested that and received an email on the 20th of May. And it was an extract of a board resolution, and the reference in the email was that it's an extract of a board resolution of 6th April 2021. We have that email, and that came from Ms. Potgieter. We had no knowledge of some of those dates of 28th April, etc. at that point in time.
Okay. Okay, I think at this point, let me just bring Ms. Mabusela in, because we're just trying to untangle the sequence of events, right? In your recollection, are these dates correct? And let me just say, here's the difficulty that the committee members had. That there was an RFQ issued ahead of time, telling potential service providers that it is to implement a decision, right, that had not yet been taken, because it was to be taken later. The audit committee was earlier during the month, I think, in April, and then the board meeting was on the 28th of April. I just cannot find the dates here now. So can you just take us through the sequence of events in your recollection?
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me confirm first that, yes, the dates are correct. That is the proper sequence. The clarity that I need to provide to the committee is that when we did the work of searching for the appropriate standard for the road accident fund, we did the work internal. Once we did the work internal, we then went out on an RFQ to get an opinion on the work that myself and Ms. Potgieter had performed. And that came to be Morar. It's so funny that the Morar part had actually escaped my mind, but then it actually came back. So Morar then was called in, and I have to tackle this part, Chair, before I go into the PwC.
Sorry. Can she just go back a bit? How does Mora get into the picture? Just there.
Okay, yeah. Just introduce how Mora becomes part of, because there was a sequence. There was Mora first, and then there was PwC. Okay. Yeah, just enlighten.
The year, if they say, when they say 20 April, then they may say 20 April 2021 or 20 April 20. It's the year.
So,
the end of it.
So Honorable Neil May, to that, let me just make it easy. This entire sequence of events we are dealing with here begins, in fact, begins in early 2021, and it ends on the 9th of July 2021. So everything happens in a matter of months, let's say between March and July in 2021, and therefore whenever a witness refers to April, May, or June or July, all of it is in 2021.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, so I get called in the office of the CEO just after my appointment as the acting CFO. He then indicates to me, which is something that he had been talking about, but in passing. But on that day, he was addressing me as the acting CFO, indicating the challenge that the Road Accident Fund is having with issues of its identification, whether it is a social benefit fund or whether it is an insurance. And he then tasked me to say, CFO, please look into this, because it is obviously the reason why we've got the over 300 billion liability, because RAF is utilizing a standard that is relevant for the insurance space, and we are not an insurance business. So I then leave the office to engage my team member at that time, Ms. Potgieter, who was reporting directly to me, to say, we've got this situation, let's look at the policies of the Road Accident Fund, let's look at whether this is the relevant policy for the Road Accident Fund. So we then do the work, as in the research, to look. We also, in the process, rope in the Accounting Standard Board, where we are checking with them if they've got the relevant, any other relevant guideline of policy that we can utilize. the feedback that we get from the ASB is that no, they are still drafting the relevant policy that will suit the Road Accident Fund. So basically, it does mean that we are utilizing a policy and a standard that is definitely not in line with the work that the Road Accident Fund is doing, because ASB did not say, no, sorry, you are using the right standard. They said, we are so sorry. It's been quite a number of years that we've been working on drafting this particular standard. And I even indicated to them that in their drafting, if they need any inputs from some of the relevant institutions, they should actually rope us in. Then obviously it meant that we needed to look for a relevant statement. When we did our research, actually this research was done by Ms. Potgieter, and she brought the report to me, also highlighting that in the absence of the relevant policies and standards in the country, we are definitely allowed to go international to tap into the relevant standard. In that process of the research, we also confirm that the management of an entity is the one that is tasked with the authority to decide on the right policy. And obviously, when I mean the authority of the Road Accident Fund, I mean the board. But the work would obviously be done by management, and then we would proceed to then go to the board with our proposed change in policy, with all the evidence showing what work did we do to convince the board that we are confident that we are moving into the relevant standard. So, Honorable Maduna, we did the work. After doing the work, before going to the board, obviously, in terms of updating the CEO, I would be updating the CEO to say, this is the work that we've done. We are here, sometimes informally, sometimes in the EXCO. So then we looked for an independent opinion of an external audit firm. This is where then Murar comes in. And then, obviously, when you look for an opinion, because I'm a chartered accountant, there are also chartered accountants at Murar. I bring my view, they bring their view. So if there's a report that Murar did, which when I read the report, it was very clear that Murar also was accepting that we are using a wrong standard. So the difference with my view and Murar's view was the fact that from Murar's perspective, their view is that continue with the wrong statement. And on my side, my view is if I'm able to find a relevant standard internationally, why would I want to continue with a wrong view? So as fellow learned friends in the accounting space, that's how we work. You bring your view and your ammunition to the table, I bring mine, and then we show each other. So Murar was not asked to retract their opinion. Once they came and had my view, they were then saying, CFO, you've got a point. We will retract the statement. They were not under duress. It doesn't work like that with professionals.
No, we will. You may have been listening last time. We're gonna.
No, I didn't.
We go. Oh, okay, it's fine. We're gonna get there.
Oh, okay.
I just wanted to know to get to the Mora.
Okay. So let's go to PwC then check. Then we'll.
No. Let's stay with
Mora.
Yeah, let's stay with not just Mora, but with your understanding of what ExCos do to help boards make a decision. Okay. The board needs to make a determination as to whether what management is asking them to do is the correct decision. Okay. They are not there to rubber stamp what management says. You accept that?
I accept, Chairperson.
Okay. It appears to me from your own account that you had already made an informal decision. It's informal in the sense that I do not hear you talking about an executive committee meeting where the same is discussed. Because when you want to make a decision on so grave a matter, and I think you are aware of what has since transpired and why we're sitting here. And we are going to go to the correspondence from the ASP, and I'm going to ask you to read out portions of that same correspondence versus what you say they asked you, versus what you say they told you. The board needs to be certain that they're making the right decision. You place options before the board. Right?
Which is what we do.
Yeah, no,
yes.
I'm just saying. So yes. you place options before the board.
Correct.
The board needs to decide which option it goes with. You understand?
I understand, Chairperson.
The reason the MORA advice is important is that the MORA advice is written in such a way that it informs the board on what they believe would be the correct decision to take. What they believe. The board doesn't have to accept it. What they believe would be the correct decision to take. You know the history of this case. MORA was correct in the sense that the matter has gone to the High Court. The Road Accident Fund has lost. The Road Accident Fund applied for leave to appeal. Please switch off the mic, then the sound comes through better. The Road Accident Fund applied for leave to appeal. It was denied. The Road Accident Fund petitioned the Supreme Court of Appeal. The Supreme Court of Appeal turned down that application. The Road Accident Fund petitioned the Judge President of the Supreme Court of Appeal. The Judge President refused. So what we sit with here, and I want to give you therefore a context of why we're sitting here, notwithstanding your opinions of what would have been the right thing to do. If you believe in the rule of law and the courts as a final arbiter of what's lawful and what's not in South Africa, I think we have to agree that it was unlawful. The particular thing about the MORA Incorporated advice is that it said seek legal advice. And I'll ask you to read that into it. It said seek legal advice. The reason you are sitting here is that you then have a look at this document that says, we don't advise that you proceed with the policy change. We also advise that you seek legal advice. You then, they allege, and you will disabuse us of that notion. You then say to them, they must withdraw the... No, you'll get an answer. I'm just laying out the story. That's the first thing. The second thing is that in the court processes that follow, the Road Accident Fund never ever refers to the MORA advice. And the apprehension we have as the committee is that, of course, it militates against the position taken by the Road Accident Fund. That's why it's not there. We obtained it from a whistleblower, and then the Road Accident Fund gave us their own version, and the two versions are the same. So this MORA Incorporated advice gets expunged from existence. Right? If we hadn't asked for it, we would have never known it ever existed. So that's the difficult. So there are two things that we've got that we need to address today. The fact that the board is then, as per PwC's delivery, presented with information only about the implementation of the standard, not what is the correct decision to take. Give the board options. You understand? That's my perception. Can you then address me on that concern? And if there is a document that we have not been given, and we've asked for all the documents here, that does just that. You need to tell us what that document is. We will ask the board secretariat to send it to us. We couldn't find it. So can you please address us on that concern?
Okay. Your chairperson made a whole lot of remarks where I needed to come in and I lose track. So, like,
no. I can. Let me assist you, right? Let me assist you in this way. So, so I've given the context. Okay. So let's first deal with whether there was an I'll just walk you through them. Was there an executive committee discussion on this matter? So, my recollection, Chairperson, is that yes, the board was made aware that we are embarking on looking at this issue of the liability. No. Sorry. Was there an EXCO discussion and resolution on this matter? Executive committee. Did the executive committee of the Road Accident Fund deliberate on this matter?
Yes, we did.
It was minuted?
It should have been minuted, Chairperson, because even my reporting of the progress of this was happening at EXCO before it could go forward.
Okay.
There's a full presentation that was also made after the work was done, that was also made at the EXCO before it would move. So yes, it was following that pattern.
Thank you for that. We didn't know. So that's why we need to walk through the steps. So just stay with me.
Yeah.
So there was an EXCO discussion.
Yes.
The EXCO discussion takes place when? You don't need to remember the day. You don't need to remember the day, just the month and day. Does it take place in 2020? Does it take place in 2021?
No, it takes place as I'm busy on the project, myself and Benny. So subsequent to the meeting with Mr. Letswalo, obviously we started doing the research. So then in the following meetings, at the EXCO meetings, we then obviously discussing the matter.
No, it's fine. So I'm going to help you through. Don't panic. So yes. I'm going to help you through this for all of us, okay? So my assumption would be that the EXCO resolution happens before Mora is engaged.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct, because it happens while we are doing the background work.
Okay.
Internal.
No, we will ask the Secretariat at the Road Accident Fund to assist us with the relevant information. Don't be anxious. I will ask you to remember.
No, it's fine.
Granular specifics, right?
Yes.
So the EXCO discussion takes place before Mora is engaged.
Correct.
The EXCO resolves on it, right? To say we're moving forward with a proposal to the board to have a different accounting policy.
Correct.
At the time, the EXCO itself does not have the benefit of external advice, or were you, so let me start here. Had you completed the internal work at the time the EXCO made a resolution?
Had we completed there?
So remember, Ms. Potgieter and yourself are doing the research, you remember?
Correct.
In order to arrive at a prudent decision,
yes,
the work by Ms. Potgieter and yourself must complete before the EXCO arrives at a resolution.
Correct.
Right. So
correct.
that's all I'm getting at.
So yes.
So we're coming to Mora. You completed the internal work, presented the results of your research to the EXCO. Would that be the correct sequence?
Chairperson, because our EXCOs were happening often, we were not having like EXCO once a month. We had lots of EXCOs, so I suspect that we would have had an EXCO while we were doing the work before Morar, we would have had an EXCO post Morar, because it was lots of EXCOs that were sitting.
Okay, no. The only thing I'm trying to establish, and I'm going to hand over to the members, the only thing I'm trying to establish, because remember, on the EXCO, not everyone is an accountant.
Correct. Yes.
Not chartered accountants.
Yes.
There must be a submission from finance on this matter to the EXCO, so that the EXCO members can read that submission and deliberate on the decision, because where it's going ultimately is to the board, right?
Yes.
And the EXCO is a body that is tasked with processing these sort of things.
Yes.
All I'm saying is that in the sequence, the number of EXCOs doesn't matter. You can have one a day. It's irrelevant. The only thing I'm interested in is that you and Ms. Potgieter complete that work, submit a report to the EXCO. The EXCO deliberates on your report, and they agree that the matter can now go to the board. That's the only thing I'm interested in. Was that the sequence of events?
Yes, Chairperson, it was.
Okay, that's fine.
Yes.
I then need to understand when Morar gets asked to advise on the implementation, because remember, at that point, the board is yet to take a decision. Can we agree that the board is yet to take a decision?
Correct.
Someone then says, we need to ask Morar to advise on the implementation of an alternative accounting policy, right?
Not on the implementation, Chair, to check the work. Not on
to
the
check
the work that we have done,
or to see if you've done a thorough job.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's what you asked them to do.
Yes, Chairperson.
Let us go with that version.
And not through EXCO, by the way. That one, Chairperson, is something that is happening within my authority as the CFO.
No, I'm not questioning that. I'm just trying to set out the story. Okay. Yes. So basically, they are supposed to do quality assurance on the work that you guys have done, because you are just the internal guys. You now want an independent.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, so they come back and they advise differently. So in your view, they haven't done what you asked them to do, or they were confused about it, because clearly the nature of the advice they gave, and we can go together to their conclusions. I think it's section 4. I don't have it in front of me, but that's my recollection. Section 4. The conclusion, right?
Yes, can you read it?
The conclusion has got bullet points in it. Can you read it so that for the recollection of the members?
All right. Thank you, Chairperson. In front of me, I've got the report from Morar with an overall conclusion on item 4. It says, based on the analysis above, we conclude as follows. There is uncertainty in the recognition of social benefits in the South African public environment. Further legal opinion should be obtained to distinguish between an insurance contract and social benefits. The ASB is currently in the process of developing an appropriate standard for the accounting for social benefits, which is projected to only be finalized in year 2023. And the RAF has adopted IFRS 4 as their accounting policy since the 2014-2015 year, and no major issues were identified by the external auditors. Therefore, we recommend that the RAF continues to apply IFRS 4 until the ASB has finalized the standards of social benefits. It ends there, Chairperson.
Okay. Do you think, and let's leave there's a particular line I'm interested in there, where they say further legal advice should be obtained. You see that bullet point?
Yes, Chairperson, I see that. As I indicated, when we received the report, or when Morar was presenting the report to my office, where I then challenged the issue of having to continue on a standard that had uncertainty. Sorry, Chairperson.
I realized I was going to disturb your train of thought, and I stopped myself here.
Thank you for the Chairperson. The first part that obviously not challenged, but as I indicated, if you've got two professionals in a room and they've got a different perspective of or professional judgment on a matter, one would place their view on the table, the other would place their view on the table. None would be forced to go a certain way. So in that engagement, when I put my facts forward, Morar then conceded to the fact that they will withdraw their report, Chairperson. So all I'm saying is, had they decided to stand firm on it, obviously I would then needed to have taken that decision or that report to the EXCO. I don't know if you follow me, Chairperson.
No, so I had an apprehension that you think you know why I'm asking. I'm asking for a different reason. So.
No, I don't, Chair.
Okay, no,
yes.
that's fine. So that's fine. So the only point I want to make.
Yes.
The only follow-up question I want to ask, because they say seek further legal advice.
I think that one, Chair, from my side, honestly, I would put it forward as an oversight, because I was more focused on the technical aspects of the accounting side.
No. I'm not blaming you for anything. So just go with me.
Yes.
You are not on trial. Okay.
I know, Chair.
Okay. No,
yes.
So anyway, they say seek further legal advice. The only question I want to ask.
Yes.
Was there further legal advice sought?
No, Chairperson.
There was no further legal advice?
Not from my side, no.
Okay. No, the Road Accident Fund has confirmed that there was no legal advice.
None, Chairperson.
Right.
Yes.
So the reason that is pertinent for the committee is that subsequently we've had lots of litigation, as I've said, and it, on its face, it appears that had legal advice been sought, the expenditure would have been averted. Possibly, right? Because legal advice is going to traverse the kind of matters judges a court would look at and say, look, you are going to encounter the following challenges, right? And therefore, this is how we advise. In terms of how EXCOs should, this is why you're supposed to have a general counsel in the EXCO, right? As a practice, right? Is that the EXCO then has the benefit of legal advice on decisions such as this, right? So, legal advice is proposed, legal advice is not sought. It's common cause. It's common cause, right? Okay. From then on...
Chairperson, can I correct something?
Okay.
As part of our EXCO, we did have a legal person in EXCO.
No, I wasn't saying you don't. I was saying as general practice, you get legal counsel in your EXCO because their job is to say, let us seek the advice of counsel, right? On this, that's why, including the Road Accident Fund does it as well, where they seek the advice of external counsel on certain matters which might become highly contentious in court, right? I'm just saying, I'm not saying the Road Accident Fund didn't.
Yes.
The presence of legal counsel there is to say, colleagues, I'm advising that we get senior counsel's advice.
Yes.
So that when we go to the board, we've got ammunition. That also says, in the event that the board has concerns, we've got ammunition that we've got council's advice as well, in light of what Mora said.
Okay.
And I'm going to hand over to the members, but here's the thing. So Mora then withdraw the entire document. Or not, they didn't.
I'm bending, Chair, on something, and I don't want us to pass.
Okay.
I would like, Chair, for members to just be aware that the legal opinion that is referred here is not a legal opinion on the accounting policy. It's the legal opinion on whether RAF is an insurance company or it is a social benefit. And from where we were sitting, having discussed, obviously with everybody at EXCO, we as the management of the Road Accident Fund were comfortable to say RAF is not an insurance institution. By the way, I'm not a specialist on that aspect.
Ms. Mabusela, we know.
Oh, thank you.
We know.
Thanks, Chair. Just
yes,
wanted
we know. We've read all the judgments.
All right.
The judgments traverse extensively whether the RAF is an insurance-like a body or it is a social benefit scheme. It's the crux legally of the whole thing. So we know, don't have that apprehension. We know it. Okay. Because remember, at that time the policy doesn't exist. So you can't, it hasn't been changed, you see. So they can't advise on a policy that doesn't exist. So we've read it correctly. Yes. Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Right. So your version is that Mora withdraw on their own. They withdraw the entire.
Based on the motivation.
Sorry, just switch on the mic.
Yes. Because after our engagements, they then concede to say they will withdraw because of the view that I had put forward, and that view was based on the fact that we all agree that the current standard is not relevant to the business that the RAF is.
So you say they agreed with you?
Correct, they did.
Did they make a submission to that extent?
Yes, they wrote a letter.
Okay.
Yes.
I just want to be certain that we've got the same letter. Can I ask my colleague to just make copies of it?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Do you want me to read it before maybe? Before it goes? It's short.
Is it short?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to be sure that it's the same letter, because then I can direct the members to it. Which copy is? I think it's better if
it's the letter of the 13th of April.
Is that the withdrawal letter? It
is the withdrawal letter.
We've got that letter, but therefore please read it. Yeah, we've got that letter. Just read all of it.
All right. Thanks, Chairperson. The letter is dated the 13th of April to the Road Accident Fund, and it's been emailed to myself as the acting CFO. Copied Ms. Potgieter and also Ms. Makatu, who is the audit manager at the Road Accident Fund, and it is directly addressed to myself. It says, "Dear Ms. Mabusela, withdrawal, technical opinion. Our meeting of today relating to the technical opinion dated 8 April 2021 issued by Mororar Incorporated refers, based on the discussions and resolutions, we hereby withdraw the said technical opinion. We also confirm our committed to us." I think there's something wrong here, but I'll read as is. "We also confirm our committed to assist," I guess is commitment, "to assist the Road Accident Fund with the implementation of the change in accounting policy, and in this regard, we will await the following: guidance on the way forward from the Road Accident Fund finance team, and all documentation and supporting working papers for our review. We believe that we have the requisite skills and expertise to provide the quality service that RAF seeks from its service providers. Should you wish to discuss any matters further, or should you require any additional information, do not hesitate to contact Anesh Bekram at his email, which is here, and a telephone number is provided. And that's the end of the letter.
I'm looking for the line where they agree with you.
Based on the discussions and resolutions, we hereby withdraw the said technical opinion.
Ms. Mabusela, we now need to deal with this. There is nowhere in this letter. I asked you if it was in writing and you said yes. Their version of why you asked them to withdraw, and that's why we have you here, is that you said they did not do what you guys had asked them to do. You guys as the Road Accident Fund, right? That's their version that we've had before the committee. We also asked Ms. Potgieter when she appeared here. At no point did either Mora or Ms. Potgieter say that Mora had realized you guys were right and they were wrong. That's what you are telling us this morning. And I asked you to read it because you said that they had agreed with you. They were withdrawing it because they were agreeing with you. When I asked you to read this letter, I couldn't find it yet, but I knew what it says. I could remember it. There's nothing in this letter that says they are agreeing with you. They're saying based on our discussion. We now have two versions of what happened in that meeting.
Yeah,
you saying they apologized, they had a mea culpa to say we were right, we were wrong, and we were right, so we withdraw the whole document. And we're going to ask the members can bring Ms. Potgieter in here. But on this letter, what you said to the committee about 5 minutes ago or less is not true. There is no way in this letter where they say they agree with you that your version was correct. I've asked you to read it deliberately. It's not
Yes.
here. Do you accept that that's not here?
Chairperson, can I clarify? Having been in the meeting where my team, being myself and Bernice, put forward our view.
Ms. Mabusela, I'm asking a different
when
question.
When I read this letter
Ms.
and
Mabusela,
it says based on our discussion.
Can I interrupt you? I accept that. I'm just saying you said they said it in a letter.
No.
It's not there.
Sorry, Chairperson, maybe you misunderstood me. I didn't say it's in the letter. I said in the meeting they conceded. They conceded in the meeting, Chairperson.
Okay, Ms. Mabusela, I'll give Honorable Beasley a chance to amend. Because I don't want to have a back and forth. No, Ms. Mabusela, you said a few minutes ago that it's in writing. That's why I asked you to pull out the letter. You did.
Chair, I didn't mean they wrote that we agree with you. The letter says based on our discussion and resolutions. So I didn't mean they wrote that they considered in the meeting and subsequently wrote this letter, which when I read this letter within context of the discussions that we held, which were professional discussions of two professional CAs who put forward their views on the table, and one of them conceded. So I'm sorry, Chair, if maybe I wasn't clear.
All right.
Yes, I wouldn't like to agitate the Chairperson, no.
Okay.
Sorry,
Mr.
Chairperson.
Beasley.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so I'm also a chartered accountant, and I've had many reports by auditors presented to me. They've never, ever, ever, ever withdrawn them on that discussion. And I'd just like to ask PwC, would that be common practice to withdraw a report based on a discussion with with an employee once a partner signed off on the report? I mean, surely it would have to go back and there needs to be a formal, I mean, my experience, I've never come across it. I mean, would you accept that as
It depends on the process within that firm. I can tell you in our firm, we would first contact our general counsel for guidance. So I can't comment as to what would have happened because there's also a discussion with the client, yeah.
No, sure, but just in terms of
sorry, Honorable Beasley, just so that we're going to do what we did yesterday. We're going to go across the room. This is supposed to be a shorter discussion, so can I... Okay, in fact, let's stick with 15 minutes. Okay, so are you seeking clarification? You're not jumping the queue because Honorable Beasley is in the middle of what he's saying.
No, I'm not jumping the queue, Chair. My apologies. I'm just hearing the both versions, and I don't think that maybe both of you could be wrong. I'm just asking, do we have minutes of that meeting between Morar and the CFO? Because now what Morar is saying is that they are confirming resolutions of the meeting. What then we need is to get the resolutions of that meeting, so that we find out what is it that they were confirming on that letter. Okay, if we can get that, then to clarify everything.
Okay, thanks for that. And we'll look. Did ask. I don't think it was provided, but I'll just ask. Can we? Yeah, sorry, Honorable. Just to assure you, we asked for every scrap of paper. Okay, we have approximately 20,000 pages of document. The minutes are not there. I asked for them. But to satisfy the ask, I will ask Sisindombi here to contact the RAF secretary to do another search again. But we've asked for those minutes. Unfortunately, we were not given. Honorable Beasley. So we're going with 15, right?
Can I help with the issue of the minutes, Chairperson? The meeting was the office of the CFO and Morar. On our side, I don't think we were taking minutes. I think maybe Ms. Potgieter can assist. So I'm not aware of any set of minutes that was drawn for that particular engagement with Morar. And also, Chairperson, Morar was not auditing us. It was an advisory. So in an advisory...
Ms. Mabusela, we're only addressing minutes now. Okay, there were no minutes. There are no minutes. I asked for them. They don't exist. So what we now have is he said, she said. And Ms. Mabusela here who said Mora admitted in writing. Mr. Beasley will start your clock.
No, sorry, Chair, and good morning. I just want to check, because now that you are giving Honorable Beasley, are we also dealing with the part of the PwC? Because I think
yes, it all goes together. It all goes together.
The Morar. So we're also dealing with the PwC.
We're also dealing with PwC because I don't want, because there might be issues that cut across. So that's why I'm saying let's do the 15 minutes per member.
Thank you, Chair. And then
sorry, Honorable Beasley. Ms. Mabusela, what's the matter?
Chairperson, I have not been given an opportunity to address what PwC was supposed to do.
No, don't worry, you will, don't stress. Okay. You will be. Honorable Beasley.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So just to highlight once again, in my experience, I've never seen a chartered accounting firm withdraw based on other staff talking to them in a meeting. But just
sorry, can I? So what's the matter?
Yeah, no, my apologies, Chair. I think Ms. Mabusela has got a point. Can you not allow us to complete the picture? She's already given us how morale comes in the picture. Let her tell us where does PwC enter. When we enter, we engage the full picture. Can you not allow her to finish a story? I don't understand why it's being difficult. Let's just allow her to finish the story, and then we engage once.
All right, so Honorable Beasley, I'll stop the clock because the question that I was going to stop at, Honorable Plus, is whether PwC's version of what they were asked to do is correct. In other words, they were asked to advise on the implementation. Is that correct? That was the only question I was going to ask.
Yes, Chairperson, I would like to clarify that PwC was never involved in the decision-making of a changing of the accounting policy. So while we were doing work, obviously when you are in the process of changing the...
Ms. Mabusela,
there's important information, please allow me. Please, I beg you. So when in the process of doing the work and seeing that, for instance, should we adopt the new policy, the numbers in terms of how the numbers of the liabilities would look, we need somebody who is knowledgeable on extracting the database using, I don't know, for lack of a better word, I would use the computer auditing skills, so that when I, for instance, go and present to the board, there's also numbers that would show. So PwC was mainly on that front to say, if we are implementing this standard, what numbers would then pull out of the system in line with the new standard? I wanted to just clarify the Chairperson.
Okay, Ms. Mabusela, thank you very much. So let me explain here. So the reason I was going to stop at the question and give to the members is because this is not the first time the committee is dealing with this matter. And thank you for repeating what Ms. Potgieter told us, right? We already have it on the record of the committee. So their contention was we never advised the board on which the EXCO or the board on what choice to make.
It is true, Chairperson.
Yes, and that's why I was going to stop at that question, because the members here have heard from PwC what it is they did. Ms. Potgieter also addressed the committee on the same. When we started here earlier, I explained that we are closing a little gap. You remember that part in our so don't be anxious that if you don't mention something, the members don't know. The members do, right? So that's why I said earlier, if there is a matter that you need to address that a member is asked, what I typically do is I stop the clock, because I realize so that the member does not run out of time. So that's why I want you not to be anxious. So if the member is asking about a matter that needs more context, I then stop the members' time allocation so that they don't run out the clock. I then allow the witness on my own time to give further context, right? I do that as a practice, and I might ask you further questions so that you can ventilate the matters, right? You also have, and maybe because we got your affidavit only this morning, I also need to say, where you've got a document with you, such as an affidavit, that you want to refer to, I also allow you to say, I want to give you further context on the matter, and therefore on paragraph X of my document, this is what I talk about. So don't be anxious that when you don't get an opportunity now, I won't allow it later on the members' time.
I was worried, Chairperson, because you had asked me to deal with the PwC and I had not dealt with it.
No, I understand. I wanted to ask you a specific question on PwC, which is just that simple question, but so that we all cool down our temperatures, I will always give you an opportunity to provide context. And sometimes I will intervene so that the member doesn't run out of time, so that you can give context. I've done that with PwC, we do that with all witnesses.
Thanks, Chairperson.
Yes, so
I will not disturb the members. I get what you are saying.
Yes, even when Mr. Danlal is speaking, right? If there is something you want to add, all you need to do is to just signal to me. I will note you. Just relax. Even if the member finishes, I will come back to you and say, you wanted to say something, Ms. Mabusela, what is it? Okay, so just honestly, I will not not give you an opportunity?
No, I'm relaxed, Chairperson.
You're relaxed, okay.
Yes.
So it's just that this is part 2 of a meeting. Honorable Blosse wasn't there, unfortunately, right? So he's not part of this committee.
Even
ordinarily.
myself, I wasn't.
You were not
Sorry,
there.
Chairperson.
The rest of the members know what we're doing, right? So I think I didn't orientate you that way. But just in terms, you must just always just put up your hand and I'll recognize you and then I will give you a chance, okay? Even if the question is not yours.
It's clear, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll then go to Honorable Beasley.
Thank you, Chair. And then PwC mentioned they were sent an extract of a board meeting on the 6th of April. Is that correct?
Through you, Chair, Honourable Member, no, it was an email sent on the 20th of May, which was an extract that was indicated to us of a board meeting, minutes of a board meeting of 6 April.
Yeah, so that's what I'm just trying to clarify, that your understanding that the board meeting was on the 6th of April.
Correct. Our understanding was therefore that a decision had been taken before we received the request.
Chair, we've been finished a copy of that.
Okay, I just need to be certain that we're not speaking in cross purposes. In terms of dates, Mr. Beasley, so let me stop the clock. In terms of dates, so when were you finished with a resolution? Or an email, sorry, an email.
So on the 20th of May.
So it's the 20th of May, which is nearly a month after the board meeting of the 28th of April.
Chair, but just to clarify, we were told the board meeting was on the 6th of April per PwC.
I need to check. I suspect that this you're referring to the audit committee, Mr. Beasley. Is that what you were told last time?
No, I'm asking PwC. They said they got an extract of a board meeting of the 6th of April, just to clarify.
Okay, I get what you mean. Okay.
Chair, I can clarify. We have an email here where it is sent by Bernice Potgieter to Melissa, my senior manager. It says, "Hi Melissa, I've received this from the COSEC. It's an extract from the minutes on 6 April. I think the resolution may not yet have been signed." And it's an extract of a minute that is headed 1015C, change in the claims accounting policy, and it lists the policy.
So your understanding, PwC, sorry, that was a board meeting approving the change in accounting policy?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. And then a couple of press statements were released, and Richard says the accounting treatment has been independently reviewed by PwC and its accounting experts. And then also in the minutes of the meetings, I just got to try and find them. It says, the RAF obtained an independent review of the implementation of IPSAS 42. PwC concurred with the implementation of IPSAS 42, stating that this represented the RAF financials more accurately than IFRS 4 would do. Sorry, have you got a copy of that?
Is that of the press statement, Chair?
And of the minutes. When it says here quite clearly, PwC concurred with the implementation of IPSAS 42, stating that this represented the RAF financials more accurately than IFRS 4 would do.
I don't necessarily have that, no. Not at present.
Sorry, can you state what document are you reading from?
Minutes of RAF board meetings that we were
of the 28th of May, which
2021,
one?
Yeah.
28th May 2021.
Page 6.8.
Okay.
So the point that I'm trying to say here is PwC is being mentioned, and I just want to confirm if this is what they, if this is a true statement by PwC concurred. Page 6.8.
sorry, Mr. Beasley, I'm suspecting that we're not looking at the same document because I know the minutes were sent to us, but when you say page 6.8, where is that?
No, page 6.8.
Oh! Oh! Okay. Page 6 and then point 8, not page 6.8. Okay. Honorable Skosan, sorry. Okay, I'll stop there.
Yeah, Chair, no, I'm sorry to interrupt Honorable Beasley. I think we're going to have a very serious challenge with regards to the issue of dates. I think there are quite a number of dates. I want to request that the presentation of the 4th of November that was presented by Mr. Johan van Heijsteen, if it can be put up, especially the slide that's
fine.
Dates.
I'm sorry, Honorable, this is a good suggestion.
Yeah,
we're going to do it. Then Ms. Mabusela can have the benefit of it on the screen. And Ms. Potgieter. Okay, let's do that. Sorry, we'll need a laptop. I've got it open on mine, but we will need a laptop. So can we get one of your guys' laptop just to put it up? Then Ms. Mabusela, you'll have the timeline. And then you can assist us, yes. And then you can also assist us because the particular challenge here is that on that timeline, it says that, and this is while she's setting up. So just to, because we're not in the previous conversation. So Ms. Mabusela, so the PwC's own background of their involvement, and this was at 20th April, RFQ issued, right? 22nd April, online briefing session. 23 April, audit committee of the RAF met to discuss the matter. 23 April. Okay. And then 28th April, the board took the decision, right? It was also the same day PwC submitted its response to the RFQ. This is a coincidence, right, between the two. So I don't think anything turns on it. So what Honorable Beasley is now saying is that there was a board, so the communication is that it says there was a board meeting of the 6th of April. You understand? So we now need to resolve this because we asked a broad question of the Road Accident Fund. We said, can you give us all the minutes of, because we didn't know which dates they took place on, give us all the minutes of the board where this matter came under discussion. The only board meeting, we don't have a board meeting of the 6th of April, right? So that's one of the reasons Honorable Skosana is saying the dates are a bit confusing because we never dealt with dates, you see. And it may well be that the board secretariat missed it and we might yet get it, but can you just have a look at the screen yourself? So let's all look at the screen. So this entire line of questioning is premised, oh yeah, you're like me, you need another.
They look like sunglasses.
That's fine.
It's gonna look a bit odd.
We won't say you are Mr. Nzeku from the of the Zondo Commission. I was wearing sunglasses inside.
My boss, my current boss doesn't like them. So
no, it's your choice. It's a free country. Okay. So we'll give you time to, so this is why then Mr. Beasley, I think you can carry on. Ms. Mabusela, I noted your hand, right? So what I will do is I will allow Mr. Beasley to complete his questioning, and then before I go to the next member, I will then give you an opportunity to come in. So just take notes while we're doing, and then I'll give you an opportunity to come in and clarify us. Okay, so if Mr. Beasley wants to ask you a question, he will, but just be assured I will give you an opportunity once he's done. I don't want to interfere too much with his own time. Okay.
So just now that we got the dates in front of us, just to clarify that resolution that was sent through to PwC, what resolution was that? The RAF, Ms. Potgieter, yourself, they were sent an extract of a meeting on the 6th of April saying the policy is approved.
Good morning, Chair and honourable members. Chair, I don't have access to my device, so I wouldn't be able to, but perhaps if it can be shared with me, I suspect it may have been an error in terms of the date, because the 28th was definitely the day where the accounting policy change was approved. So it may just have been an error, but yeah, if I can maybe just have a look at it.
And then just to follow on that line with PwC, would have it raised warning flags to you that you've been engaged on something that the board actually hasn't approved, because you were sent a resolution saying the 6th of April? Would have it brought any warning flags if you actually knew that the time you were asked to do an RFQ that the board actually hadn't approved?
Chair, yes, to the member, yes, we would question whether the resolution had been taken at the time for what was presented to us. Yeah, we would have questioned.
Thanks. And then just to come back, have you got that minute in front of you? Sorry, I didn't explain it. It's but it's page 6.8. Have you had a chance to read that at all?
Yes, honourable member, I have. This is in line with the statement that was issued by the minister as well. We obviously were not privy to these minutes, and we did raise concern. In fact, we wrote to the RAF regarding that to clarify, because that was certainly not what we were engaged for.
Yeah, so just, would this be an incorrect statement? PwC concurred with the implementation of IPSAS 42, stating that this represented more accurately than IFRS would do. Is that an incorrect statement?
Yes, we did not drive that conclusion.
Okay. And then just in this whole matter, do you feel that as PwC you've been played a bit at all, in the sense that they've used your name as an independent review, and maybe you should have actually done more, because we're sitting now with the 500 billion. At what stage, when you see the Auditor General doing disclaimed audit reports for 5-6 years, and the audit profession has come under a lot of flack lately for not standing up, do you feel perhaps there was an obligation to have actually stood up, because it's quite clear that your name has been used in the press? You guys didn't do a press statement saying we object to that press statement, so it's in the press. You wrote to the RAF, but the RAF are the ones who are doing it, so you should have done a press statement or done something louder saying our name has been used, giving credit to an illegal practice, but you didn't. You wrote to the RAF who I've got to find the right words. I don't want to say crooks or criminals, but who are implementing a policy that is incorrect, and they've used your name in the press, in the public domain, through the Minister of Transport, and you never issued a press statement against that. So that just does raise concerns.
Chair, it's not our policy to deal with matters with a client through the press. And obviously we took guidance from our General Counsel in how to deal with the matter.
Yeah, again, just the point that the chartered accountant profession has come under a lot of things, and if your name has been used in the public domain, I would have thought a public release in that regard would have been to saying those actually aren't our. So it's a comment. I mean, if you're saying you disagree with me, that's fine. But I think as a profession, we should have spoken up and said, listen, our name is being used here incorrectly. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Beasley. So, Ms. Mabusela, I noted you wanted to make a comment.
Chairperson, I wouldn't outright dismiss the date of the 6th of April, because obviously in preparation of doing this whole work, there might have been a brief to the board even before we went out to do the work. So yes, there is a meeting of the 28th of April, and if there's maybe an insinuation that on the 6th of April there's extracted minutes of the board, we need to check with the secretariat. Maybe that's the meeting where we were telling the board of the intention to go, because I recall we had a workshop with the board and other stakeholders. I can't recall the date of that workshop where even this particular matter was discussed. So the board did not meet this issue on the 28th. It had been an issue for discussion. So we need to look at that, Chairperson.
No, thanks very much, Ms. Mabusela. So, and I see Honorable Bill is still up. So and look, I mean, so if you switch off the mic, it helps. Yeah, thank you. So I would expect that there is formal and informal part of the board's interactions with management, right? So I don't think everything is a surprise when it gets tabled, right? Because matters arise over time. What we're interested in is the decision being taken, right? Because it then makes it official that the RAF has taken. I mean, boards may discuss something and never do anything about it because they've decided against it, in which case it's not material because they never took any action, right? So I accept that those kind of discussions take place. The only thing I wanted to establish, and Honorable Beasley can speak for himself, is that we are all in agreement that the board took the decision on the 28th of April. So that's very important. And also the audit committee took the decision, approved the proposal on the date that is stated, because I didn't just want to accept PwC's version of events because they are not the RAF. Honorable Beasley.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. If PwC can just share that document that they're referring to, because have we got it?
I asked the team, we obtained it now, so I asked the team to just email it to all the members. So I think if you've got your email on your phone, you will get it.
Okay, thanks. And then just to ask Ms. Potgieter, in the meeting with Mora, you have spoken at, can you just reiterate what actually happened in that meeting about the withdrawing? Because you have spoken to it before, and you're on record before.
Yes, I did speak about it before. I mean, I don't remember everything that was discussed during that meeting verbatim, but certainly my understanding of what we required was that we wanted a service provider to perform a review of the implementation as opposed to providing an opinion. And that is my understanding of the reason of their withdrawal. But it was that we needed someone to rather review the standard that was implemented rather than giving us an opinion on whether it's appropriate or not.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so which then means, because I am interested, in the sense that it's also been said in a sworn statement in the litigation with the Auditor General that they relied on PwC. So your version is that wasn't so. Ms. Potgieter confirms that you were never asked to advise on what to do. You had a specific mandate. One of the things we need to then canvass, and Ms. Potgieter and Ms. Mabusela did not depose to the affidavit, so we won't worry them with that. We'll deal with the board. The point is, it's been put out there that you are the experts who said it's correct for the board to do this, right? And you saying it's not true. If you didn't issue a press statement, did you make contact with the Road Accident Fund and say, listen, we are unhappy with what we're hearing you say? If that is so, what form did that communication take? Who did you speak to? What did they say in response?
Chair, yes, we did reach out to the CEO upon the statement coming through, And it was a
and the CEO being?
Collins.
Mr. Letswalo, that is okay.
It was a telecon with him because when we saw the statement, we tried getting hold of him the entire day because we wanted to discuss what had transpired. In the discussion with him, he indicated that that is not how they'd presented it to the minister, and it's something that, you know, they couldn't change the minister's statement. So we then said to him that we are concerned because it creates the impression that we advised on the change in accounting policy, which has never been the requirement for us, nor is it the case. And he undertook that he would clarify that. We then did an email to him to confirm that that was the case.
Okay. Do you have and when I say you, I mean the PwC team, if you can locate that email and share it with the committee, we'll share it with the members, because lying in a sworn statement is perjury as well, and it should not be encouraged of state officials to do that. Mr. Beasley, should I now stop your clock? You are done. Okay. Well, I've stopped your clock. Honorable Neil May.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, colleagues, and good morning to our guests here from PwC and RAF and former CEO. Okay, a CFO. Thank you. I don't want to get that mixed up. I'll start with PwC, and we've looked at dates. We've looked at everything. When you were engaged, were you aware? I'm talking about right in the beginning. Were you aware of the Morara Incorporated technical opinion recommending against the adoption of IPSIS 42? If so, did you review their findings before issuing your own report? IPSIS 42.
Thank you. Honourable Member, no, we were not aware of any engagement with Morar. In fact, it only surfaced when my colleagues came and made the presentation with the documentation that surfaced from this meeting. So we did not review. Thank you.
Thank you. And when you became aware of the report, did you provide any advice to the RAF on the legal or governance implications of adopting IPSIS 42, particularly in light of the ASB's guidance and the Auditor General's adverse audit findings?
Honourable Member, just to clarify, we only became aware of a Morar report recently during the course of these proceedings. It was not mentioned to us at all at the time, nor until this point.
So basically you're saying you went through the whole process of restructuring without ever being given that report. So you were totally, absolutely unaware.
That is correct. Thank you.
Now I'd like to come to Ms. Mabusela. Good morning to you. If that is the case, why would you have not shared that report with PwC in all the time that they were there? And I think, let me stop there.
Through you, Chair, I think I did indicate at the beginning when I was talking about Morar to say the Morar issue was a bit of a blur for me because, mind you, I haven't been at the road accident for, I think, about 5 years or so. So my recollection of Morar was a bit at the back. I met Morar this morning when I was busy working on my affidavit, and maybe what I would say is, Chairperson, if I can be allowed to get access to the document that appointed Morar, as in the terms of reference that appointed Morar, that will actually assist also my brain to switch on in terms of what we expected from Murar, because I've been saying the work was done by myself and Ms. Potgieter. We take accountability for all of the work that was done on the accounting policy up until the decision making of the board. If I can please get that, Chairperson, it will assist.
No, so Ms. Mabusela, this is what we'll do. Let me stop the clock. So the people who have to get the benefit of that document is the committee. So what you've done is you've assisted us just to say, let us get, and it's possible that it's been sent to us. It's just that we've got so many documents. So just be assured that as we consider what to make of this whole thing, we will then also look at what the RFQ said. But their version is this: they had a different understanding. However, when they met with you, you said this is not what we asked you to do. What we asked you to do is in line with what you asked PwC to do, right? And therefore they needed to withdraw their opinion. Now it's in dispute about who asked for the withdrawal, but this is their version, right? So there is a consistency, at least, between Ms. Potgieter, yourself, Mora, at least as far as the meeting prior to the 13th of April, I think it was on the 12th of April, and Mr. Danlal's version, which is none of these people were asked to advise on what decision to make. So that's consistent, but we will ask for that document. So just be assured, we'll make sure that we consider it.
Chair, because right. I'm a bit cloudy on that. They might
no, this is fine. It was a long time ago. I asked, and please next. I mean, don't worry if there is there's something that you are hazy about, and you just want to say it to us. We can ask the RAF for it. We will. Don't just say that, because it was a long time. It might be we might confuse dates, details, etc. Okay. Okay. All right. Honorable Neil May, I'll resume your clock.
No, thank you very much. Coming back to you, Ms. Mabusela, the Auditor General issued a disclaimer audit opinion on RAF's 2021 financial statements due to the adoption of IPSAS 42. Do you accept responsibility for this outcome, and what steps did you take to address the Auditor General's findings?
Thank you. Through you, Chairperson. Chairperson, in my affidavit, which I understand obviously members might not have had an opportunity to read.
You can just direct us to the paragraph, because the members have it in front of them. So just say which paragraph, then the members will page and go to the paragraph.
We are looking at paragraph. Is it paragraph under C, paragraph 47, where it reads, on Friday the 7th of May, I resigned with immediate effect. So members, please note that my relationship with the Road Accident Fund ended on the 7th of May, after the board had approved the policy. So going forward in terms of being able to engage with AG, because AG had not started its audit, I did not have an opportunity to take this baby that I call my baby. I couldn't take care of the baby going forward. And also, Chairperson, to clarify that after I left, I then saw, I think it was the media briefing on the TV, and also there's a media press release where the minister was indicating that PwC had done a review on the work. And I was shocked by that, because I knew that this is the work that I had performed for the Road Accident Fund. And also my worry there was that we don't go and release unaudited annual financial statements of the institution. My understanding would have been the AG was supposed to be allowed an opportunity to do their work, and we only go public with audited annual financial statements. So that really gave me made me a bit uncomfortable to say, how can a press briefing be held on drafts? Because those at the time were drafts, annual financial statements. Thanks, Chairperson.
No, thank you. You see, why I asked that question is that you resigned on the 7th of May 2021 with immediate effect. And witnesses have stated that you initiated the IPSAS 42 policy shift. So what we were trying to do here was get to the bottom of where did this all start? Where did this start? And you've told us this morning where it has started. So therefore, the financial statements due to the adoption of IPSAS 42 would have been the work that you had done previously. Was that the first audit in the new IPSAS 42, in the new financial system?
Yes, it was, through you, Chairperson. From paragraph 35, from paragraph 35 to paragraph 41 in my affidavit, I deal with this matter. Obviously, I'm out, so I'm dealing with this matter to indicate how the Auditor General team and the Office of the CFO would then deal with a situation like this, because it's not all the time that the view of the AG will be aligned with the view of the institution. So here I indicate that I'm of the view that understanding will be supported by the, paragraph 35, I'm on the wrong paragraph. This is where I say it therefore came as a surprise to me to see a media release on the 6th of the minister. On paragraph 36, I say, in my view, the media statement was premature. Paragraph 37, I say it was also unfortunate that I never had an opportunity to engage with the auditors during the audit to deal with this dispute. Paragraph 38, I then indicate to members how this would have been dealt with between the CFO's office and the AG. In terms of professional etiquette, qualified chartered accountants and auditors follow a process in which they engage and use professional judgment, focus on substance over form and technical knowledge in an environment. In this way, all role players work as a team towards ensuring that the Fs are a true reflection of the state of affairs of an institution.
Thank you. I want to, you see, what you're doing is you're reading us the information. What I'm trying to get to the question is, you see, from 2015 through to 2020, the RAF obtained unqualified, even clean audit opinions in some years, in part. Okay? So you had come from 2015 right up to 2020 till your initiation of the new accounting standards. Okay? People had advised you. The former Victor Songelwa You know, if you look at all those that had advised you, had advised the RAF that what you are doing is not part of legislation. If you look at that, even as an accountant in public space, we have a PFMA, we have GRAP, we have a financial standards, okay? Because from the day that you initiated this and then left, so you left the baby in, you know, with those below, okay? You had Ms. Potgieter, she was reporting to you, not to her former superior. So there was conflict already within your financial system. You then had a new specialist come in, you know, from finance as a treasury advisor. So the picture that we are getting is that by changing a system that was working, okay, to some other system is where the challenges started now, okay? So what I was trying to get to is, you know, in hindsight, if you look back now, by changing the financial system now, would you have done it differently and listened to the advice of those your own officials who told you that it's not right, and having not shared that report with PwC as well, I think that was also, you know, something that should have been done from a professional nature.
Thank you. Through you, Chairperson, let me correct. At no point did Mr. Victor Songelwa advise me. I was working with Ms. Benis on this matter. And then, Chairperson, on paragraph 39, I deal with the matter to say it is therefore my view that the RAF failed to manage the audit properly or to engage constructively with the AG. It appears that the RAF did not maybe solicit a technical advice from an audit firm, because at that point, had I been there and maybe AG had a different view, what usually happens, AG has got a technical department. The AG team would have gone back to their technical department. I would also have, obviously, if I was not convinced by the AG, because there's nothing wrong. Once you've prepared the work, if there's misalignment in terms of the views, the same way I was indicating that the professionals come together and obviously one would have considered. And in my view, on paragraph 40, I say there is a process to adjust annual financial statements where there is compelling evidence that auditors are correct if the institution cannot anchor its position with a solid case. Unfortunately, Ma'am, Honorable, I was not at the RAF at the point and was not privy to the nature and extent of the AG's objections so that I could have applied my mind to it. So, ma'am, I do the work, and unfortunately before it goes to the stage where I would have engaged with AG, then I'm no longer at the institution. So if you ask me today, would I have still done the work? Yes, ma'am, I would have still done the work, but definitely on paragraph 41, I would not have supported that the Road Accident Fund takes AG to court. That's quite unprecedented. I would have found, I've worked with many audit teams where there were disagreements. I won some, they've won some. So it would work even in this case. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Mabusela. Honorable Nilme, you're out of time, but I'll ask you one more question. Can we just keep our answers as succinct as possible so that we're not here until 10 p.m. I think the members will do.
No, thank you, Chair, because this is obviously going to open for our other members to ask questions. Because coming back to the RAF's financial statements for 2021 were retrospectively restated to reflect the adoption of IPSAS 42. What specific steps did you take to ensure the accuracy and compliance of these restated figures? And how did you address the risks of misrepresentation? Because you had a liability of 300 billion, but in accuracy it's 500 billion, the liability. And you had actuaries which were then purposed to, and you had different areas. So how did you address the risks of misrepresentation? And that's my final answer, my final question. Thanks.
Sorry, Honorable Nilme, I just need to be sure. So you're asking about the annual financial statements of that year, or?
Yes, Chair. It's the annual financial statements of 2020 and 2021, the statements that actually where they received the disclaimer, and it was their first disclaimer at that stage with the new system, with the new financial system.
Okay, so
I think accuracy, because obviously it would have, I think which we've heard, and me not being an accountant, is that your liabilities would have been stated slightly differently, because of the different system. So that's what I was trying to find out from you then. How did you address the accuracy?
Sorry, Ms. Mabusela. So my understanding is that Ms. Mabusela left before the audit even began. Is that correct?
Yeah, but I can answer because the work that she's referring to is the work that I've done.
Oh, I see.
The accuracy of the work that I have done. This is where PwC comes in.
So you're referring to the prior year?
Yes, Chair, because generally it's a year before the statements come out. Ms. Mabusela was there. So it was under her leadership for that particular financial year.
Okay. Now I thought you were asking about addressing, because she's gone then. Okay, all right.
So when you do a change in policy, because of the fact that the financial statements of 2020-2021, they also reflect comparative figures of 2019-2020. As a result, the change in policy must then be shown as well to reflect in the previous year. This is now the work that PwC was tasked with. The accuracy and the verification of the numbers that we are pulling out of the system, given the fact that the database of the Road Accident Fund is a huge database, and we don't have internal capacity to go and relook at the numbers. So this is PwC's work. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Honorable Pila, welcome back. It is good to see you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Good to see you too. Good morning, honorable members, PwC representatives, and former and current employees of Road Accident Fund. Chairperson, I understand that PwC was not involved in advising on the change on policy, in accounting policy. And they are starting to know now that there is, or there was, Morar Incorporated. So I just want to check that during their engagement with Road Accident Fund, I understand you were not given all documentation, because the document or the opinion from the Morar Incorporated was not included, because they started to know about it now. So I want to check, how did this impact your ability to conduct at comprehensive review if you were not given all the necessary documentation to advise correctly. One other thing, Chairperson, which I will request, Ms. Mabusela, if we are asking questions, don't look at us as if we are saying, don't say this. It means I don't know in other languages. But the way you are looking at us when we are asking questions, it makes us to just be calm and listen to us. Then when you look at me as if you are, you are saying, I will get you when we get out of this hall, it will not work. Thanks, Chair. On a lighter note.
No. I must say, you know, Ms. Mabusela, and Honorable Bila is saying this in good spirits. Yeah. So
Chair,
you know.
Can I comment?
No, you will. I'm just saying that. You know.
Just a brief one.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
A friend of mine did indicate that I've got very intimidating eyes. I also have a squint, right? So I use one eye. So maybe that's why it's coming across like that. Unfortunately, this is the only Madam Mabusela I can present. It's just me. I'm not looking at the members in an awkward manner. People who know me, I'm sure they will laugh at this because it has been raised several times. That I've got piercing eyes.
No, Ms. Mabusela, now I was going to say that, you know, part of the human element of these hearings is that it takes some time for the members and the witnesses' energies to find one another. There was a former colleague of yours here, what's his name, who called us my lord, my lady. And in the beginning, we were thinking, what is going on here? I mean, what on earth is this guy on about? So things will settle down. Okay, so things will settle down. Honorable Pila is not like Honorable Matuna. She's nice. Honorable Pila, I've resumed. I'm resuming your clock.
I thought maybe they will be responding to my question. I asked the PwC a question.
Chair, I think,
I forgot now. We all got involved in this band. Okay.
Chair, I think if I understood the Honourable Pilar's question is, how do we do the work if we don't have all the information? This is the kind of information that we would not know of if it wasn't given to us. When we start off, we don't say, have you engaged someone else to do an opinion? So, ma'am, we would not have known. If it was never presented to us, we would not know that there is something out there. It was never mentioned in any forum or any meeting. Thank you.
Thanks. Coming to Ms. Mabusela, as an acting CFO, why didn't you inform the PwC that there is a Morar Incorporated and the opinion that they gave to you?
Through you, Chair. Thank you, Member. As I indicated, that the issue of Morar is one that is a bit cloudy in my brain, and I've requested that I please be given an opportunity to look at the document that appointed Morar so that I can have a recollection of exactly what Morar was doing. But obviously I've got Ms. Bernice, who obviously has been at the RAF and will have fresh knowledge, who indicates that Morar missed the terms of reference, as in they went and did something that was outside of the terms of reference. And obviously if that is the case, then we would not even have to tell PwC that Morar was there. So that's what I would say now, but let me be given an opportunity to go back to that RFQ that appointed Morar. Thanks, Chair.
All right, and we will provide it to you at some point during the day, so and to the members as well. After, I'm just asking the colleagues to find it.
To PwC again, the Road Accident Fund stated that PwC conducted an independent review of its financial statements before submission to the Auditor General, correct? Is this an accurate representation of your engagement? And if not, what was your actual scope of work there at the Road Accident Fund?
Thank you, Honourable Member. So the scope of work was to look at enhancing the accounting policy relating to IPSAS 42, as well as enhancing the disclosures to be in line with IPSAS 42. That was our work that we had done. Thank you.
Did you provide any advice to the RAF on the illegal or governance implication of adopting IPSAS 42, particularly in light of the ASB's guidance and the AGSA's adverse audit findings?
And no, we did not, Honourable Member.
Can I ask the reason why?
It was not the scope of our work, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Does PwC agree or disagree that the RAF, as a Schedule 3 or a public entity, must apply the GREP accounting framework as issued by the directives of the ASB?
Chair, can I just clarify the question? Whether we agree that they must apply the guidance provided by the ASB? Is that the question? Yes, we do. We do agree that they must comply with the ASB's guidance at all times.
Ms. Mabusela, are you burning?
No. So the best way to do this, Ms. Mabusela, so just signal to me that you'd like to add. I don't want to disturb the members' line of questioning, so I always make a note. Just signal to me quietly, and then when the member is done, I will then ask you to come in. Please continue, Honourable Bill.
I want to come to you, Honourable Mabusela, Honourable for today. When you arrived at Road Accident Fund, I guess there were other senior managers at finance who had institutional memory, correct? Have you bothered yourself to engage with some of them to understand the lay of the land?
Yes, at all times, ma'am. Honourable, yes. I worked very well with my team. I didn't have issues.
I think you can explain further than that. How?
Yes, for instance, on this particular one, I had Ms. Benis, who was the Director Financial Reporting. So on this particular issue of the accounting policy, she was the relevant person in terms of institutional memory. And on other matters, I would then engage with the relevant people. Like I say, for instance, Victor Songelo was mentioned. Yes, he was part of my team. I can't recall what position he was in, because he was in a certain position acting as a CFO when I came. But I had engagement on other issues with him, and all other members of my team, including Mr. Modiba here, who was also reporting to me. Thanks.
Thank you. Chairperson, Are we going to be given another 15 minutes after lunch? Because I still have questions for Ms. Potgieter and Ms. Mabusela.
Yeah, so the idea, Honorable Pila, is that we just deal with accounting policy issue as it includes PwC, so that we may continue with Ms. Mabusela and Ms. Potgieter and Mr. Modiba all the way. So if there's anything else that you want to ask Ms. Mabusela after lunch, you will be able to do so. She will be here.
Thank you, Chair.
Or are you done for now? Okay, thank you very much. I'll go to Honorable Skosana, then we'll break.
No, thank you very much, and good morning once more to yourself, honorable members, our witnesses, and all other stakeholders who are present today. No, we appreciate the opportunity to have a conversation with you. Starting with the PwC, Mr. Danlal. I can't read that because I'm too far. I'm relying on the pronunciation from the chair. So I've heard him saying Mr. Danlal. Yeah, I think it's surprising on my part that the presentation that was made in this committee by your colleague, Mr. Johan van Heystien, it's got those dates, and in those dates that were flagged there, there's no date of the 6th of April, which is a date that you said the board, the RAF board had taken a decision to change the accounting standard or the accounting policy. It's quite strange, because I think that should have been the first date. If it's a mistake, I think you can miss another date in the middle, but I don't think you can miss the first date. So it's quite strange for me that that date of the 6th of April is not there. Secondly, our colleagues from RAF, they could not confirm that date. I think Ms. Mabusela said there might have been maybe an engagement, sometimes informally, maybe with the board, but they can't really confirm that there was a board meeting of the 6th of April. So I find it very strange. What is your comment on that?
Thank you, Honourable Member. So obviously my partner might not have had detail to that very specific email that was received. These are dates. Some of the dates included in here are extracted from other documents that my partner has looked at. For example, we were not privy to the fact that there was a meeting on the 28th of April. So these dates that were put here was a timeline that he attempted to reconstruct from the papers that were available to them in prepping for this. It as we've shared the email, you'll see the email where we requested the confirmation, and that is why I'm here, because I was directly in the detail. It shows you that it says 6th of April. It's very likely, as Ms. Potgieter has alluded to, that she might have inadvertently put an incorrect date. So happy to accept that that might have been a possibility from her side. But you'll see the email that we shared shows the 6th of April.
Okay, I haven't checked the emails, but then I'll look at it if you have already sent it. So as things stand, what is your view on the changing of the accounting policy from IFRS 4 to IPSAS 42? What is your view as PwC?
Honourable Member, we understand the legal matter, and we don't have a view one way or another. We respect the legal position, and that's where we stand. Our task was not to opine on the selection of the change of policy. So I can't really give you a view.
So you don't have a view on the matter as a chartered accountant?
No, not without going through the detail. I mean, we've understood the legal arguments, and as I say, in arriving at an opinion on a change in policy, there's a lot that needs to be considered. If your question is whether we would have acted differently had all the information that is present now been presented to us, the answer is we probably would have acted differently. In fact, we probably would not have even taken on the engagement.
Okay. No, thank you very much. Coming to you, Ms. Mabusela, with regards to the opinion from Murar Inc. Now, my understanding is that an opinion is an opinion. It's more like a legal opinion. If as an organization you request a legal opinion from a legal firm, you are not obliged to use that opinion. You can take that opinion, look at it, and then decide whether you follow it or you don't, because the decision lies squarely in your hands. So I just want to understand why was it necessary for you, when I say you I mean RAF, to request Murari Inc. to withdraw their opinion? I mean, if you were of the view that that opinion doesn't assist you, or maybe they went beyond the scope of what was needed, or they did something completely different than what you required, why was it necessary to say they should withdraw it? Couldn't you just put it aside and then proceed with your work?
Thank you, through you, Chair. As I indicated that it appears, and I will verify during the break, that the request that we had made was the same request similar to PwC, but then Murar went to do what we had not requested them. When I say request, we didn't request them that they must agree with the policy. They are terms of reference to say, help us with this. It appears they missed it and helped us with something else. Maybe that's what motivated the request to retract, because I'm asking you, come help me with something like this. You then come resolving what I did not ask you to help me with. And that might be the reason why we requested that, or in the discussion, it came out that they did not do the work that we requested them to do. But I can only confirm that once I go to the detail of the RFQ, as in what did we request them to do, because I indicated that Murar thing, unlike the PwC one, the Murar thing had disappeared in my brain, so I need documents just to recollect, and I think I will have proper answers on Murar once I get to understand what is it that we asked from them, and it will trigger obviously my memory in terms of the discussions of the meeting. I don't know if it's okay, Chairperson.
No, it's okay. No, it makes sense.
Yes.
Now, coming to the issue of dates, I think we are all agreeing that the official date wherein the board took a decision to change the accounting policy was the 28th of April 2021. Even though there may have been some kind of engagement on the 6th of April, as per the submission by Mr. Danlal. But now, on the 20th of April, which was before the official meeting where the change of the accounting policy was adopted, RAF issued requests for quotations. On the 22nd of April, there was a mandatory online briefing session. Well, on the 23rd, it was the audit committee meeting. Now, on the 28th, then the board took a decision. So I'm asking myself, what if on the 28th of April, the board decided not to agree with the change of the accounting policy? And at that time already, you have issued RFQs on the 20th of April. There's already been an online mandatory briefing for service provider on the 22nd of April. What is it that was going to happen?
Through you, Chairperson. He's not here. Thanks, Honorable. So the procurement process, Honorable Skosana, works like this. You can start your procurement process, go out on an RFQ. However, had it been that the board did not approve, obviously we were going to retract the process of the RFQ. Mind you, we did not appoint before the board agreed. It was just in preparation to say, obviously, should it be that the board agrees, already we've started a process, because otherwise the time frame that we have in terms of preparing Fs and the auditors coming, imagine now we only start this process after, then it would have meant that our Fs were going to be delayed. So we would have obviously then retracted the RFQ. You just sent emails to whoever had responded to indicate to them that your needs have changed. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's in line with the SCM prescripts. Thanks, Honorable.
No, thank you very much. No, I get you. But when you look at the 20th of April and the 28th of April, it's just 8 days apart. Couldn't you have just waited for the 28th of April for the board? I understand the SCM processes, but I'm just saying it's a difference of 8 days. Couldn't you have waited for the 28th for the board to finally take the decision before we start the process? Because somebody may say maybe the executive management is in charge. They know that the board, everything that they bring before the board will just accept it. Maybe the board is comprised of yes men and yes women. I'm just saying a person from a distance may interpret it like that, that once you take a decision as an executive management, you already know that the board is not going to differ with you. They will just say yes. Hence, it becomes easy for you to start the process even before the board meet and to take the final decision on the matter.
Yes, Honorable Skosana, obviously from a layman point of view, it might be perceived like that. But from people with expertise who understand the SCM prescripts and the tight timelines and deadlines when it comes to year-end processes, they will understand. They wouldn't construe it as we sort of gave ourselves a decision. But from a layman, it might be taken like that. But obviously, you then explain to the layman, that's not how it works. Thanks.
All right. Now, coming to the ASB, the role of ASB, in your affidavit, paragraph 21, just the first sentence there, you are saying ASB was extensively consulted by the team and supported the view that we can tap into international accounting standards. So I just want to find out if you have any supporting documentation to this in this regard, because my own understanding is that ASB was agreeing that IFRS 4 has shortcomings in relation to institution like RAF. Hence, they are in the process of developing new accounting standard that will be more conducive to institution like RAF. But as to the fact that you can tap into international accounting standard, I have never seen any correspondent that talks about that? Because I think there are quite a number of correspondence from ASB to RAF between 2014 and 2016. So I just want to check if you've got any correspondence that support this point.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Honorable, those are discussions that took place in the meetings that we engaged with ASB on. And ASB is not the one who's going to tell us use this policy or use that policy. But we engaged with them and also highlighted the fact that the prescripts and the PFMA does allow that in the absence of an adequate standard, one can actually tap into international standard, and they agreed with that. So ASB's role was not to agree with us on the actual IPSA statement. It was to ask them to say, before we go and look for something outside, do you have anything that we can rely on locally? And they did not have, as they have indicated. So they never objected to say, you are not allowed to do 1, 2, 3. So obviously then that's where I draw the conclusion that I don't know the narrative that says ASB did not support. I don't know, maybe it's when the matter was going to court that maybe they were asked and they said now they are not supporting. But their role was to indicate that no, we don't have a statement, and we say to them, okay, in the absence of a local statement, we will go international. And they said, yes, you can go international. So I just want to, there's a thin line right there. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, my last part, one question. I think you were lucky to meet Mr. Collins Litswalo in a World Cup match in 2011. In 2010, I mean, yeah, in the World Cup in 2010. I think you were lucky because after that, I think he came back to you and told you about the vacancy at RTMC, and indeed you were appointed as a board member. After some years, he also told you about the vacancy at RAF, and you were also appointed just after a few weeks of your appointment as senior finance advisor. Just after a few weeks, and then you were then appointed as the acting CFO. So would you consider yourself as a lucky person for meeting Mr. Collins Litswalo in 2010?
Honorable Skosana, I consider myself as being a chartered accountant, where we know that the country, especially years ago, did not have a lot of CAs, and also most of the CAs were preferring to be in the private institutions and not having a keen interest in saving government organizations. So I wouldn't say I consider myself lucky. I just know that I possess a qualification that everybody would be chasing, because when prior there were no requirements that CFOs must be CAs. So when those requirements, when government enhanced their procurement, I mean, they are hiring, what do you call, they are hiring, what's the word? So when government criteria, and they were looking for CAs, and most of the CAs who were keen, we were in the minority, if I can put it that way. I don't think it's luck. I worked very hard for this qualification. Thanks.
Okay. No, qualification is one thing, but I'm just looking at the sequence of events. So I'm saying like, yo, this lady was lucky. She was at the right place at the right time.
Let me also clarify that in almost 99.9% of interviews that I attend, I do get the job. So it wasn't anything that is out of the ordinary. Thanks.
No, thank you very much. Yeah, my last question is about your resignation. Why did you resign at the RAF? Because I see you only stayed for a year, from May 2020 to May 2021. Was it because of greener pastures somewhere? Why did you resign from the RAF? Thanks.
Through you, Chair, Honorable, yeah, that's the one that pains me. So the reason of my resignation is actually linked to the elephant in the room, being this liability. So on the day that I was presenting, obviously from EXCO, I would then go and present to the subcommittee of the board, being the Audit and Risk Committee. So on that day, I presented, my presentation went well. I was even receiving congratulations from Mr. Letswalo and other members who were in that meeting. Obviously, after a presentation, members of the ARC are given an opportunity to ask questions. And when the questions were asked, I kept on raising my hand. I'm sure you see that I'm very good with offering info. So I kept on the same way I'm doing with you, Chair, to say, let me help, let me help. And it was a virtual meeting. And obviously in a virtual meeting, your hand just sits there, it doesn't talk. And then Mr. Letswalo was the one who was responding to the questions as they were being asked. And obviously some of the questions needed my technical expertise, because Mr. Letswalo is not a CA, I think he's an economist. So I wanted to assist, and no one recognized me up until I unmuted myself, which can be seen as maybe arrogance to say, you raised your hand, we are ignoring you, and then you unmute and say, Chairperson, and I said, Chairperson of the ARC and CEO, please allow me an opportunity to respond, because in the response that Mr. Letswalo had given, the members had requested that a workshop be held on the standards. And my bone of contention was, it took me 10 years to understand how these policies and standards and things work to qualify as a CA. How is a workshop of half a day or 1 day going to answer questions for which I had answers? So I humbly requested them to allow me an opportunity to answer. Answers which then helped that the workshop not be conducted. But Mr. Letswalo was aggrieved by that I came in to offer that the answers, which obviously in my mind, this is my presentation. I'm supporting the CEO with a specialized skill, and I needed to respond. And he was not happy. On the evening, he sent me a message indicating that he was not happy. But what led to my resignation was not his unhappiness. This ARC meeting was on a Friday. On a Monday, there was an EXCO. In that EXCO, his opening remarks were obviously, a bit offish. In his remarks, he indicated that he is not happy with some EXCO members, mainly because of the meeting. And he said, to be specific, Boitumelo, the CFO, I'm not going to promote that kind of behavior. And what turned me off was when he said, if you think you are Einstein, those kind of people, you don't belong here. I can't say it's years ago. It's something that makes me emotional, because up to that point, I had no issues in terms of how I related to Mr. Letswalo, because he had never obviously forced me to do anything that I was uncomfortable to perform. So on that day after the EXCO, because also he then asked other EXCO members to comment, you know, so I didn't understand why would my peers comment on my request to answer questions, and no one commented. Mr. Modiba was in that meeting. No one commented, and then I was then given an opportunity to say, respond. And I did respond, indicating that I think I was well within my authority and rights as a CFO to actually respond to the questions. And when that meeting ended, I knew that I want to leave the Road Accident Fund, but my worry was that there was still a board meeting that needed to be held. So I waited for that board meeting to happen, and then I subsequently resigned. Because also the workload at the Road Accident Fund was a lot. I was already struggling with anxiety. You would pick up a change in my voice now that I'm on this issue, that I'm a permanent host of anxiety, thanks to the Road Accident Fund. Yeah. Thanks.
No, I'm sorry to hear that. No, thanks, Chair.
All right, thank you very much, and thanks very much for those answers, Ms. Mabusela. So I am just trying to manage our time now, because they normally prepare lunch at 12:30. Oh, yes, and then they close at 2, as you know. They don't negotiate. My only anxiety is if we take a break now, I'm wondering if we will finish by 1:30. Right, and then we can take lunch. We don't have house this afternoon, so we can come back at 2:30, and then at least we can release PwC to go. Is that fine? Okay, so can we take, I'm going to be unfair today, can we take a 10-minute break so that we have an hour until 1:30 to just finish, and then we're able to release PwC. So I'd just like to encourage the members that we prioritize questions we've got to ask PwC, because on our agenda, the matters that we're going to discuss with Ms. Mabusela and former colleagues extend beyond what we want to discuss with PwC. Thanks very much.
3rd of May, and we finalized our statement of work on the 7th of May. So that's the sequence of events.
Oh, so that would be okay. No, thanks. I think it's clearer now. That would be your normal SCM briefing. Okay. No, thanks. I would. That's what I would have wanted to establish from you, because I think it gives the affidavit of Ms. Mabusela gives an idea. It explains what was your role in the process. Thanks. Ms. Mabusela, I just want to check here. In the briefing, I believe that you were the user department, right?
Yes, Honorable Maduna.
So the briefing would usually there is someone from the user department that is part of the briefing, right?
Both of us were there, myself and Ms. Potgieter.
So
the briefing.
So who provided the brief, both of you?
Yes, okay. I think the presentation was done by Benis, but I had to be there to answer any clarity questions as well to support Ms. Potgieter.
Oh, so at that time, I would then make an assumption that there was already a board resolution, as you would have alluded to them.
No, Honorable Maduna. I clarified that the process of embarking on an SCM process to look for a service provider to come and assist should the decision of the board give a go-ahead. So at that point in time, the board has not said. We are just preparing.
Sorry, a bit, Ms. Mabusela. So when you briefed them, that is the information that you would have given to your service provider?
No. So the issue of the board approval and the fact that we are looking for a service provider, we would not touch on whether the board has approved or not. We are an entity, we are looking for a service provider who will assist us in looking at these numbers and all. So we did not mention anything about the board in the briefing session. We were just briefing them about taking them through the RFQ that we've sent them, and obviously the normal basic engagements in terms of how the processes will unfold, but not brief them about the board, no. And at that time, there was no approval from the board.
Okay, what I'm trying to establish here is that, or perhaps let us rephrase it like this. This would have been part of your procurement plan, right? This RFQ?
Not necessarily, because in terms of the procurement plan, I don't think it was on the plan, because look at the timing when I arrive, because not everything that we implement is from the procurement plan.
Sorry, no, it's fine.
Yes.
I understand how procurement plan works. So at the time, in essence, what you are saying, at the time you went out for the RFQ, the board did not know that you are going out for a RFQ for this particular purpose.
I would answer yes, because we did not solicit.
No, thanks. Yes. So that, because I don't have much time. Okay, no, thanks. I wanted to establish that. I read your affidavit, and I think it helped me a lot to bring a couple of things into a perspective. I just want to check. So you are saying that this exercise, the internal exercise you were doing, it was yourself and Ms. Benis?
Correct, Honorable.
You started this process in around May, June 2020, right?
No, earlier than that. I would say beginning of April.
So in the what I'm basically saying, at the beginning of the financial year.
Because we are now preparing the annual financial statements, so it might actually even be earlier than April.
Wait, Ms. Mabusela, what I'm trying to check in your affidavit, for instance, in page, it should be page 3, where you say that the CEO would have approached you shortly after you had commenced as an acting CEO. Wouldn't that be around around May or June?
Sorry, Honorable, I think I'm confusing.
I'm saying page 3 in your affidavit.
Yes.
Yes. You see there on B. You are saying that the CFO, shortly after you were appointed as acting CFO, he would then approach you. You look at this roughly liability in terms of its classification and so on. Just from 13?
Yes.
Yes. Do you see 13? Do you see what I'm reading? You leave alone that I'm summarizing. I'm not reading it word by word. I'm saying that when did you, let's do it like this. When did you start to act as a CFO?
I started to act as CFO on the 1st of May 2020.
That's what I'm trying to establish. So you are saying shortly after you started acting as CFO, he would then approach you about re-looking at the issue of roughly liability, right? In terms of your affidavit.
Yeah, there might be an error there, because we started this in preparation of the annual, in preparation of the Fs of the year that I had been there. But yes, the issue of the liability, I was informed earlier. Yeah, it's just
no. Don't presume where I'm going. So you have So
Yes.
Okay, thanks. So
I say yes.
I just wanted to establish that, because usually I know that if you change a process, you usually start to think about it at the beginning of the year. If you want to have some changes in accounting policy, to look in terms of what do you need for the financial year, and so that's why I'm asking.
Correct.
Okay, thanks. So I would assume that you went throughout the process, which throughout the year you were doing the consultation with ISP or AGs and so on, trying to just do your research around.
Correct.
So how, again, I'm just gonna ask, because I would make an assumption that when you are done, what would be the usual change process would be that when you are done with your internal process, you would then want to seek an external technical opinion in terms of your view of whatever the matter is, right?
Not necessarily. If you are comfortable and confident with the work that you have performed, it wouldn't make sense that every work that I would perform as a CFO where I'm comfortable, I would then go out and seek. It's optional.
No, I'm saying given this would have had a material impact in your financial statements, if you see the difference between what ended up being your liability and what it was around 305 billion, which that was material. So I would assume that in a change in accounting policy of such nature, you would want to get an external or a technical opinion on before you implement the change, right? Given the size and the impact.
Let me clarify. I think paragraph 29 indicates that the liability of it's supposed to be 28 billion, not million. Sorry, yes. So in paragraph 29. I clarify to indicate that the liability is not only 28 billion. 28 billion is the liability that is on the face, and at that point we obviously considering having a provision and only also a contingent liability.
No, I get it, Ms. Mabusela. That yes. I understand that you would have thought that you would make some sort of a provision of what would possibly be a liability.
So I didn't see a need to get an external advice. But had it been that at the point where the auditor's AG is there, and I noticed that they are not obviously agreeing, at that point we could also have gone. They could have also have gone.
No, it's fine. Yeah. The thing is, I want to establish, I did ask, you did try to answer me partially, but now I heard as if you had some, you are making some sort of a U-turn, what you would have said. So no, it's fine. I will canvass it. Now I want to check how then Mora comes in. What did you go and request from Mora, according to you, or you still can't recall?
I've requested the document of that RFQ that called Mora. I would like to remind myself, because like I say, the Mora, I even struggled to remember. I actually at the beginning said no, who is Mora? Because it was at the back of my mind. But then it switched on, so I need documentation so I can tell you what did we ask from Mora.
Okay, no, thanks. So because Mora, when Mora gives the report, in his first introduction, he gives exactly what is the technical audit opinion about. So I would assume that's what you would have requested from him, but it's fine. We will wait for the document. We would have requested it last week again. We keep on getting a lot of, but it keeps on just not being there, but it's fine. I'm saying in terms of maybe it will be, we will receive it, it's fine. I'm saying with us, because we've been requesting for it. Now I want to check, Mora was part of your internal audit opinion, or internal, you see that review that is usually done on AFS by internal audit. Was Mora part of that panel?
My recollection says yes.
Oh, so I assume that because your financial year ends when? Of RAF?
It ends in, let's see, it's March. Is it March? Yeah, March.
Oh, so yes. I would assume that by the one was the technical audit opinion, it was on the 8th. Of which they withdrew on the, I think, around the 16th. So I would assume that it would have not been a review of financial statements by that time, right? 8th of April.
It's 13 April. Yeah, we are busy preparing the Fs. Correct.
Yes, but I'm saying at that time, because most entities at that time, they would have not even closed their financial system. It would not be a review of financial statements.
Correct.
At that time. Eh?
Correct.
So we made you agree that whatever you would have requested from Mora would have not been a review of financial statements of that particular financial year.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
No, I think perhaps I should also just say sorry. I see the way you left, and I must say that the way in which you chose to bow out, most of employees don't usually resign just after one encounter. They usually, fight and it goes left and all that. No, thanks.
You're in injury time.
It's fine, Chair. I think because what I would have wanted to establish from it is fine, because I believe I'll come back later.
Yeah, no, she's not going anywhere. Yeah, she's not going anywhere.
No, I thank you, Chair, very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Matlala.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to everyone. I'll probably have just two questions. I think this matter has been, engaged for quite a long time. I have my own conclusions. But maybe let me just check two things from you, Ms. Mabusela. One is, what was the core intent of changing the accounting standard? What was the core reason?
The core reason is on the basis of the RAF either being an insurance or a social benefit fund. That's the core.
What material effect would any of the determination make in your financials or in the outlook of the financials or in the strategic objective of RAF?
Okay. It then filters to the issue of how you present your numbers. So the reason why there are standards, the reason why there are accounting standards, like several different accounting standards, is because when an institution take a certain form, they follow a specific standard which will then lead to give you a, the terms of the policy and how you need to calculate your numbers. I don't know if I'm making sense.
Let me clarify my question. If you can pause and we do that kind of an exchange. The central to the interest of this inquiry and the existence of RAF is the people at home. So I'm just trying to, narrow this down so that a person at home can understand why are we having this whole discussion. Because to a person who's injured and who's at home, it doesn't make sense, whatever you call it. So I need you to break it down for me in terms of if it declares itself as a social benefit, this is how it reports, and this is then the ability it then is able to generate. For example, an argument has come through that it could have been possible that RAF wanted to deal with the issue of its liabilities, which may have been overstated by it calling itself an insurer or being, accounting as an insurer. But if it was to account as a social benefit, it would really present more practical numbers. But those practical numbers, how would they assist? Would it make it more efficient for it to borrow money so that it can pay off people and pay off claims? How does it link to the end product of the intention of RAF? Because otherwise it doesn't make sense whether you change it or you don't change it. If you are not able to explain to a person who's sitting at home that this is what we were trying to do to deal with this problem, and it would have led to this outcome. Just briefly and in layman's terms, so that we at least try to understand from the public side how would it have benefited RAF as an institution, but also maybe broader the public or the affected parties when it comes to RAF.
Thank you very much, Honorable Madlala. I'm battling to look at you because you are straight and now the other eye keeps on running away. Pardon me. So, Honorable Madlala, firstly, let me indicate that on embarking on this, we would not have preempted what a new standard numbers would look like. We would not. But what I know was a pain for the Road Accident Fund was the fact that the magnitude of the liability that is sitting in our books. Honestly, I recall the CEO used to make an example to say, how can we sit with a liability that is bigger than ESCOM's liability? Meanwhile, ESCOM has got assets, because usually such a huge liability would then have big assets associated with it. In this case, how is it possible that the Road Accident Fund, which is a social benefit scheme, can sit with such a huge liability, which also was filtering into making RAF to be insolvent in a way, technically insolvent, which obviously means if this narrative continues, there can be a point where we would need to close the Road Accident Fund, because there's no institution that can run being technically insolvent for a number of years perpetually, right? But I want to indicate that it's not like we knew that if we go and look for a specific standard, it will allow us, or it will give us certain numbers. So in terms of impacting on the person on the ground, I would say the existence of the road accident fund with this particular liability, it poses a risk in terms of what we call, what's the word, that we sign every year in terms of checking whether the RAF is able to going concern, yes, the going concern of the RAF, because how do we keep on convincing the auditors that the road accident fund is a going concern? So that's why I'm saying the liability that we must look at, we must not just talk about 28 billion. We must go look at the other disclosure notes and other line items somewhere in the annual financial statements where the full exposure of the road accident fund liability is sitting. Because this one of 28 billion is the one where we say we need to pay the people now. As in, within a year, the 28 billion is what we need to pay. It's what's due. But then the other liabilities are then scattered somewhere else in a different manner, like maybe a provision or contingent liability, because when a person comes to RAF to claim, it doesn't necessarily mean that they will end up getting the money. There are those who can fall off the wagon in terms of that their claims do not meet the criteria and we end up not paying them. I hope I'm making sense, Honorable.
I do understand what you are saying. So you are explaining what some of the problems are, but you're also saying that the changing the accounting standard, you did not know if it was going to change the numbers.
No, we didn't know.
So you just, the change of the accounting standard was merely for I want to get that part. So you were changing it to just align it to a conceptual belief that it is a social benefit.
Perfect.
That was the only reason.
It was the only reason, Honorable.
So it's still in your own research and background work was not going to address the issue of the going concern that you are speaking about. You did not know if it was or if it was not.
Yes, because at that time I didn't know of IPSAS schema 42. I didn't. It just came out of the research because I never studied that statement because we studied the locals statements that are in South Africa. So I would not have preempted. Even I didn't know that we're gonna come. We came up, I Googled and I got that statement also on Google. That's how I got to know of it. And I didn't even know, even the board members, when they approved the change in the policy, they asked the question, how are the figures looking? And the issue here was that we should not be motivated by the figures. We should be on, is this the right accounting standard and policy that we need to implement? If it had come out with 500 billion, that was going to be it. 500 billion was going to be the liability of the road accident fund.
All right.
Yes.
I accept your response, and I think it troubles me further in the sense that the extent to which RAFers went pursuing this matter against the court cases and all of these issues, I think for me it would have made more sense if it justified how it was going to resolve the problem that you are raising, as opposed to, I'm not saying it's wrong to just stand for a matter of, for the sake of it, you know, to just say because we believe it's a social benefit and then we need to align accordingly. But let me just leave that part there and come into what you said in the beginning. You said that you were convinced, I'm not quoting you verbatimly, so you'll forgive me. But you spoke about the authority of executive management in changing the accounting standards. You spoke something like that you were of the view that executive management had the liberty to do that. In your own research as you continue with the process. You'll correct me if I'm wrong, or maybe let me ask the question. What do you believe to be the role of executive management in changing the accounting standards?
Okay, let me clarify. The board, I meant the board. Yes.
Say the board, yeah.
Yeah, the board is the one. But management is the one that would then do the work, prepare the work, because the board members, they don't work there every day. So it's us who need to do the work and then go and recommend to the board.
Okay, between the board and the Accounting Standards Board, you mean the board of RAF and the ASP?
No, not the ASP. The board of the Road Accident Fund.
All right.
Yes.
I'm saying what do you then understand to be the role of the ASP?
The ASP is there to support us technically on issues of the standards. As I indicated that we had to go to them to say, we are worried about the standard that we are using. Is there any other standard that we can use? So they oversee the standards that are in the country, but they don't force you which standard you must use. But we consult with them to say this is what we are doing, and the approval, not even the approval, because if I call it an approval, it would need a signature. The blessing was that, yes, go out and look for a correct accounting standard, because it is allowed by our prescripts that we can go international.
All right.
Thanks.
Last question. So sitting here after all the court judgments on the matter, you still are of the view that the courts are wrong. What the Road Accident Fund did was what is correct.
I wouldn't say the courts are wrong, because I was not party to the arguments that came forward and all. Post leaving the Road Accident Fund, I literally shut down and never followed. However, it would, I think it should be of interest for me to follow up and check what exactly is the argument that is being put forward by the courts. But when a court has ruled, and by the way, I'm not a fan of the court. I would not even have supported that we go to court. But when the court has ruled, I would abide. Thanks.
All right. Maybe last one, and I just wanted to give this view. Many people who have come here, well, including maybe my own view, agreed that there needs to be a re-looking into what RAF is. So it's not so much about whether it is wrong to call RAF a social benefit or an insurer. I think that's not even the matter that is decided upon. The issue is whether it is correct for RAF to continue implementing an accounting standard without having changed the legislation or without having followed certain due processes to ensure that it is prescribed as such, because the RAF believes there is a social benefit. It's a procedural issue more than it is a substantive issue around what RAF believes it should be. And then I think that's what the courts, part of the things that the courts were looking into. So that is why I'm asking if you think, if you sitting here now are convinced that the manner of approach, the manner in which it was handled against the advices that have been tabled and the persistence thereof, you believe that would have been the right approach?
No, I don't believe it would have been the right approach. Actually, I'm glad that I exited, because it was going to be a big fight. I was going to put up a fight, especially on the issue of taking the AG to court. Yeah, if I had not resigned then, I would have resigned at the point where now the Road Accident Fund is taking AG to court. I would have run for my life.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to, before you come in, Honorable Blosse, I just want to just give you a chance to clarify your position on something. And I'm going to make a proposition to you so that we don't misunderstand you. It appears that you are saying the ASP is an advisory body with no powers. That's how it came across. No, don't be alarmed. That's how it came across. So I'm giving you an opportunity to correct me. My understanding is this. The ASP is set up in terms of a statute. The Public Finance Management Act says that there must be an accounting standards board. It is in the Treasury. So it's a juristic person within the Treasury. it sets standards. It sets standards, right? I think you know that. I also suspect that is the reason you engaged extensively with them. When you were speaking earlier, it came across as if you were saying that you can consult them, they can give you an opinion. If you disagree with them, it doesn't matter. That's how it came across. And I'm giving you an opportunity to clarify your position, because I don't want us to misunderstand you, because after lunch you and I will then have a conversation about that. But I'm just giving you an opportunity to clarify what you are saying, because the ASB sets the accounting standards for the public sector in South Africa. The Road Accident Fund is a Schedule 3, I think, entity in terms of the Public Finance Management Act. So the architecture as it works, it's the Public Finance Management Act, Treasury, which it forms, the ASB in its role, and you interact with them on that basis, with the Accountant General playing whatever roles. So I'm just giving you an opportunity to clarify whether you're saying their opinion, you listen to it, but if you don't like it, then it's okay.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me clarify that there is no opinion that I'm aware of from the ASB. So I would like to see this opinion from the ASB, because up to the time where I live, we've had engaged the ASB on allowing us to go and use the international standards.
No, Ms. Mabusela, I'm asking a different question. I will give you, and I don't want you to, I'll give you some documents, a correspondence between yourselves and the ASB for afternoon. I am only dealing with one issue because Honorable Blosse has to come in.
The authority.
When you were answering, I need to understand your, to hear your understanding of what level of authority the ASB has. Is it an advisory body or is it a standard setting body?
It sets the standard. The standards are a variety of standards. That's why we've got 142.7 and all of that. But they don't make a decision for an institution to say, you go use the standard, you go use the standard.
Okay, that's the very important bit.
Yes.
My understanding is that they don't determine accounting policy, which is different to an accounting standard, which is their exclusive domain. So they will set the standard. Any entity looks at the standard, it sets its own accounting policy, which must then be compliant with the standard applicable in terms of GRAP, okay?
Correct.
That's why I'm giving you this opportunity to clarify. So
yeah,
that's my understanding. Is my understanding correct?
Correct. Correct, Chairperson. And to add to it, I'm saying they don't decide. They give you the variety of standards. You look at your institution, what it does, what animal is it, and you then know that this is the standard that I will utilize to formulate my policies. So all I'm saying is that the authority to decide on the policy and on the policy, it doesn't lie with them.
Yeah. No. I think we almost together.
Yeah, we are.
We almost together, and English is not our first language.
Yes.
So we're going to be patient with one another, okay? This is so important, okay? It is so important. There is an architecture, there is a flow of authority, okay? The Constitution establishes that there must be a treasury with enabling legislation. That enabling legislation is the Public Finance Management Act. It establishes a treasury, right? The national treasury. We never used to have it. We now have a national treasury. The finance minister is the head of the treasury and the Department of Finance, right? The PFMA also says there must be an accounting standards board. It might not say it in this language, but it creates the entity. All of us have to conform with the PFMA, all of us, right, in the public sector. What guides public entities in terms of the parameters of the policies they set is the accounting standard adopted for the country as far as public entities go by the Accounting Standards Board. In other words, the Accounting Standards Board has to approve an international policy for application here. It will not, however, say what accounting policy you must have, but this framework must be there, because I think we're getting to the nub of why the RAF has persisted with this legislation, with this litigation. That's my understanding of how it works, and the Accountant General was sitting here, and the Accounting Standards Board people were sitting here. Okay. What I hear you saying is that even if a standard has not yet been adopted by the ASB, you may go above them and adopt it, even if they are still in the process of adapting it for local application. You don't have to wait for them. You can do your own thing. That's what I hear you saying, and that's the part I'm saying. I need you to clarify us whether that's what you're saying or I'm misunderstanding you.
Partly, Chairperson, you are correct. You are understanding me well, but not go above them. That's why we consulted them, because the PFMA, I've got an extract here, it's just that I don't see page numbers. I think it's the function of the board, the Accounting Standard Board must, in setting standards, the board must take into account all relevant factors, including best accounting practices, both locally and international. So it is on this basis that we approach them to say to them, please assist us with a relevant statement. They then say there is no statement, and we say we are aware that we can go international. Is that correct? And they say yes, go international. So, but it's not like there's anywhere where they say the authority to decide on which standard to use lies with the ASB. However, we understand that their role is that of assisting us where we are lost, and we went through that process with them.
Ms. Mabusela, you have got us to the nub of what went wrong. We've been searching for it for a year. We have eventually found it. Believe me, you've assisted us. We've eventually found it. And I don't want, and I'm sorry, Honorable Plus, but this is, we wanted to know, but why is, because we read also the same correspondence that you get, and we still can't understand. And here's why. You appear to be saying, so let me put it to you this way. The Minister of Transport and the Road Traffic Management Corporation have the authority to determine which side of the road you drive in South Africa, on the left-hand side or on the right-hand side. I would really love to drive on the right-hand side, because left-hand drive vehicles, maybe I can get them cheaper from elsewhere. I'm not allowed to do it, okay? The Road Traffic Management Corporation and the Minister of Transport are not an option for me, notwithstanding my feelings. What I'm hearing you say, express, is a fundamental misunderstanding of the relationship of the mandate of the ASB and the relationship it therefore has with public entities. It's fundamental. And Honorable Maduna is and Honorable Beasley are the accountants and auditor in this committee. So I saw Honorable Maduna putting up his hand. This is so important, and I'm sorry to delay us, but this is really important. Can I, because I saw your hand up, And we can go to wherever we need to go to read things together to understand why I'm saying this. Thank you.
No, Chair. You see, if we can get minutes of that meeting, this discussion will come to an end. Are there minutes of that discussion between them, and do they have minutes? That because we want to establish it, did they allow them to say go international if you want?
So in terms of the correspondence, and the members have this correspondence, and I gave it to Ms. Potgieter earlier, and I don't know, Denzel, if you have it here. I'd given you, no, this is, give Ms. Mabusela this version, okay? And I'm really sorry. So let me orientate you. So this letter is from the ASP in 2014, because we're told the matter began in 2014, right? And this is not about IPSAS, but this is just the history, right? So there's a 2014 letter. We may come back to it. There's then a 2016 letter. It also predates you at the Road Accident Fund, because you were not there, right? So when we were having the conversation previously, you were not here. That's when we decided we also need to call you. We were told that, but in 2016, the ASB had said the RAF can use, can do what it later, that given the go ahead. So there's a 2016 letter there. You've mentioned in your affidavit Ms. Janine Pogiolini. You see that? So that's a letter from Ms. Janine Pogiolini. And then there is a letter of the 1st of February 2021. Can you see then when you go to the next letter there? Okay. So that one is from Erna Swart to the acting chief executive of the Road Accident Fund. There's some total. So we read that correspondence together, okay? And the reason Honorable Maduna is saying the minutes are important is that no way, and I don't want to delay our program, so, and you can discuss this when PwC are not here, because I think your answer has told us that we no longer need them. But no way in their correspondence do they say that the Road Accident Fund, at least in correspondence, nowhere do they say the Road Accident Fund can change in the accounting policy and align it with a different standard. What they do say is that we are still adapting, we are still looking at a local alternative. We are aware of IPSAS 42. The process of consultation, I think that's what they say in 2016, will complete in around 2023, right? And I understand they're late anyway with it. We'll complete in around 2023. We're still not done with the task, right? It is on that basis that Mora also advised the Road Accident Fund that, look, the ASB is busy adapting IPSAS 42 for local use or finding an alternate version. We therefore advise that to stay the course with the accounting standard that to use as a basis of your policy until such time that the ASB has pronounced. And that is because they recognize the ASB's authority, not option, authority, right? What you appear to be saying is that they are just they set the standard, but actually you can choose whether you use it or not. That standard is to inform your accounting policy, because your accounting policy is not in the air. It comes from an approved standard by the ASB. You are saying, my saying by the ASB is wrong. You don't have to wait for the ASB to approve a standard before you can apply it locally, even though it's a public entity.
Chairperson, that is my understanding, and also in the deliberations that we had with ASB, to an extent that because those deliberations were being done with juniors, when I say junior, I mean below the CEO, so let me not say juniors, but not with the CEO. For my comfort, I had to ask that the CEO herself attends the meeting that I requested, so I can get the clarity that we've got the leeway to go international. That happened in a meeting with the CEO, and even up to today, I will never forget her name because I knew. I pressed Bernice to say, you get the CEO of the ASB to the meeting because I don't hear what you guys are saying, you and the team of the ASB. And I had to engage the CEO directly. Thanks.
Okay, so I think these are matters we can canvass between us. I don't want to deprive Honorable Blosse of his 15 minutes. I do need for the management of time because they're going to close downstairs. The only thing I want to ask, because we can continue the conversation with Mabusela because we've indirectly got to where we wanted to go. My assessment is, unless any of us have got questions for PwC, that we close that loop, and then when we resume after lunch, Honorable Blosse gets his full 15 minutes to deal with the matter, because we wanted to understand where did this conflict arise, because it then becomes a basis of litigation, which is why we are sitting here, right? So is that okay, Honorable Blosse? Yeah, that was the thing we were trying to find. Honorable Atkinson, you've got a question for 2 questions for PwC, then we'll break for lunch and then we'll release them.
Right, thanks very much, Chair. My questions to you was when the Road Accident Fund came and asked you to do work on their behalf with regards to the change in accounting policy. What we heard from the Accountant General and from the Auditor General when they came here, as the Honourable Chair put out so clearly, is that at the end of the day, there's only one person who can actually change the accounting policy in the public sector, and that is the Accounting Standards Board, okay? So what I'm asking is, was that question asked of the Road Accident Fund, if they started to ask you about the effects of changing accounting policy, was whether this had actually been agreed to by the Accounting Standard Board? Because, to be honest with you, if that hadn't been done, then this is just fruitless and wasteful expenditure, okay? And the second point was in your, in the final line there where you said your second report setting out findings and recommendations in relation to the actuarial measurement of the IPSAS 42 claims liabilities. That also goes to the heart of like a major problem around the change in the accounting standards, and that was the treatment of liabilities. Okay, so I know that under the old standards is that liabilities were probably overstated, but most certainly using IPSAS 42 they've been dramatically understated. And that's left us in a situation now that where they prepare their accounts for the Republic of South Africa, they actually cannot rely on the statements that come out of the Road Accident Fund. And I'm told the Treasury has to try and make an adjustment for what they expect these liabilities to be. So I'll be very interested to hear what your report was on the findings and recommendations in relation to the actuarial measurement of IPSAS 42 claims liabilities. Because the problem is, it's actually created a major problem for the country now, because we've dramatically undercounted on a liability when it's actually much larger than what we knew. So if you can maybe just enlighten us on that. Thanks.
Thank you, Honourable Atkinson. I think the first thing is a change in accounting policy is always going to be driven by the management of the organisation, provided that it complies with the standards that have been issued by the ASB. So that is why our focus is, has it gone through the governance process of the organisation, which is why we asked for confirmation of the minutes. So it's always going to be the board or the accounting authority that's responsible. So we would not ask, have you consulted the ASB, etc., because if that decision and that process has been followed, we step away, because that is something we actually talk to in our report. So we would not have asked about the ASB. And because we were given an extract of minutes that said process has been followed, we didn't pursue. In terms of the actuarial valuation, So once we've crossed the line to say IPSAS 42 has been properly, at that point in time, in the absence of anything else, been accepted, and that's the policy change, we then proceed to do the actuarial computation or test the actual computation that management have applied themselves to based on what IPSAS 42 allows. And the actually coming to being. Now, in the one case, in IFRS 4, it brings everything, every possible claim that you can have into the fray, and in terms of IPSAS 42, it talks to what is likely to be your claim that is going to meet the criteria, eligibility criteria, in your next cycle. That's a much shorter cycle versus anything and everything that could come in. So that would be the reason you are likely to get a lower number in terms of that. What's happened, which we have experience in with entities that have applied it internationally, is that it generally has the effect of identifying what the entity is likely to pay in the short term, that is a year or 2 or 3 year cycle, based on how they define that. What we would have done is, so you cross the line of saying IPSAS 42 is applicable, and we're dealing with implementation. Now it's an arithmetic exercise and an actuarial exercise applying those principles. So that's the extent of our computation. What you'll find in that second report are things that talk to how information needs to be laid out, the criteria that needs to be refined in terms of identifying how they go forward. And our report concludes that what management had done in terms of the computation was within the parameters that we would have recomputed for that point. Obviously, we have not gone in and tested how valid or appropriate your underlying assumptions are, because that would, we were fully aware that this change in accounting policy is going to be audited by the Auditor General, which is why we would have also been in readiness to say when they want to understand how we've computed it, that's where our engagement would happen. But I suppose we never got there because the fundamentals were being questioned.
Were you able to quantify the difference? You could quantify it in...
So now remember, we only determining the quantification in terms of IPSAS 42, and we would have said that's where we land, that's where you have landed as management, you seem to be on the right path, and then obviously the result of that is an adjustment to your accounts.
Thank you. Honorable Blossom?
Just a passing shot from my side, because I'm coming in. I just want to find out, were you still there when you received that report from PwC? Were you still at RAF? She was no longer...
I can't remember, but...
Okay.
So no, it's not difficult. 9 July 2021 at the bottom. Just look here. Bottom left. Oh, you were gone. Okay. Okay, gone baby, gone. Okay.
Chair, but then because PwC is also going, so in fundamental, if just clear my thoughts as well. So you don't really disagree with draft taking the approach to want to use the IPSAS 42. Just that your position is that you did what you needed to do, you gave them the numbers, but how the process has unfolded, you really don't have an opinion on that, but you do agree that how they are being rated, whether it's social benefits or an insurer, there's a need to change, and you agree with that. It's just that the process in terms of how it falls in the legalities, you don't have an opinion on that.
So it wasn't our mandate to determine whether we agree with that or not. It was, here's a decision that's been taken, guide us on its implementation. And that's been our total focus. Thank you.
All right. No, thank you very much. I don't want to starve people either. I also wish to say, since you're also taxpayers, the canteen is also open to you too, by the way. So should you wish. But I want to thank all of you for coming here. Firstly, PwC as an institution for just cooperating with this process and giving us no difficulties, and presenting the witnesses when we've wanted them, and making an effort. I think generally the spirit with all the witnesses, including the colleagues from the RAF, has been, I'll come and help you and take the questions. So I really appreciate for keeping in line with that spirit. If there is anything on this matter that we need in writing, we will write to you and ask for it in writing. We'll try and not burden you, same as our other witnesses. Shame these witnesses are coming back, but I think this is the last time. So thank you very much. Colleagues, we will see you when you're back here, colleagues from the Road Accident Fund. Members, we can adjourn. We'll be back can you come back at 2:15? Would that be enough? Yeah. Okay, thank you so much. for the sake of time, we need to resume. So, Mr. Mabusela, the only thing I'm going to say, and it's an opinion, right, which is, so your understanding, and we'll give Ms. Potgieter an opportunity to opine, right, your understanding that the ASB does not have to be complied with, right? That's how it came across. Okay. So I set out an architecture before the meeting, which a flow of authority, right? And that the ASB, because accounting is an international practice in general, right? The ASB opines on the application of international standards and then sets guidelines locally for public entities, sets standards for. What is clear is that the ASB had not completed that work at the time this conversation arose with the Road Accident Fund. It's also apparent that they were late in completing that work, because it said 2023 and it went way past 2023, right? And so that's not in dispute. The reason I was going back and forth with you is that you may then locate yourself at the center of a string of decisions, which are the reason we are sitting here and having an inquiry, right? And I'm giving this context. I'll give an opportunity to comment, and then so it's not a question and answer session. I just want to share with you what is in my mind. Okay, so this whole thing began with us writing to the Road Accident Fund and asking if they had a external legal opinion before they adopted the accounting standard, and also before they litigated, not the accounting policy, I keep making the mistake myself, the accounting policy, and before they then engaged in litigation with the Auditor General and the Accounting Standards Board, because they were joined in as respondents, right? Yes. So, and more than 20 million between the two organizations has been spent on the litigation, right? So what I'm trying to say is the information that we got was that there was no counsel's advice on all of this. So the reason morale becomes important is because we expected, so that the board would want to look at accounting policy. It's not a problem for us at all, right? The issue is we expect a board to properly inform itself as to the appropriateness of the decision it's taking, as well as other implications, legal, financial, etc. So that is the expectation. And therefore, ahead of taking a decision, for instance, which is where Honorable Maduna was coming from, is, what management is saying is really interesting, and we think we should do it, but we are the accounting authority, so we need to be able to own this decision. Now they will say to management, can you get us a technical opinion so that we can compare what you are saying and what that technical opinion, then we'll deliberate and then we'll make a decision, as an example. So that the board is vested with the power to change accounting policies is not in dispute here at all, right? So that's not what we fight, that's not what we're examining. The expectation is, if you are so convinced, because this matter is now going to litigation, one of the things management and the board should also do is to say, what are the prospects of success in this matter? You understand? Let's get legal opinion. So firstly, legal opinion earlier, and then legal opinion in this case. What are the courts likely to say? We've asked for it repeatedly. The answer has come back the same, to say no legal opinion was sought. So when you said, so it appeared therefore, and I've got the transcripts open in front of me of our engagement with the ASB. We found the minutes of your meetings. At least I'm hoping that it is the same minutes. My colleague is just printing those minutes, that the meeting that you are referring to, I'm hoping it's the same. It might not be, but I'm hoping it is. And so the thing is, through the court process, through our interactions with the Accountant General and the Accounting Standards Board, at no point did they indicate to us that they gave the Road Accident Fund the impression that you guys are actually correct. You understand? And so the only thing that's left, so we've got to sort out that issue, but their correspondence does say that they recommend. The only thing I take issue with is that they use careful language. So you just think, why won't you say it straight in English? I don't understand this. So I have that frustration. I have that frustration myself. Okay, so I recommend, but that's also different to saying you can go ahead. So I share the frustration, right? So the reason I was asking you repeatedly is that you are the first person to locate yourself at the heart of what appears to be defiance of the ASB's authority. So I am trying to give you an opportunity to consider your position, because the implication is significant for you, right? That's why I kept going back and forth and putting it in different ways. That's the issue here, because from there flows a whole bunch of things, all the way to 20-something odd million rand. Right, you understand where I'm coming from. So this is why. So I thought, let me just park that with you, and then, because Honorable Blosse has got an opportunity, but I just wanted to share with you what's in my mind, what my understanding of the flow of issues is, etc. So then, Honorable Blosse, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings, Ms. Mabusela and colleagues. So I'm going to start off with a few comments, because in this inquiry, I seem to want to get to the nib of the issue. So say, what is it that we are discussing? Why are we fighting? Now, I think, Ms. Mabusela, not in a bad way, but you might be one of the problems or the persons who created this mess for us. Because I believe if you stayed at draft, we could have been in a different position. But look, you left RAF with the belief that the ASB has agreed with you to change the accounting policy. Is that position correct?
Honorable Blosse, not to change the policy. We didn't ask them whether we must change.
Oh,
we asked
my apologies.
whether we
let me
can
ask it, sorry. Yeah,
into
let me ask
the
it differently.
international standards,
Yes.
and they agreed.
They agreed that you can use
Yes.
IPSAS 42.
Correct.
Okay, so when you left RAF, that was your position and your understanding.
Perfectly so.
Now, is this confirmed by the letter that you would have received from the CEO of the ASB on the 1st of February?
I've got a submission here in front of me. The first letter that say ASB 2014 letter, okay, let me not worry myself with this one, it came before me. But also, if I recall, we did look into this previous history with pennies. Then there's I see a letter of the 13th of July, so I don't know which. Oh, then here's a letter of
February.
The 1st of February.
Yes, is that coming from the CEO of ASB?
Correct.
It's
coming from no, who is Erna Swart?
Yes,
who is this? The lady that we were dealing with this.
Okay.
The one who I met.
Let's go together, Ms. Mabusela, so for time, right? So that letter of the 1st of February, so you are aware of that letter?
I am aware of this letter,
Okay.
and it's the one that's triggered that I ask for further engagements, because as the chairperson has indicated, the letter is just, it's not dealing with the issue.
But in principle, it's saying, this thing is not illegal. It's something you can do. Let's continue talking, but look at further correspondence. Just keep on, because at this time you are doing the research, right?
Correct.
You are busy trying to figure out how to implement this thing.
It's not stopping us. If I can maybe read the way forward.
No, the way forward, yeah.
Am I allowed?
Yeah, just quickly.
Because in the way forward, it says arrangements are accounted for using principle of in the standards of GRAP. In the absence of specific standards, management develops accounting policies based on standards.
Hold it right there. Hold it right there. So, in the absence of accounting standards, what does it say?
Management develops accounting policies based on standards that deal with similar issues or the conceptual framework.
Okay. Now hold on. I want to link this, Ms. Mabusela. You're going to assist me.
Yes.
So now, another big contention here is National Treasury. To say that National Treasury, there's a perception that National Treasury or the guidelines of National Treasury were not followed. So GRAP 3 of the accounting guidelines of National Treasury has got, are you familiar with it?
Yes.
Yeah. So
yes, I am.
Yeah, so there is a paragraph 3.2. I'll read it for you. I want to link this to what the ASB said to you at the time. So 3.2 of the guidelines from National Treasury says, no standards of GRAP available to apply to a transaction, event, or circumstance. So it's saying if there's no standard, right, which is what the ASB has said to you, then it says, in case where no standard of GRAP is available to initially develop an accounting policy, management must use their judgment when determining the accounting policy in line with the hierarchy provided in GRAP 3. Is this in line with what the ASB has told you?
Yes, it is.
So as you are doing your research, the ASB and National Treasury seems to agree to say, and by the way, it's the ASB that says that there is no policy in place. We are still developing it until 2023. And then the guidelines of National Treasury says if there's no standard, then management must make their own determination.
It's exactly what we did, Honorable Blose.
We're going to get to the problem now to find out then what then becomes the problem. So you leave in May with that understanding and having done the work. RAF then submits their financials. The AG comes back. And when the AG comes back, he says, no. The accounting standard you are using is incorrect. Now RAF goes back to ASB and says, no, we had an understanding when the former CEO Mabusela was here that we had agreed in principle, right? Now you are there, Ms. Potgieter. Now, when you go back and seek clarity to the ASB to say, but we've been engaging in this process with the former CFO, well, she's no longer here, the AG is fighting us. Do you go back to the ASB and find out to say, no, can you give us clarity here, the AG is fighting us? What then does the ASB say to you at that point? When this is now the first point where the AG is fighting you about this accounting policy. What then did the ASB say to you?
So in the letter on the 23rd of August from the ASB, and that was responding basically to our request for guidance, the ASB says, for Ipsos 42 to be relevant to the development of RAF's accounting policies, the benefits provided by the RAF should be consistent with the definition of a social benefit. The assessment of whether the benefits provided by the RAF are consistent with this definition should be done for each of the benefits provided, and the assessment is not done at an entity level.
CFO. So they give you the guideline, they tell you what you need to meet, and I would assume those things would have been. But just give me also the way forward. So say then, what then becomes the guidance at the end?
So I just wanted to read this part. It says, from the annual report for 2019-20, which would have been the previous year's annual report, we note that there are several benefits that are provided by RAF, and each of these would need to be assessed to determine if they are consistent with the definition of IPSAS 42. And then in terms of the way forward, it just says that we urge RAF to continue to participate in the social benefits and related projects to ensure that the accounting policies and concept developed are appropriate for local schemes, and to ensure that the principles are interpreted and applied consistently. So that would have been then for the development of the new standard.
So ASB continues to agree with RAF that you are a social benefit, and that they are already things that RAF is providing, even in the previous financial year, that qualifies them to be a social benefit fund, but not an insurer. Now, I want to link this also to say that, Ms. Mabusela, I'm going to come back to you, but I want you to just follow me. Now, there is a case that the Road Accident Fund has recently won against Discovery Medical Aid. And I keep making this point because I wanted to understand what the big fight is about. There seem to be a resistance within the Road Accident Fund for any change. Anything that the Road Accident Fund tries to change, there is a resistance. And the reason that there is a resistance for Road Accident Fund to change its accounting policy is because the change in accounting policy will put the Road Accident Fund at a better financial status. And the issue is that how dare this black executive puts the Road Accident Fund in a better financial status, because the performance of Road Accident Funds today is sitting at 85%, and the only issue is this accounting policy. Discovery Medical Aid has lost a case against Road Accident Fund because they wanted to claim at RAF as an insurer. The court has said no, the Road Accident Fund is not an insurer, it's a social benefit fund. So if we are unable to classify the Road Accident Fund as a social benefit, it means that we are liable for Discovery for 1.5 billion, because the Road Accident Fund has not been paying them for 3 years. So that's what this fight is about. And I want to come to you, Ms. Mabusela, to say, what is your opinion now to say that the ASB has committed that they were going to do, or they are going to develop an accounting policy in 2023, telling you in 2021, it's 2025 now going to 2026, that accounting policy is still not there?
Thanks, Honorable Blossy. Actually, I was going to ask the question, where is the new accounting standard for social benefits which we were promised in 2023? So, Chairperson, I thought you said it was not done on time, so I was hopeful that at the least it actually has been done. So in the absence of that, we then obviously as a management obviously have to decide on, based on our professional judgment, which pain, Honorable Blose. But the issue, the biggest issue for me is the one where disagreements with AG, the professionals are not able to align with the AG, and you then take AG to the court, because the Auditor General, unlike the ASB, the Auditor General, in terms of their view and their opinion, they are well within their rights to give a specific opinion. Now, management should also then, as they interface with the AG, decide also at that point whether they must just succumb to the AG or then go forward with the court proceedings. I don't know if I'm clear.
No, I hear you. I hear you. You've got a discomfort with the Road Accident Fund taking the AG to court.
An extreme one.
Yeah. Well, I can't dispute that. But my issue now is that, tell me now, in terms of your own understanding as a former CFO, to say that now there's no accounting standard, The guideline at National Treasury tax that back to the executive. ASP advises on the same, but the Road Accident Fund complies with all of those things. So what is it in your opinion that besides the discomfort that they actually now, because they feel that they have not been listened to, that they've taken the AG to court, but what is it in your opinion as the former CFO that you think that the Road Accident Fund has done wrong here?
It's gonna sound like I'm protecting myself because this is my work, but as I have clarified on process and my understanding of where does the authority lie in terms of change in accounting policy, I don't see anything wrong that the Road Accident Fund has done in this process. And I will repeat, it's just that I did not have a exposure to how they then managed it with AG, because my experience is that disagreements with AG, you know, they stand a 99% chance of being resolved without going to the courts. And not to say that the Road Accident Fund was wrong to go to court. If the position of the institution is that this social benefit standard is the one that is relevant, and they are adamant and they don't want to then concede to the position of every other person, they are well within their authority to do that. Though it's still unprecedented that the AG would then be taken to court, and also looking at the financial strain that this process is putting on the Road Accident Fund. The money that's supposed to go to claimants is now spent in court for issues of how we disclose the liability, which in fact does not have any bearing on the actual core business of the Road Accident Fund, which is to actually pay the beneficiaries. However, I have not followed the case of Discovery. I know that the Road Accident Fund won, but I don't know what they were fighting about. So if RAF was an insurer, firstly we would be collecting what you call premiums, which we are not. So I'm not sure if...
No, I follow you, Ms. Mabusela. So yes, I'm going to put the proposition to you again. So I'm saying to you, you were the former CFO. You're the one who developed this thing. You agreed with it. You did consultation with the ASP. You look at the treasury framework. You complied with it. When you left RAF, you were of the understanding that this thing is accepted.
Correct. However, I knew that AG still needed to do their part.
No, correct. I agree with that. Which is why when you left and when the Road Accident Fund submitted their financials and the AG disagreed with it, they went back to the ASP where you were to say, no, guide us. Now, this is after your turn. And I'm just giving you context. Now, I'm saying to you that even looking at hindsight now, at 2021, the ASP says we don't have an accounting standard. In the next 2 years, we will have it. It's 2026 now. It's not even 2025. It's 2026. The accounting standard that RAF must develop a policy around, it's still not there. And I'm putting it to you that there is no appetite for it. Hence the smoke screen now that we are no longer, the question is not even that how do we assist RAF to become a social benefit scheme and to have the right accounting standard. The issue is, why is RAF at court? Switch off your mic, I'll let you answer, because now I'm just making observations. So I'm saying that the irritation is not that how do we assist RAF to correctly classify themselves so that they can correctly declare their liabilities and become in a better financial position to get out Discovery from RAF, because Discovery keeps fighting and wanting RAF to be classified as an insurer so that they can continue to benefit 500 million rand per year at RAF. That's what this fight is about. No one is asking the question, so how do we move forward? No one is asking the question to the ASP, when are you developing this accounting policy? You promised it in 2023, it's 2026, it's still not there. How far are you with it? No one is asking those questions. The question is, why are we wasting 20 million rand and litigating against the AG? But how much is the Road Accident Fund losing in liability or declaring incorrectly their liability in their financial statements because of this issue? Do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, my comment, Honorable Blossy, is that the Accounting Standard Board is failing not only the Road Accident Fund, any other institution that is waiting for the standard. That would be my comment, because they are the only people who can assist. I would say the Road Accident Fund was very brave to take on this challenge or this particular matter. Yeah, but I would put on record that my feeling right now is that the Accounting Standard Board is failing the institutions in the country, given the fact that there's even a 2014 letter on the matter. So I won't even just look from 2021. It means it has just been something that has just been dragging unnecessarily. And they are the ones to save the boat, to make sure that the standards are here, but also there's nothing wrong to go out to look for the international standards if they are failing us. Thanks.
All right.
So Honorable Blossy, you are on 19 minutes, but I'll allow you one more. Okay.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I just wanted to add, they have issued exposure drafts, a most recent one within the last couple of months, regarding the new standard, and we have certainly participated on it. But I think further to what Ms. Mabusela is saying is that a further concern that we have is the fact that the majority of our benefits are being scoped out of that standard. So even if that standard in its current form makes its way to the Minister of Finance and gets approved to be effective, RAF will not be able to use that particular standard because of the fact that our benefits are calculated on an individual basis. So we were certainly hoping that it would save us and it would get us to a position where at least ourselves and the AGSA would be able to agree. But the new standard is certainly not going to do that for the Road Accident Fund.
Thank you for that. So my conclusion, because I'm out of time, is definitely to say that RAF is caught in a rock and a hard place. No one wants it to move. It seems as if everyone likes RAF in the status that it's in. But my last proposition to you, Ms. Mabusela, is to say RAF has got a new board now. If the previous board, including the management, because this thing lies in the board, and everyone is crying, why is RAF at court? You've got a new board now that has been there for 4 months. They have not withdrawn this case from court. What does that tell you? They've not withdrawn from court. Because if really the previous board had taken a wrong decision to litigate against the AG and to take this thing all the way to the Constitutional Court, you've got a new board now that has been there for 4 months. Why are they not withdrawing from court? Would you like to comment on that, and then you can report it to the chair?
I can't talk on behalf of the new board, so I won't comment on that, Honorable. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. May I provide an opportunity to Honorable Isaac to have a conversation? Yeah.
Thank you for the opportunity, Chair. Good afternoon, ladies, sir, colleagues. Chair, I'm going to be very, very brief because so much has been covered. I can't go any further.
I don't trust you when you say that, because you say that every time. Yeah, him and Honorable Maduna are twins. They say that, no, Chair, I'm going to be short.
I promise you I'll be brief and concise in the interest of time. And then obviously, if you wouldn't mind, maybe you could allocate the remaining minutes to my colleague, Honorable Atkinson, with your permission. So mine is very straightforward. I'm not going to get into all the detail that's transpired since this morning. And I think there were some quality questions to interrogate this matter. So mine is just basically, I just need to understand, ma'am, Ms. Mabusela, are you satisfied that proper evaluation and approvals in terms of the mechanisms, are you fully satisfied that these were followed to the letter whilst you were responsible for everything that you were doing?
Thank you very much, Honorable Isaac. I must say that I'm a very thorough person when it comes to doing my work. The reason being, I want to be able to account without having to grapple with my thinking at the time of accounting for whatever that can be asked of me. And I would firmly answer yes. I am very comfortable with the work that we have done together with Ms. Benis, reported to the CEO, reported to the Audit and Risk Committee, and also obviously the recommendation that we recommended to the board, which the board approved. I am very comfortable with that process up to that point. Thank you.
No, thank you for that concise answer. When you discovered, while being in your position in your office, I'm sure on many occasions, and I'm not leading you on, you would quantify, but there might have been occasions when you identified deviations, irregularities, or maybe perhaps sometimes being influenced about certain procurement decisions. I mean, what exactly then did you do about this to correct these issues?
Through you, Chairperson, Honorable Isaac, I have never seen any procurement irregularities at the Road Accident Fund. Maybe yes, at my other previous jobs or jobs that came after the Road Accident Fund. And my stance on such is that the people who have worked with me, they can tell you that I am not a person to be influenced. I'm just not that guy. So sometimes I even use a very heavy word to say I'm ungovernable, because I refuse to be owned in this system. I'm a professional, so even if there can be a push politically or from any other angle, I'm just that person who would not succumb to such. I've done it on many occasions, but precisely to talk about the Road Accident Fund, there hasn't been even one incident where I've been requested to do something that is not in line with the governance. That's why in my affidavit, I actually clearly indicate that Mr. Letsoalo did not influence me on this accounting policy change. He briefed me in terms of what the Road Accident Fund does, and then he left me to go and do my work. And there's no any other push that I've received. If there's documents that I'm requested to sign, I sign them because I am comfortable and confident that should I be called to any commission or anybody ask me, I will be able to take accountability and say, this is my work, I did this. Where I applied my professional judgment, I will indicate that I applied my professional judgment. I can't say so and so said I must do 1, 2, 3. You don't do that as an executive. You take full accountability. If they come and ask and you agree with it, you agree with it because you understand it and you are comfortable to do it. That's just how I function. Thanks.
Okay, good. No, thank you for that detailed explanation on your part, and I can understand where you're coming from. But you see, I asked this because last week, and I say this with due respect to Ms. Potgieter, when we had a chat with Ms. Potgieter last week, lots of her testament and what she was saying, referred to Ms. Mabusela. And I'm trying to piece this together, but I think what we'll do, Chair, is when we get to Ms. Potgieter, we'll obviously interrogate that side in terms of what she mentioned last week. But I just wanted to qualify these two easy questions with you. So, Chair, for now, I'll just stop there right now, and then we'll continue thereafter when we come full circle. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you very much. Now I'm just seeing where we stopped your clock, Honorable Atkinson.
Thank you, Chair.
You're also going to be short.
Do you have 45 minutes, Chair?
No. Totally not.
Thanks very much, Chair. And I think as we kick off, it's just important to just put something in place that Honourable Blozi said, which is actually totally incorrect and does need to be clarified, because he hasn't sat in this inquiry for the last 7 weeks. Because the Auditor General came here and told us that the fact that the Road Accident Fund carried on a case against them was actually totally incorrect, because they have no say in who sets accounting policy. The Accounting Standards Board tells the Auditor General what accounting policies have to be followed by the entity. So by suing the Auditor General is actually completely fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and was a complete waste of time. So if the RAF sued anybody, it should have been the Accounting Standards Board. That's why it's totally incorrect that they continue with any further action. And the fact that the present board hasn't withdrawn that raises a huge amount of questions, because in essence they actually are not suing the right entity, if they should even be suing anybody anyway. So that's just a point. I think it just needs to be put out there. It's a fact. The other thing I wanted to ask Ms. Mabusela, does the Road Accident Fund buy reinsurance? Does it cover its liabilities by going out and reinsuring it, or does it buy reinsurance for its liabilities, forward cover for its liabilities?
I'm not aware of such.
Okay, because I heard the Road Accident Fund does have to cover its liabilities by buying reinsurance. So that was, and I think it's quite an important point, because that would decide whether you're a social benefit or a social insurance fund. As to whether or not...
Now, I'm going to say that I know you're speaking to Ms. Mabusela. Ms. Potgieter is also here. And I had Honourable Blosse firing her, saying she's the former CFO. She's not.
She's the CFO.
She is the CFO. Let's not fire people. Let's not fire people here.
No, that's what the board told us at Transport.
No.
The chair told us at Transport that she's a former CFO.
No, the chair was wrong.
The chair was there to report on the financials.
The chair was wrong. So Ms. Potgieter remains an employee of the Road Accident Fund. So I just wanted to say, Honourable Atkinson, that you can, I mean, if it's important for us to establish the point, you can talk to Ms. Potgieter.
Does the Road Accident Fund buy reinsurance?
Yes, we do have reinsurance for events, I believe in excess of 100 million, if I'm not mistaken. So Futle can also assist in that regard, because the reinsurance unit reports into his function.
Okay. So, sorry, if I can just make a point. If you have a reinsurance unit, how can you not be an insurance fund?
Through you, Chair, I think the reinsurance part of the RAF talks to the possible outcome of a claim which is above a certain threshold that the RAF wouldn't be able to pay. We've got about 3 levels. We've got level below 100 million rand, which is covered in tenable operations. We've got a level between 100 and 200, 250, which we've got a cell captive that we put premiums in so that it can grow. And we've got levels above 250, which we since cancelled, because then from a perspective of our analysis, we're saying that there can't be a claim which is above that much money, wherein the actual claimant is not covered by any other insurance, for instance.
All right. So if I can, maybe you can provide me with clarity here, Mr. Modiba. It was my belief that there has been a cap, that ever since that huge claim that was put by a Swiss person for 500 million, that would no longer be possible, that there has been quite a significant cap put on payouts. Am I correct?
No. I think we need to understand the issue about the Swiss claim. It constitutes about 3 claimants who were in South Africa, who are professionals, and our analysis on those 3 claims does not indicate the quantum that is being claimed. And that is the bone of contention for that. The cap, which is talked about, is a loss of earnings or loss of support, which was introduced in 2008 to 160,000 rands, which has grown to about 336,000 rands to date. So there is no cap which says that if you're earning 5 million rand and you're claiming 50 million rand and therefore that 50 million rand won't get paid. No. And also that risk, which is really the claims risk liability, and is part of the actuarial functionary which I'm heading up, talks to what is the extent of default if ever one single claim had to be presented to the road accident fund and the ref can't pay. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And then just finally, the final point about the road accident fund not taking premiums. It's a single premium organization. The single premium comes from the government. Every month it gets 4.5 billion rand. That's the premium, in essence. Yeah. Anyway, Mrs. Mabusela, I'd like to ask you, when you, during your evidence today, you told us that you work very closely with Ms. Potgieter, and she helped you to do a lot of the investigations as to whether there should be a social benefit or social insurance fund. At that point, she was working with Victor Songelwa. Why did you not work with Mr. Songelwa and rather work with Ms. Potgieter? Why was she your chosen person to work in this matter?
It was not actually a choice of a person. It goes with the work that the person does. Ms. Potgieter is a chartered accountant who is responsible for compiling the annual, at the time, by the way. Now she's the big boss. At the time, she was doing financial reporting, which means that the issues of standards and understanding of GRAP and so forth lies with her. Should it have been that Mr. Songwelo was the one who is the director of financial reporting, I would have worked with him. So I'm not working with a person, I'm working with the position.
All right, thank you.
And the expertise that are required in that specific position.
Great, thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks. Can I ask you, were you CFO at any time that the fund received a disclaimer audit? So were you in position as CFO? Because I know the last 4 or 5 audits have been disclaimed, or that basically the Auditor General hasn't been able to give an opinion on the audit because of the accounting standard used.
I didn't get the question. What is the question?
Was it during your period as CFO at all that you got that there was an audit disclaimer? So while you were in position as CFO, had you had a situation where the fund got a disclaimed audit, basically?
No.
No.
I have never gotten a disclaimer at the Road Accident Fund, nor had I ever gotten a disclaimer or a qualified audit opinion at any of the institutions that I've worked for.
Okay, thank you. So if you had remained, you would have obviously walked into that. So would that have been enough for you to have said, go back to the accounting standard that will get us a clean audit, basically?
I would not have allowed to fall into an audit opinion that is a disclaimer. When I look at the probability in terms of what the AG was indicating, I would have then gone to rather reclassify my liability and go back to the old standard. Disclaimer, no, not on me. I would not have even gotten there.
All right, thank you very much for that. And just on a different line of questioning, there has been some discussion, and maybe Ms. Potgieter can comment on this as well. People are talking about the Investec accounts. Apparently there were 16 Investec accounts. And this is all over the place. I was wondering if you could tell me a little bit about that, and that it was in the name of another company, and the city of Joburg had its name attached to them, and various other things. Could you maybe give us a little bit of an explanation about that and what they were intended for, if they exist? Yeah.
So, yeah, thank you very much, Honorable, is it Atkinson? Yes. The issue of the bank accounts is part of what caused me anxiety at the Road Accident Fund, because when the attorneys were obviously trying to challenge and attack the position of the CEO regarding their existence at the Road Accident Fund, that article or those things of, I would call it a witch hunt, is what came about. And in that particular what you call article, I'm also mentioned because at some point I was a board member of Intersight. Intersight is an entity of PRASA. So apparently the bank accounts of the Road Accident Fund, they mentioned something also around Intersight. However, the Road Accident Fund found a legal rep who then obviously looked into this matter, and then it was thrown out as a witch hunt. Though I must put on record that article, it has been quite a hindrance for me in terms of getting other jobs, because now I have to account for what I would term a witch hunt. There are road accident bank accounts which I understand were closed and not utilized. There is this road accident fund bank account that belongs to the city of Joburg under the name Road Accident Fund. Maybe it's for potholes. When you hit a pothole, maybe you can claim there. That one is not the bank account of the Road Accident Fund. And there is no link whatsoever with Intersight and these bank accounts. So what I did, I also escalated the matter to Intersight, and also Intersight got me documents that would clear that witch hunt. Thanks.
Thanks very much for that. And then I'd just like to go to the point which we basically closed on over lunch, and which the chairperson was kind of zeroing in on, and was about the whole issue about accounting standards and accounting policy. Okay, and what we do understand is that for a public entity, that the Accounting Standards Board basically has the final say as to what the accounting standards an institution would have. And you were quite correct in the sense that you went to go and negotiate with them and to try and get them to change the standard as you saw it, because you felt that it wasn't correct for the Road Accident Fund. And not to go to the Auditor General, as it seems to have been the continuation. But the point that I want to make is, did you maybe not realize that they've got the ultimate authority in the end, and that as much as the board wanted to shift the accounting policy, they couldn't until you got some sort of communication from the Accounting Standards Board saying that you could? And I know that we mentioned privately that they weren't keen to commit themselves one way or the other, and I suppose in the end the result of that has been the disclaimed audits. But should the board, or maybe should there not have been advice to the board to have sought either legal advice or to have got a letter from the Accounting Standards Board saying you can use X as an accounting standard? And that might have saved the disclaimers and various other things. But you know, what I'm saying is I think you're following the right path, but at the end maybe it wasn't followed through right to the very end, which was to get the authorization from the board to be able to change the policy. Thanks.
Thank you. Through you, Chairperson. Honorable Atkinson, if the Accounting Standard Board had the authority to decide which standards and policies institutions should use, in the letters of where they responded to us, they would have clearly indicated that, sorry, unfortunately, you can't do this. Please hear me. So if I've got authority, when somebody comes, they are not coming to consult, they are coming to ask for authority. The same way that we base resolutions that are taken by the board, they are on record and they are produced as resolutions. Then it would mean that the Accounting Standard Board would have resolved in writing to indicate that this is not your territory, it is our territory, you are not going to do that. So when you ask a simple question of, can we go out to international standards, and they say yes, but in their letters they are all over the show. Yeah, 2014 we did this. Yeah, we are still trying to do 1, 2, 3. You can see that it doesn't show any authority, the responses that they are giving. Thanks.
So I just want to say you're now getting into the minutes from.
That's fine.
Honorable.
It's my last question. Yeah, fine. Thanks.
No, I'm just saying you have.
No,
yeah, okay.
Okay, thanks. So I've got another 20 minutes to go then.
No, it's 9. It's 9 minutes.
9 minutes. Sorry. Okay. And then a final question to Mrs. Mabusela. Considering everything that you've seen, and I know you said that after you left the Road Accident Fund, you pretty much cut yourself off from what was going on and didn't really want to be involved in what then happened. What would your advice be to the board now, considering all the disclaimed audits and considering the trouble that has been created? What would your advice be now? Sorry, I know it's just. Yeah.
So, Mr. Atkinson, firstly, you know, I sell time and I sell my brain. So you want my advice for free?
We can send them an invoice on your behalf.
Yeah. The country wants your advice. There we go.
Okay. For the benefits of obviously the South African people, my advice to the board would be, can you allow me an opportunity to apply my mind, and then I will come with the advice, because I can hear that this advice is not solid. Like I say, I prefer to do proper work, but definitely I'm a decision maker. I'm not scared of making decisions. So if you are looking for an opinion, I will definitely give an opinion, but there is no right or wrong. That one I can tell you. That opinion is not about wrong or right. It's just an opinion. So allow me an opportunity to sleep on it. I'll be here again tomorrow. Maybe I'll come with something. I'll have a nice dream.
Okay. Yeah, no, the reason why I think it would be very interesting for us to have your opinion is obviously you were kind of the genesis of the whole thing. You know, it kind of started with you, and then you've seen where it's gone. And I know you've said a number of things, that you wouldn't have continued with the court action, and that you wouldn't have allowed a disclaimed audit, which gives me an idea where that would go. But I would just be interested to hear, and I think everyone would be as well, to know what, as the person who started it, and seeing where we are, what your advice would be now, basically. Thank you.
Okay. No, you're still within. You've got 1.5 minutes left.
Awesome. Okay, now just a simple one. Ms. Mabusela, I was reading earlier, you mentioned that you met the CEO, I think, for the first time at a World Cup soccer match or something, right? Yeah. But did you and Mr. Collins not work together at the RTMC?
Yes, we did, and I think I covered that. I don't know where was Honorable.
Yeah, no, he may have missed it. So she indicated that. Yeah, you may have walked out. No, but she said it up front that having met at the World Cup sometime later, I think a year or whatever later, when he was at the RTMC, he indicated that there was an advertisement for board roles. Would she be interested in applying? And then she did. And then she served on the Audit and Risk Committee of the RTMC. That's correct. Right? I'm representing as a chairperson of the Audit and Risk Committee at RTMC. All right, thank you very much. It's a pity Honorable Blose is not here, because I wanted to address the fact that we didn't ask certain things here when we did. So Ms. Mabusela, I'm just going to, and I might ask you to assist Ms. Potgieter, right? So in the end, when the matter went to, and this is my reading of this, that the ASB, once the Auditor General got involved, the ASB's correspondence became much clearer. Okay, you were gone by then. I have read their letters, and I really want to tear my hair out, because I'm like, if I wanted guidance from you, give it to me. Don't cut, so I totally accept that. Okay, but this is what the High Court has established as a hierarchy, because the way in which the AG looked at this matter, they understand the Accounting Standards Board to have the power to set standards. They don't negotiate. I mean, of course, the process of development is consultative, but ultimately it's not a power they share with anyone. Ultimately, they must make recommendations to the finance minister, and the finance minister then publishes those regulations and their directives and so on. So it's not something that is an option. And what happens in the audit is that the Auditor General follows this architecture that I was talking about, right? Which is to say, the ASB, what is their understanding of the ASB's powers, and therefore what should the RAF, should they have done? Okay, but the matter goes off. That's how the dispute as a legal dispute originates, right? I mean, both in terms of the audit, but in terms of the litigation that follows. So the High Court has affirmed this, right? That the Accounting Standards Board is a statutory body established by legislation. It's not there as an option. You understand? And the reason I'm saying that is I do understand that during your window, your time window when you were there, you had not started engaging with the auditors and the ASB, and therefore the ASB had to write these things in proper English, in my view, where we're clear what you are saying. So I just want to say, we're not blaming you, but I do want to just ask you to read the court judgment in your own time, so that you can see the court's interpretation of the authority and powers of the ASB, right, as a body that works for the finance minister. And here is why. It's just for your own professional considerations, given that you've got all of these bodies that regulate you. They may frown upon the position that you hold. You understand? I don't want to take it. I think you understand what I'm saying. Yeah, so just read the judgment. Take your own time. It's not something that I want to canvass here. But that, in order to avert any other consequence that may arise as a result of you being here, okay? So it's just advice from me, right? So do you want to say, okay.
No, thank you, Chairperson, and thanks for the alert. However, in the space of my work, there's a lot of professional judgment as well. So it's not about who is more right than the other. But thanks for conscientizing me to that. I will read the judgment. But however, I'm saying I wish that judgment of the High Court that says ASB has got the power, I would have wished to see the ASB itself together with its CEO having shown that power. They might have also gotten aware of it through the High Court.
Yeah, no, Ms. Mabusela, look, I really do think it's in your interest that we don't canvass this part any further. I have considered it carefully. Yeah, anyway, Honorable Matun.
No, thanks, Chair. Because the ASP, Chair, they are the one who usually prepare and issue CRAP standards. So I want to check in terms of the view of Ms. Mabusela. So is she saying to us there are any public entities, do we have any public entities that are exempt from complying with draft, particularly RAF in this case? Because basically that's how I hear it.
So in fact, let's start not just with RAF. Is there any public entity that is exempt from GRAP that you know of?
No, I wouldn't even use the word exempt. It's losing me because no one is exempt. My understanding is that as part of these standards, the very same ASB that's doing the standards puts there that you are allowed, in the absence of an adequate standard, to go out international. No one is exempt from the standards. I hope I'm making sense.
Chair, maybe let me leave the word exempt. Let me just say, is there a public entity that is allowed not to use DRAP in South Africa? It's plain English.
Yes, we've got IFRS. Actually, Ms. Potgieter, being the specialist in this, she would be in a good position. But yes, there are other standards. It's not only GRAP.
No. The question is there an entity that is allowed, a public entity, not any other entity, a public entity that falls under one of the PFMA schedules, obviously, that is allowed not to use GRAP?
I haven't worked for all public entities, so I wouldn't answer that one.
No, Honorable Matuna is in the middle of what is the...
No, Chair, I want to assist with the question. Because, yeah, I want to assist. Because in my questioning, Chair, I read this, the guideline in National Treasury. There's a guideline in National Treasury that guides against. So she wouldn't know, she's correct. I don't think that anyone would know all the entities in terms of their accounting. But I'm saying there's the National Treasury GRAP guidelines, they guide on that. That if there's no accounting standard that is relevant to the entity, it tells us what must happen. I spoke to that in my questioning, Chair. So whether one exists or not is a different question, but there's a guideline in terms of what must happen. That's what I was trying to elevate in my questioning.
So, Honorable Plus, I actually went just before you left. I wanted to address a couple of things. One thing, but this is now the second one. So earlier on, you said there are things nobody is asking certain questions of the Accounting Standards Board. I wanted to say, Honorable Plus, I appreciate that you've got other responsibilities in Parliament. You only started participating in the inquiry yesterday. And you ought to exercise caution about what we have not asked here in your absence, because it's a misrepresentation to the public. Your colleagues, for whom you're participating here with, who are not here, get furnished with every document that we receive. I think it is incumbent on them to provide it to you. But to come here and to make a statement that says we don't ask certain questions is not correct. So that's the first thing. The second thing is there are many questions that witnesses get asked here by the members. I know the answer to some of those questions, and I'm sure the members know those questions. At no point do any of the members step in to answer the question on behalf of a witness, which is what you have just done. So I just want to appeal to you, Honorable Blosset, that let us work together. Because you also interrupted Honorable Maduna in the middle of his questioning to assist with the, after you had been outside. So can I just ask that we allow Honorable Maduna an opportunity to complete his line of questioning. If there is anything that is left and you want to pose further questions to the witness, then you can. But can we work together in that way?
No, Chair, we are working together. But there are two things now I need to respond to. Firstly, Chair, I've never disturbed anyone. Even earlier, there are members here, when there's a question, we just say, and we seek your clarity all the time. Can I just get clarity here so that I move on that issue? That one. But also, too, I don't appreciate the insinuation that because I'm not here physically, that I'm not aware of what's going on here. RAF is our entity, it's a transport. I've been following these proceedings. So the mere fact that now you're insinuating that I'm only here physically, I'm not aware of what is going on, I've been following. So that is very unfair. You can't make the insinuation that I'm asking questions because I don't know what's going on in this committee. I don't appreciate that. I've been following this committee from the beginning, and I know everything that is happening here. Thank you.
We will finish with transcripts of the meeting of the 7th of October. I want you to consider those transcripts in relation to the point that you made earlier, that there are certain questions we have not asked of the Accounting Standards Board. I will also ask the colleagues here to send you the presentation of the Accounting Standards Board to this committee for completeness. Since you have been following these proceedings, and I am assuming from what you've just said that you've actually considered all of those documents, I would then wonder why you would make the statement that you just did. Honorable Maduna, please go ahead.
No, thanks, Chair. So I wanted to check with Ms. Mabusela. So she's saying that PFMA doesn't make it a requirement that all public entities use CRAP as their reporting standards.
Thank you very much, because the question takes me to the letter of the ASB. Can I read the letter of the...
No, so Ms. Mabusela, so what I would encourage you to do is not to try and work out where the member is going with their questioning. So he is simply, please switch off the mic. So we all need to, can we just take a deep breath, all of us? Okay. Yes, please. There is a train of thought that Honorable Maduna has. He has asked you about a CRAP. Okay, he is now asking as a follow-up about an interpretation of the PFMA. For now, leave any interactions with the road accident fund out of your answer, because he is going to get there at some point. Right, so that's my advice to you. Then we're gonna get through all of this quicker. So just answer the question that is asked, not try to get to the substance of why he's asking. So just let him get there himself.
Honorable Maduna, please repeat the question so that I can answer specific.
I'm asking if the PFMA, does the PFMA not require all public entities to report using CRAP reporting standards? Accounting standards. That's my question.
It's not a yes or no answer, and I'm worried the chairperson will say I'm going to the wrong direction. Chairperson, please, can I?
No, just answer the question. So all I was saying is, in your answer, so I also think I know where Honorable Maduna is going, but I won't suppose, right? So just answer the question that he's asking. If you want to say, I don't
know where he's going, so I'm answering his question.
No, I know. So let's just relax. So if you want to say, Honorable Maduna, it's not a yes or no question, and here is why. You are allowed to say that, right?
Thank you.
So all I'm saying is that don't worry about me. All I was saying is, don't refer for now to your interactions with the ASB. He will get there himself. Yeah, allow him to get there.
I understand. Honorable Maduna, in the same GRAP standards, right, is what then allows you to tap into the other standards. I'm not sure. I saw Ms. Potgieter also wanted to add. Through you, Chair.
She can.
Through you, Chair. There is a Directive 12 which is labeled determining the or selection of an appropriate reporting framework by public entities. And in that directive it then says, in assessing when an entity should apply IFRS standards, it considers whether it meets one of the following criteria. 1, the entity is a financial institution. 2, the entity has ordinary shares or potential ordinary shares that are publicly traded on capital markets. 3, its operations are such that they are firstly commercial in nature, and only an insignificant portion of the entity's funding is acquired through government grants or other forms of financial assistance from government. So that would be when the entity would be able to apply IFRS. I do know that, for instance, Sasria applies IFRS, and other entities, I suppose, as well.
Let me re-ask this in this way. Is it a requirement, a compliance with GRAP, or is it mandatory by all South African public entities, according to your knowledge? Is it mandatory to comply with GRAP for all public entities in South Africa or not, according to your knowledge? It's a straight answer.
Yes, we should comply.
Okay. Who develops GRAP?
Which entity sets out the what is GRAP, generally recognized accounting practice? So whose responsibility is it to set that out?
I'm not sure. Maybe Benis can assist. I don't know, Honorable. Who does GRAP? I just know that there are standards that we find that we use. I haven't followed on who has drafted them.
Change the ASB.
Are you serious?
I am serious.
Are you sure?
I am serious.
No, it's fine, Chair. Let's leave it. I don't think we'll get anywhere.
My chairperson, can I clarify? My understanding is that the standards or statements that are used to prepare annual financial statements, we don't only have just for the public sector. So the generally accepted accounting principles are principles that we also like apply to other institutions, unless if I'm wrong.
So Ms. Mabusela, can we do this? So, and I will now share with you what's in my soul, okay? Yes. And speak to you both as chair, and I'll appoint myself as your big brother. The reason I said let us step off this topic is because I was worried about this conversation that's coming here and the implication it has on your professional career. If you don't know, for example, that the ASB is the body that is responsible for GRAP, because we can go down a rabbit hole that says you don't know the most basic thing about the role of the. No, I'm just sharing with you, and I am worried that we're going to have such conversation here which might have an adverse career implication for you, and that's not the intention of this inquiry. That is why I said in your own time, just read the judgment and reflect on it, because I'm trying to avoid this, because you serve on boards, right? I'm assuming that you do, right? You serve on boards. They might be private or public, but in the event that you serve on a public entities body, the question that Honorable Maduna has asked, because we can now go to the PFMA and put it up there, right? That is a clause of the PFMA. I forget which section it is. You are supposed to know it. And so if you want us to go there, I really will ask the colleagues to project it here. So can we do that? Can we do that? I didn't want us to get here out of sympathy. I really didn't, Ms. Mabusela, but you are forcing us to go there. So let's go there. Can you colleagues put the PFMA up there? Now, can we get the laptop and just put the PFMA there? Okay, my brain is a bit fried. Now, which section of the PFMA is this? 87. Section 87, Chapter 11 of the PFMA. Okay.
Chairperson, it's section 89.1.
It's section 89.1. I don't have my booklet here.
Should I share it with the Secretariat?
Yes, please.
Okay. And Chairperson, in addition, that's read together with section, I think it's 216 in the Constitution, but I'll send both of those through.
Okay, so in the meantime, so let me read, Ms. Mabusela, right, so that we don't lose time. Section 89 says the Accounting Standards Board must, and that word is my emphasis. So it says it must, not should, must set standards of generally recognized accounting practice as required by Section 216(1)(a) of the Constitution for the annual financial statements of departments, public entities, constitutional institutions, municipalities and boards, commissions, companies, corporations, funds. Just make sure that that's not the amendment with substitutions, the last guys. Parliament and the provincial legislatures. So B, Ms. Mabusela says, prepare and publish directives and guidelines concerning the standards set in terms of paragraph A, which is what I've just listed. Recommend to the minister effective dates of implementation of these standards for the different categories of institutions to which these standards apply, and perform any other function incidental to advancing financial reporting in the public sector. So there's the thing. So where does GRAP appear? In section 89A, set standards of generally recognized accounting practice as required, so it must be read together with section 216(1)A of the Constitution. So that is, of course, the PFMA is rooted in the Constitution, but that particular also roots itself in the supreme law of the land. So the reason, Honorable Maduna, I believe, is a bit frustrated with your answer is that it is so basic that you should know it, and your answer indicated that you don't know. There it is, but you can address Honorable Maduna. Yeah.
No, apologies for the confusion, Chairperson. Let me put it to the members that throughout my career, I've not only worked for government entities. I come from the private sector, and only, I think, in around, when did I start with government at Swane? I think around 2015. Yes, I was the CFO for the Tshwane Rapid Transit. That's when I came on the side of the public sector. So I was, I always refer to the standards as the standards. We've got IFRS, we've got GRAP. So apologies for the mishap. I don't know if you get what I mean. And also, very recent, in my recent positions as the CFO, I would actually, not even only recent, I would say I understand that the ASB does the standards, but I don't know what happened. Like it's, yeah, I got a little confused. Sorry.
Okay,
sorry about that.
No, this is fine.
Yes.
This is why I wanted us to step off this topic, but we are here now.
Yes.
Because it's got very serious implications for the RAF as well. So let me read for you section 216(1) of the Constitution. The section is called Treasury Control. Treasury Control. National legislation, that would be the PFMA. You remember when I was explaining the flow of authority earlier on? National legislation must establish a national treasury and prescribe measures to ensure both transparency and expenditure control in each sphere of government by introducing generally recognized accounting practice. That's section 216(1)A. It appears there in section 89 of the PFMA. But it's also must be read with section 216(2) of the Constitution, which says the National Treasury must, not should, not may, it must. It's a non-negotiable. It's an obligation on the Treasury, must enforce compliance with the measures established in terms of subsection 1. Where does the Accounting Standards Board sit in terms of ministries here in South Africa? Where are they located? Where are they located? The Accounting Standards Board, under which minister do they fall?
It's the Minister of Finance.
Correct. It's the Minister of Finance, right? So the Accounting Standards Board does this work on behalf of the Finance Minister. So Ms. Mabusela, so the reason I asked you earlier about obtaining legal opinion is that a lawyer, even though they're not an accountant, because what you're about to do has got legal implications. A lawyer would have had this conversation with the Road Accident Fund earlier on, you understand, to inform the deliberations of the executive committee and to inform the deliberations of the board. This is why I was asking. This is why we are sitting here. This is why that question to the board, did you take any legal advice, was so important, right? So the Constitution does not negotiate this. And this, in fact, let me read you the whole subsection in the Constitution. It says the National Treasury must enforce compliance with the measures established in terms of subsection 1 and may stop the transfer of funds to an organ of state if that organ of state commits a serious or persistent material breach of those measures. The other thing that the Treasury was authorized to do, and we will have a conversation with the Finance Minister, I've told him he's going to have to come and sit here, is that the Constitution instructs him to even stop the flow of funds to that institution. The Constitution is not negotiable. Until this Parliament changes the Constitution, it's not up to us on the basis of our feelings or professional opinions to change it. And here's the implication. It's a bit late for you to say what you misunderstood. You have already been a chief financial officer of the Road Accident Fund without this understanding. And you have undertaken actions with serious statutory implications without the most basic understanding of what your constitutional obligation as a public official who's a chief financial officer in a public entity are. So this is why I said let's step off this conversation. So that, Ms. Mabusela, the Constitution says what it says. I don't know what else you want us to do. Okay, one last chance, because we do need to move on.
Chairperson, there's a paragraph that is going to assist us in the letter that is coming from the ASB. And I've been trying
Miss Mabusela, no.
Can I read
no,
this?
Please do not read
Chairperson,
it.
because
Ms. Mabusela, please do not read it.
To clarify.
No, it clarifies nothing, I can assure you. We're talking about the Constitution here. There is nothing the ASB can say that changes what the Constitution says. That changes what the courts have said, all the way to the Supreme Court of Appeal. What are you trying to get us to do here?
Not that, Chair. I'm not addressing the issue of the courts and all. I accepted that the courts have ruled. I'm on the issue of the fact that the GRAP standards that we are talking about, in this particular paragraph, it says, arrangements are accounted for using the principle of the standards of GRAP. In the absence of the specific standard, management develops accounting policies based on the standards that can deal with a similar issue or conceptual framework. This is now the part that I am interested in. As a result of the uncertainty on how to account for social benefits locally, entities were asked to develop accounting policies, including considering the applicability of IFRS 4 to ensure that entities do not continuously change accounting policies. The Secretariat corresponded with affected entities in 2016 to indicate that they should maintain the status quo. Accounting policies should be developed in the context of the requirements of the standards of GRAP and considering IFRS 4. Any changes in the accounting policies should be made using the principles in GRAP 3. And these are the same principles that we have used for GRAP 3, which is called accounting policy changes in accounting estimates and errors. We draw your attention to paragraph 13 of GRAP 3 that indicates that changes in accounting policies should be made if required by standard, or when management believes that the change in the policy will result in financial statements that provide reliable and more relevant information. Thank you, Chair. I will end there.
Thank you, Ms. Mabusela. Honorable Bila.
Thanks, Chair. I think I'm proposing that we move from this item because we are embarrassing ourselves going forward. Because the policy can't supersede the Constitution. We make policies, but in consultation with the Constitution of the country. All the departments, state-owned entities, they have their policies, but we can't divert from what the Constitution is saying. That is what I wanted to say, Chair.
Thank you very much. Ms. Mabusela, Honorable Beasley, when you hold your mic like that, because I am keen to move on.
Yeah, Chair, I just want a clarity question, if you don't mind, because it's quite important, because in the minutes, it refers to that the ref obtained...
Sorry, just name the minutes. Yeah.
It's the 28th of May 2021. And a couple of times it says this was done by relying, it just says the audit committee provided comfort, whatever. This was done by relying on independent insurance from Mora Incorporated in PwC. So Mora one has been withdrawn. Then later it says the recommendation was backed by external assurances report. And then it says PricewaterhouseCoopers concurred with the implementation of IPSIS 42, stating that this represented the RF financials more accurately than IFRS would do. So what is interesting is, Ms. Mabusela, you were there. It said you were there at the minutes, but you had resigned. And I'm just wondering, were you there on the 28th of May 2021?
I was there, Chairperson, but obviously the minutes, after they've been drafted, they must be adopted at a future meeting.
But when did you resign?
I resigned on the 7th of May.
This is the 28th of May.
I'm saying I was there. However, the set of minutes, remember after a meeting, the minutes who come to the members of the meeting to check if the minutes are correct.
Yeah, no. Let me assist Ms. Mabusela. I'll just replay what she said earlier, and then you two can continue the conversation. So she said earlier she took a decision to resign, and correct me if I'm misrepresenting you. She took a decision to resign, but because there was a board meeting that was coming, she decided to only leave after that board meeting. That's what you said, Ms. Mabusela, right?
Correct, Chairperson.
Okay. You can continue, but I just wanted to, from my recollection.
Were you there, Ms. Potgieter, at the meeting?
I was at the meeting, and the reflection, the minutes that you are reading is not a true reflection of the meeting.
Okay, so somebody lied in preparing these minutes.
If I wouldn't say lied, but I know that when secretariat prepare minutes, sometimes they make errors. That's why the minutes come back to the members, for the members to check if the minutes are correct. And then we obviously send corrections before the minutes can be adopted.
Okay, but I'll put it to that it's not an error because it was repeated 3 or 4 times that external assurance was done 3 or 4 times, that PwC did a review and they agreed it. So it can't be, I can understand maybe a spelling mistake, but a conceptual error 4 times, it just defies logic. And then on the minutes on the, it's the 20th of April. It also says here, change to the claims accounting policy. It says here, the purpose of it, the RAF requested an opinion from an external accounting firm on the treatment of IFRS versus IPSA within the RAF. So again, it just lies are being told in the minutes.
I didn't get that. I think I'm a little exhausted. I didn't get, what did you say?
It said, yeah, the RAF requested an opinion from an external accounting firm on the treatment within the RAF?
You know, Chairperson, PwC did some work, but if you are not a technical expert, you might think that the work that they did was on the actual change of accounting policy. And I think this is where I struggle with the way the minutes have been crafted, because I did clarify earlier on that PwC was doing the work that would have been the outcome of the, what you call, the change in accounting policy, and not necessarily the accounting treatment. So I don't know if I'm making sense. So
no, I'm not understanding, Ms. Mabusela.
Okay, can I rephrase?
So Honorable Beasley's concern, and maybe Honorable Beasley, I will go back, right, to the previous question. And this question is also for you, Ms. Potgieter, as well. So this part of the conversation, Honorable Beasley, you are welcome to be part of it. So our understanding is that Mora's submission could not be used, and it actually was withdrawn. Is that correct? Is that recollection correct?
Yes, Chen. By the way, I'm still waiting for that. Yeah.
No, that's fine. Ms. Potgieter?
I just wanted to, in the previous sitting, I did explain that we had an annual review process where it is a review of the financial statements so they do like a gap analysis. They check any new standards that may have been or become effective, or disclosure requirements, and that is outsourced by internal audit. And in that instance, Morar was appointed. So there was a review by Morar that accompanied the financials, but it was certainly not the opinion.
Okay, so what, and this is an important clarification, Mr. Beasley. I think you understand what she says. You are the numbers guy, not...
Yeah, but I do disagree, because it says, it talks about, but the RF has applied approved accounting standards with an approved accounting framework, which is GRAP. And then it says the audit committees provide change at a change, and this was done by relying upon independent assurance from both Mora and Corp and PwC. And coming back to the minutes on the 20th of April, PwC hadn't even done their work yet. So I don't know why that is actually referred to in those minutes. The RAF requested an opinion from an external accounting firm on the treatment of IRSFIS 4 versus IPSIS 42 within the RAF. Who was that external accounting firm?
Honorable, can you please, I'm struggling to follow, I'm getting confused.
Sorry, do you have a copy of the minutes in front of you?
I've never seen
No, so let me, I'll give you my copy. So that, can I ask Honorable, okay, please give a copy. We are on page 6 of the document, so I think it might help Ms. Mabusela if she reads together with you. So on those minutes, the page numbering is at the bottom. Find page 6. And on page 6, Honorable Beasley is on point number 8. Can you see that? Can you see? So yes.
Sorry, I'm not here on the 28th of May.
No. Okay, no. Yeah, okay.
Sure.
We have a lot to untangle now. Okay. Can I just at least just switch off the mic? Okay, so can I just, Honorable Beasley, we'll come back to this. We really now need to know when Ms. Mabusela left the door at the Road Accident Fund, right? Because what Honorable Beasley did was to look at the attendees in the meeting, right? So on the cover page, page 1, can you see there? Can you see on page 1? So the attendees present, they are members of the board, and then the attendees from management. And there is Miss B. Mabusela, and below Mr. P. Lukwarin. Can you see there?
Yes, I can see that, Chairperson.
The date is the 28th of May 2021. 28th of May, the meeting was on Teams. On 28 May 2021. So let me ask you this question. Had you left the road accident fund by then, by the 28th of May?
Yes, Chairperson. I left the road accident fund on the 7th of May.
Okay. So Ms. Mabusela, you can switch off the mic. So the reason this is important, I'm gonna ask this question because a lot hinges on this, because it may mean that you were incorrectly registered as having attended this meeting. You understand that?
Yes.
And of course, that's something that we would then take up with the Road Accident Fund. Now, I just want to be sure that you are not mistaken. And if you really need to confirm, because I appreciate that this is 4 years ago, more than 4 years ago, memory may be fading a little bit. So I'm now giving you an opportunity to rethink. You did not perhaps take the decision on the 7th, but then, as you said earlier, you decided to only leave after the board meeting, in which case you may have been there because that was your version. I'm really trying to help you. I'm not trying to catch you out. Yeah. So I just want to be sure, because we would then need to take issue with a person who says you were in a meeting when you were not there, you see.
Chairperson, I've got emails on the 7th of May of my resignation with immediate effect. Maybe I would like to, I don't know if I'm correct. There was an important meeting on that Friday the 7th when I resigned, which meeting I waited to attend. So maybe we must check what meeting was sitting on the 7th of May, if it was not a board meeting, but also when we prepare annual financial statements, like I said, there might have been obviously this meeting of the 28th post my departure, but I'm 100% sure that I left the road accident fund on the 7th of May, Chairperson.
All right. No, that's fine, Ms. Mabusela. I don't have an opinion on when you left because I obviously was not there. I was just trying to straighten this out. Unfortunately, we also can't ask Ms. Potgieter if she was there because her name does not appear in this minute, so she can't help us. Honorable Beasley, then we've straightened this out. At least the part of who was there. Ms. Mabusela's version is that her name has been added on there without her participation in that meeting. Okay, I'll hand over back to you.
And then if we can go to the minutes of the 20th of April.
Will those please be provided to Ms. Mabusela, please? Can I... But you can read from the minutes as well. I also don't have them to hand, by the way.
Okay.
They are in the pack, but I can't find them now.
It's subsection 10.1.5, change in the claims accounting policy. And then it goes here, the RAF requested an opinion from an external accounting firm on the treatment of IFRS 4 versus IFRS 42 within the RAF. So I'm just wanting to know who that external accounting firm was.
May I please have the minutes?
28th of April. Yeah, the minutes of the 28th of April. Okay, now they're going to find them. So Ms. Mabusela, let Honorable Beasley read again, because that part of the minutes appears to propose what we said earlier should have been done. So just assist assist Ms. Mabusela to locate the part of the minutes that you referred?
It's underlined. The one that I underlined with the pen in that page.
This is still the 28th of May.
Okay, so no, she's looking for the 28th of April.
From me.
Yeah, no, let Honorable Maduna. Yeah, 28 April. That's a meeting that was on the board here, the screen, not on the board. I'm old. So can I just ask Honorable Beasley to just read for you the section, because on the 28th of April we know you were still CFO, right? On the 28th of April.
Correct.
Yes. I am suspecting that it could be the meeting where you had your hand up and you were not allowed to speak.
If I see the minutes.
You might remember, that's fine. Honorable Beasley, can you please read for Ms. Mabusela the...
Chair, I'm trying to find it again. Okay, it's 10.1.5. It refers to change in the claims accounting policy. Then it says the RAF requested an opinion from an external accounting firm on the treatment of IFRS 4 versus IPSAS 42 within the RAF. So my question is, who is that external accounting firm?
I would presume it talks to the fact that we have requested PwC. I would think it's PwC.
But you request an opinion
not an opinion on the accounting policy.
Understand.
But yeah, that's why I'm saying the Secretariat might have not put it properly.
Okay, now I understand.
Sorry, Chair. What would have been the opinion on if it was not on the treatment of the change in accounting policy?
It's for them to assist with the implementation. I did speak about the fact that the amounts in terms of the database to extract the claims which were maybe a of that would be paid within this period, and then the next maybe short-term period, then the long period, so that we are able to then link the figures that are coming out of the database with the guidelines of the new standard. So they not the opinion on whether we must implement. It's on, we are implementing, we're now looking for the information that must come out of the system to support the decision of the change in accounting policy.
Okay.
I think the PwC...
We are speaking about 28 April, yeah?
Yes, the day on which the decision was taken.
Yes, what Honorable Beasley is asking, the opinion, you are saying that the minute says you would have received an audit opinion from an external service provider on the 28th of April. That was before you would have appointed PwC.
Let me correct, the minutes are indicating that, what does it take? We've requested, please say it again so that the members can clarify.
The RAF requested an opinion from an external accounting firm.
So the opinion has not arrived, or whatever that we have asked PwC, because it's in that week where we held the briefing session and all, which is questions that I answered earlier on, Chairperson, to say that was just a procurement process. The opinion was not yet there. We have requested, as in we are in the process of getting a service provider that can come and assist us, but not on the decision to change the policy. On now the actual work that would follow, should the policy or the new standard be approved, the new accounting policy be approved by the board.
All right, so
I think it's just badly written.
No, sure. So I'm just going to play something back to you so that we can move on. I am worried, Shem, but Mr. Modiba, who's been here all day, and I also worry about you being exhausted. So, okay, no. I so this is why I want us to, but so I'm just going to play a proposition to you, and you can say if it's correct. So what I'm hearing you to say is that what that part of the minutes refers to is the RFQ for in which PwC had bid, and on that day they'd actually submitted their proposal. On that day, not the outcome of the work, just to say this is what we can do for you at this price, etc. So I'm hearing you saying that's what, in your view, that's what it's referring to. Is that correct?
Correct, and obviously not only PwC, because it's an RFQ, or some other firms would also have submitted.
Okay, all right. Are we fine? Okay. Okay, look, some of these things, members, ultimately the accounting authority is the board. So,
Chair, what is confusing me? I've read this. It speaks about it. The external accounting firm. It's fine, but what now confuses me even more is that so the board approved the change in accounting policy. Based on what?
I hope you're not asking me. That's I get. No. My suggestion is this. What's clear to us is that the information that should have served before the board in order for them to make an informed decision never served before the board when they made the decision. That's the bottom line. And that's something we can that's something that we can then deal with the board on. It's not your problem, because the information that the board is referring to is not yet available. Remember, it's what PwC will provide later. It's not available on that day, and yet the decision was made on that day.
Chairperson, through you, Chair, let me clarify. PwC, and I did say this earlier on, PwC was not being appointed, or let me say that service provider was not being appointed on the issue of the decision on the change in accounting policy. PwC was in preparation that when the policy is approved, they can come and assist with the database.
No, we're saying the same thing. No, so this is where I don't want you to get nervous for yourself, and this is why I am saying we need to leave you out of this, because if you recall earlier, I had said if a board, an authority wants to make a decision, it needs to have all the facts and the implication of its likely decision before it, so that it can make an informed decision, right? So that's why I am absolving you of this and saying to the members, we will deal with the board on that, okay? Because they had the opportunity and the authority to say to management, look, let's wait for PwC to give us a thing. We will look at it and then we'll make a decision. It's not your decision to make it. That's why they are a board. So we are fine.
PwC would not have done any work prior to the board approving that we have changed the accounting policy. Had the board not agreed, PwC would not have any work to do.
Okay, can I use my powers as the chair to move on? Because Ms. Mabusela, you keep dragging it because no, Ms. Mabusela, honestly, you really shouldn't worry. So the accounting authority is the board, and the RAF Act excludes management from the board, right? So ultimately, the people that we have to ask to account for decisions are the board members, right? So certain things, not because we don't like your answer, we simply have to ask the board to explain, right? Because they've got a fiduciary responsibility. So we are going to canvass this conversation with the board. I am looking at the time, members, because I do want us to canvass the matters with Ms. Potgieter and Mr. Modiba, and where applicable with but should we take like a 10-minute leg stretch? Yeah, let's do that. members, so may I propose that so I'll just set out this segment, because there's a couple of things that we need to deal with, and please feel free, Mr. Modiba and Ms. Potgieter, to and I'm repeating what I had said earlier, especially given your current circumstance. If there is a piece of information that is not to hand, that you want us to obtain from the RAF, just tell us what it is, we'll ask them for it. So use your recollection, and if you don't recall, then it's fine. We're dealing with a long period of time here, and we don't expect you to know every detail of everything. There are some things, and I will just set them out broadly, that we've canvassed before, that require both your responses in broad terms, in terms of the broad understanding of your responsibilities. Some of these matters, Ms. Mabusela, may fall outside, so you might have Mr. Modiba's problem, where you don't have much to say, right? Which I think you'll appreciate, given how long you've been speaking. So let me set them out in this way, right? So one of the things so you are both here in terms of your respective roles specifically, but you also here as members of the executive of the Road Accident Fund. We will ask you things which fall within your specific responsibility, but also ask you to opine on things which as executive might have served before the body on which you served, right? Without burdening you with the individual responsibility of that issue. Right, so to the extent that the question comes, it's not to say why didn't you carry out a certain responsibility. I'll give an example. Yesterday we asked Ms. Manyasha about the staff function. Was there a conversation at the executive level about the cost of this? Was Exco happy with the amount of money to be spent? What is your view, etc., etc.? You understand, it's an organizational issue. It pertains to the use of finances. It might be more applicable to you, Ms. Potgieter, because you are a chief financial officer at the Road Accident Fund. So we just now want to gain an insight into how some of these things work. So I'll set them out broadly, therefore. One, there are matters around procurement that have concerned us. And I'm doing this both for you and for the members, around procurement that have concerned us in this way. For an example, we've had several witnesses here who have said when they get invoices, and this is pertaining to the two contracts, the media contracts, when they get invoices from the suppliers, they sign them. So Mr. Polela said, you sign the invoice because the person who commissioned the event is actually in HR, right? But the contract belongs here. So when the invoice comes, I have no idea whether this is what should have been spent or not. So I just sign it. You understand? You are the chief financial officer. The members would want to know what controls are actually in place. Are they in place? Who's responsible for them, etc., etc.? You understand? So that issue will be canvassed broadly, recognizing that you are not the specific executive responsible for it, but now it relates to financial controls at the Road Accident Fund. So that's one example, okay? And it's an issue that we're going to canvass. There's the Zinge contract. There is the Media Mix 360 issue that the members may ask about. I'm not giving an exhaustive list. The Media Mix 360 issue. There, just to refresh the memory, Ms. Hlamimate said that the Road Accident Fund had been using GCIS for bookings. They were instructed to find an alternative. They went out to market, tested to see who's more expensive, who's less expensive. GCIS came back cheap. They were nonetheless told to move away from GCIS. The matter served before the BAC. You are a member of the BAC, correct? So The members again will have questions about process and that sort of thing, and your recollection of what actually happened in that case and so on. So I'm giving a sense of the kind of things that we want to canvass. So there are those contracts, for instance. Then there are some cost escalations. You were involved in the preparation of the annual report. I mean, you only left it, and there are some key performance metrics. For example, average value per claim, average cost, legal cost per claim, etc., etc. Matters which talk to the financial efficiency of the issues, right? The members have received information. We've looked at the annual report in relation to that. They will ask you those kind of questions as well, right? About whether I don't want to put words in their mouth, but those are also questions which I believe are important, right? So there's that group of issues. We also looked at the cost of labor relations matters, for instance. It's clear to us, at least on the basis of the documents that we have, that the Road Accident Fund has made a choice to use external service providers even for the internal process, right? Which has a significant cost implication. We've discussed it at length. Again, you are not the head of ER, etc., but there's a cost implication, you understand? So we will have that conversation with the members as well. Okay, so that's another set of issues. But there's also been an issue around Sunshine Hospital. The thing that concerns us with Sunshine Hospital is the amount of litigation between the RAF and Sunshine Hospital in terms of all the judgments, right? The interest accumulating, etc., etc. We have asked the Road Accident Fund. So in fact, this is what happened, to give you more specific background. One of the witnesses, Ken Ford of Sunshine Hospital, submitted an affidavit. He attached an investigation report by, I think it's the Forensic Investigations Department, into Sunshine Hospital itself. The board secretary has provided us with also the report into Ms. Mteto. We are not canvassing that. So I went back to them and they said, we're not reviewing specific labor cases here. We just want the report into Sunshine Hospital, that one. The version that we have as a last version recommends further investigation. So it appears to be an update. It's a draft, right? It recommends further investigation. We then went back to the secretary of the board and we said there must be another one because this one says further investigations. They couldn't find it, right? It's possible that it's somewhere in there. And I think, Mr. Modiba, you may have been involved in some of those matters in trying to control the expenses that are coming from suppliers, right? So I'm not going to lead you guys on any of those questions at all, okay? The only thing I've given you a sense of the matters the members want to canvass, okay? I do believe that in as far as the investment, the investment issues, Mr. Modiba, I think we dealt with that sufficiently last time. Again, ultimately, these things are for the board to answer. But if any of these matters touches on something that we could have addressed last time, which is important, I will not disallow you saying, since linking the two and filling in a gap from last time so that we can understand how we get here. I will allow you to do that, okay? So I just want to say that's the spirit in which we'll do it. The final thing I'm going to say is, and I'm going to shut up and I'm going to start with Honorable Atkinson, is the following, and there might be a brief back and forth between us. Because we've taken on an explanation from Mr. Songelwa and Mr. Charakupa in relation to accounting treatment, which has an impact on our earlier discussion. And I do want to give you an opportunity to address it agnostically. And I will say this in this way. And members, if you recall, it's that diagram that had A, B, and C. Right? So I will explain this, and I think both of you are numbers people, so you will understand this very quickly. And then once I'm done with that, I'll just ask you to both give an opinion in terms of whether our understanding is correct. If it's not, you correct it, and then Honorable Atkinson will start asking questions. Right? Okay. So the way it was explained to us, right, is that in terms of the accounting policy that is applied right now, and let us accept it and not have this argument now of, you know, we dealt with the process issues with Ms. Mabusela, it's all done. We are accepting that it is in place. What we are trying to understand is the effect thereof in terms of how the procedures actually work. So what we understand is that if you put it in 3 sections, Section A is the actuarial estimate. In other words, it's the claims in transit from the car accident to the RAF. That's generally the area of dispute where we're doing the back and forth, and I'm just saying that broadly in layman's terms. Then there are claims which are now inside the RAF. They've been affected, they've been accepted. There are 2 categories of claims that have been accepted. Category 1 is the old RAF 1 form from whenever. Category 2 is the new RAF 1 form, right? They are intermixed like this. Would I be correct in saying that? They all fall within the same block in that they are now inside the system. Some are direct, some are represented, and so on. They all fall within there. Then there is they're in different stages of assessment and so on. They are then going to get to Section C. Section C is when the process of doing all of these arguments, including court, are done, and those claims are on their way to being a closed file. But what must happen is that a person must get paid. In that section, in that final leg, are those that through your normal processes have been processed to an end, and those where the court has said pay Honorable Blosse X amount of money one way or another, either a normal court outcome or whatever, a writ or whatever the case might be. So you understand. So let me stop here for now and say, do these 3 categories make sense to both of you? Well, you have to say yes.
Yes.
Okay, so we can all picture it, we are together. So our understanding is that in terms of the, and this is the only thing that I will apply this to the accounting standard. In terms of the calculation of the liability, only category C makes it onto the books. Categories A, which is the estimate, category B, it's still under argument, it's still under assessment, etc., etc. Don't make it onto the financials because you don't yet know how much you're going to pay, etc., etc., if anything, right? Now, let me finish, then you will correct me. This is the purpose of this segment. So category B, it's still in play. We don't tinker with it. Category C, now we know, right? We know we've got to pay you and that kind of thing, right? That one, we can take that number and put it on there. So let me stop there. And I will give you, Ms. Potgieter, and you, Mr. Modiba, an opportunity to correct me. Thank you.
So in terms of IPSAS, you would recognize a liability when eligibility criteria have been met. And our determination of the point at which eligibility criteria are met is when merits have been determined. So firstly, so I think you've heard the concept of merits, but you would have to prove fault. So someone would need to come and submit a claim, and there would need to be at least a percentage of merits assigned to that particular claim. And then secondly, it is when a loss has been suffered. So you may get into an accident, merits is considered, but you may not have suffered a loss as a result of the accident. So you may still be able to work. You have a broken leg and it heals itself and you are on your merry way and back to work. So those two elements in terms of the RAF Act is what we consider to be eligibility criteria. And so the point at which those two have been determined, so firstly you've determined that a loss has been suffered and you've determined that merits have been conceded, would be the point at which we then do an actuarial valuation of that particular liability, and we also recognize it as a liability in addition to C, which is what we commonly refer to as RNYP. So it's requested not yet paid.
Okay, so what you are saying therefore is an understanding that says only category C is not correct. It's category C and some category B, depending on which stage of the process the thing is, right? The claim is.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, no. I think we're on the same page, and I'm hoping that the members can follow as well. Mr. Modiba, you have got nothing to add on that?
No, I was saying that the last category would be the actual RNYP.
Okay, requested, not yet paid.
Yes.
So it's so you've cocked the gun, but you haven't fired yet.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
no, thank you. Okay, so we're all on the same page. We've been told that what was enabled. So let me just add on a definition. So proving a fault, and this, I think this is the debate with the RAF Act, right? Proving fault requires that it almost creates a dispute between the two parties, the claimant and the road accident fund, where we must take it somewhere to decide who's at fault, right? Alternatively, maybe it can just be common cause that I was a passenger, I was not at fault, and therefore, I need to get paid. But in the case of a hit and run, well, I could have been drunk, and I stepped onto the road with a pedestrian crossing 30 meters away, and it was dark, and maybe I am at fault, those kind of things. So, but it necessitates a dispute, which dispute then, in many instances, end up in court. Would I be correct in saying that? Because somebody has got to decide who's at fault.
Chair, I think you are partly correct, but I think one of the deficiencies that come with the REF Act is that for a claim to be settled, it must go through the legal system. So a legal firm must physically go to court and litigate against the road accident fund, and that's the issue. And I'm not sure what section it is, and from time to time this comes out about some of the weaknesses of the REF Act, which then delays the process.
No, you and I are on the same. I'm irritated with it. We likely both are with it, right? Because some issues are common cause, and it shouldn't be necessary anyway. So that's the. Oh, sorry, you wanted to add?
Chair, I think the biggest, let me just put it this way, in terms of proportionately, merits generally is not something that is disputed. I think the biggest dispute comes to the value, the quantum. So we may be able to, at a point in time, say, yes, we've considered merits. You're a passenger. You didn't have any involvement, or you had you wore a seatbelt, or whatever the case might be. So 100% to you. But then it comes to the point of determining the quantum. We have already been able to assess whether you have suffered a loss, and that is true. But then the value of the loss is generally the issue that becomes in dispute.
Yes, okay. No, thanks for that clarification, and I quite understand. So now, last few stupid questions, then we'll get on our way. So we were told by several of your colleagues in the first week and subsequently that one of the things the Road Accident Fund used to do was to assist people in accidents with what is it called? An undertaking letter, right? The undertaking letter allows Honorable Skosana to access medical care that may not otherwise be available to him, right? This while the rest of this nyaga that we're talking about is going on, right? The purpose of this was to ensure that you don't have a patient who has lasting medical damage and therefore these other calculations, loss of future income or whatever the case might be, become bigger and long-term medical expenses become high, because had you been attended within the first week or you had that operation within however much time, then you would be out of our hair in that you would be sorted, but now you're on a wheelchair, you understand? So that's what we were told. Would it be correct to say, let me ask you this, does that still happen where the person, the other determinations have not yet been done, but you at least know that this person was on a bus, they were not driving, they've got a broken back, and. Does it still happen that the RAF assists?
Yes, it does, Chair. And I think around 2021-22, that was our biggest contention about undertakings not being issued out to victims. And we pushed for that we need to have a lot more undertakings that are issued out. But at the same time, we identified that there is abuse of these undertakings. So I could have had an accident, but I'll go to, and in one instance, which from time to time we make example of, is a patient who goes and gets sanitary pads from a pharmacy, which have got nothing to do with the accident. We then introduced a process wherein, as part of the beefing up of the medical team, to making sure that then the undertakings talk to the ICD-10 codes, which then refer to the condition of the accident. So then that when an undertaking is issued out, it is finite and it's based on the actual accident injuries and nothing else. But definitely the undertakings are still issued out. Thanks.
All right, thank you. The members will canvass that point. So one of the things we were concerned about as members is the possibility that there are people who could benefit from this because they were in an accident, right? And they do need the assistance. They're not like the fellow in East London who got 600,000 while he was in a fight with someone. So that suffices for now. Then the third last issue that I want to deal with has to do with the documents required in order for the Road Accident Fund to complete its process of assessing everything. Mr. I think it's Moache Tsepo, the Acting Chief Claims Officer, and other colleagues of yours have explained it in this way, that in order for you to get a payout as a claimant, you must have a variety of things as sort of your personal documentation, salary slip, ID, which is par for the course, right? But then you must also get the relevant medical reports. You must have your occupational therapist, your neuro something, your orthopedic, your whatever, right? actuarial reports, etc., etc. You must have all of that, and then your claim will be registered. Now, we did a long back and forth with them, including over the ICMS system, because we wanted to know whether the thing does get registered, in fact, right? If you're missing one of these documents. And they said no, if there's one document that's missing, you are out. One of the things you might have observed gets canvassed here is that if somebody is in a rural area, they don't even know a certain specialist exists. There is actually no attorney nearby. I am told in my hometown there is an attorney. I don't know where they are, but generally we haven't had an attorney since the 90s, right? So no attorney. So there is a concern about access by the committee members for people who don't have the means, because these things cost money. The police report costs money. All of these things can be a few £100 up to 10, 20, 30,000. Then they valid for 2 years. You have to go and get a new one, etc., etc. So there is that whole process that costs money. One of your colleagues here had described a process previously that had the members eating out of their hands, where there was always somebody at the RAF to help you with all of these things, and eventually your claim is done and then it gets submitted. Can you just talk to that? Is it true that you need all of this documentation in order for the RAF to be satisfied that you now have everything we need, and we can now quantify how much you need to get paid? Is this an accurate description of what happens?
At the risk of probably maybe taking away from the acting chief claims officer, the submission of documents is in line with the new Ref 1 form, and that is meant to make sure that when a claim is lodged, it is complete for the Ref to be able to investigate it in the first place. The current bulk, the backlog of claims between 300 and 400,000 probably, is as a result of empty files. And in terms of the Ref Act, when a claim is lodged and Ref does nothing about it within 60 days, then in terms of the law, that is a full and final settlement. So while the process could be seen as encumbersome, it is meant to make sure then that the value chain is shortened and the life of the claim within the Ref system is quick. That's the first issue. Having said that, the Ref Act would indicate that the Ref can request documentation for it to administer the claim quickly. And I mean, some of these things I mentioned in my affidavit about not even submitting an ID. And one can argue that, you know, in the traditional villages, people may not even have IDs. And we've got other ways that we introduced, you know, would say a person can go to nearest police station and do an affidavit and so forth and so forth. And the intention is to make sure that the Ref knows the claimant. And this is in line with the Financial Intelligence Center Act, you know, which is there in my affidavit as well. And I talk quite lengthy about it, about we need to know you, and it's just unfortunate. But over and above that, what we did, Chair, was we embarked on what we call an actuarial calculator, which was meant to standardize the process that a claimant, and I suppose those ones who are in tune with the technology, could be able to punch in their profile, and it would spit out a number in terms of what is the probable expectation of the outcome of your claim. You can then get that reference number and just approach a lawyer. In the meantime, while reforms in terms of the Ref Act are being approved by Parliament. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Modiba. I still do need the list of documents, though, that's needed. So as a process freak, I completely agree with you in terms of just how you make sure that you've got high quality information ahead of time, so that when the thing gets in, it moves much faster. I get that. The point I was raising and the concern of the members is that the list of reports required is of such a nature that somebody who does not have money, deep pockets of their own, or access to a well-resourced law firm stands no chance of obtaining those documents, especially if there are literacy issues, they are located in a remote area, etc., etc. So can you, from your perspective, just provide a list of the documents required, because the concern of the members is access?
Thanks, Chair. I think I'm going to talk downstream now and not necessarily upstream. So upstream would be at lodgement. I'm going to talk downstream. This is quality assurance framework.
No, is it possible to just get, so let me just play the list and then you tell me if I'm wrong, because I just want the members to get, you can explain later, right? All I'm saying is that we had been told before that the RAF used to assist you in obtaining these things, recognizing that you may not have the ability to obtain them, right? An actuarial report that quantifies your claim, an orthopedic report, orthopedic specialist report, etc. It's depending on the nature of your injuries, right? Or there are certain documents which some South Africans have access to, many South Africans just wouldn't, for reasons of income or access, not have. Is that general assertion true? If not, just say it's not. They're easily accessible in this way.
I wouldn't say it's not true or true, Chen. And I was saying earlier on that at the risk of stepping into the territory of the acting chief claims officer. So I would rather maybe I look at the list and then from there I will give comment. Thanks.
Okay, no, we will then make sure. So honorable members, I had started that side last time. You are familiar with the issues. The only time I may interrupt is to give further, because they're not always here. So sometimes I'll stop the clock just to give further context, right, from the other witnesses that we've had. So, Honorable Atkinson, I shall start with you. Shall we continue to work on 15 minutes? Yeah, and then, yeah.
Thank you very much, Chair. And this is a question to Ms. Potgieter. You've been in place, obviously, since the most recent financial statements have come out, and you were there basically at the change between the previous accounting standard and this one. What I would like to know is, what was the difference in liabilities expressed under the old system, and then what were they under the new accounting standard? If you could maybe give an indication as to the quantum of the liability that was accepted in the last one that was done under the old system, and then the quantum of liability under the first set done under your new accounting standards that you'd put in place.
I think I also shared it in my 66 pager. The total liability in 2019-20 was 330 billion. That would have included IBNR of just short of 103 billion, ORC, which is outstanding recorded claims, of 213 billion, and RNYP of 14.8. In 2020-2021, it was 28.6 billion, inclusive of the RNYP of 14.8 and the claims liability that I explained earlier in terms of when eligibility criteria are met, that was 14.7.
Okay, sorry, so just to clarify, we went from 1 year where it was about 330 billion to 28 billion. Am I correct? Or thereabouts? Those figures?
Correct.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Do you think it really gives a fair indication of the liability? Because I mean, I know that the initial one was probably overstated, but the other accounting procedure that you followed definitely understates your liability. Because I mean, I know that you make it a far more stringent process now for it to be down as a liability, but you don't think we're storing up problems for the country by undercounting those liabilities so significantly?
At the risk of repeating myself, I don't think so, because this is an international standard, and I think I said it in the previous discussion as well. This is an international standard. It is used by our counterparts internationally. And certainly from our perspective, we would not want to use an insurance standard that significantly overstates our liability, and then to then make the comparison, at least at a consolidated level, RAF having a significant impact on the liabilities of the country when being compared, and also obviously having an impact in terms of ratings and the like. So I don't think it is understated. I think we did follow the appropriate accounting standard for social benefits.
All right, thank you for your answer. And then just a further line of questioning. In your annual statements, and I mean, I know this has been kind of discussed before, but the huge reduction in the amount of claims that have been dealt with on an annual basis. So 5 years ago, we were looking at something around about 328,000, and I think last year was around about 78,000 claims. Okay, so in essence, the procedure that's been put in place now has obviously made it a lot more difficult for people to put claims in. And I know the word out there, I suppose the populist position is white lawyers, you know, they're the ones who are benefiting from the whole thing, and they're basically ripping the fund off. But the reality is that there was a situation 20 years ago where there wasn't a lot of litigation, and there certainly were no default judgments. And what I'm talking about was that there was a sort of a settlement hub, and in fact, from what I've heard, is that if something went legal, people were kind of called in. So we're talking about the early 2000s, okay? So it's probably before your time. So there was a large saving in legal costs. Obviously, you had your in-house lawyers who were able to vet the claims and to come to settlements, but things hardly ever went to court. Don't you think that would actually be a more what's what I'm trying to think, a more efficient system for the road accident fund, and potentially one that could actually save quite a lot of money where matters where you're not getting default judgments? And in fact, the chair yesterday was actually just showing a statement of the amount of money that gets paid out via lawyers, and a very large portion of that is interest on claims and punitive costs, which come obviously from the default judgments as well. So I know it might be a little bit above your pay grade, this, but the reality is, I think, because I'm talking about it, but it's probably more a board thing, but I think as an executive, you should be able to give an opinion on this. Is that not a better way for the fund to go, where we try and avoid going legal, basically, and where things are settled at the fund itself? People can bring lawyers in, but things don't need to go legal to get these outrageous situations where, through default judgments, people have been paid a lot of money, where, and also the fact that we don't have enough state attorneys to be able to defend these things.
I think our strategy certainly was centered around the fact that we wanted to settle. And I think, as Mr. Modiba earlier said, is that is certainly the reason why we decided to craft the RAF1 form in the manner in which it was crafted, so that we have all the information. If we do not have the information and we don't make an offer within 120 days, the lawyers can issue a summons. So yes, by trying to fix the issue of the lawyers going into litigation by issuing a summons, we certainly, it would have obviously had other implications, and I certainly think it's something that is worth considering. But the fact of the matter is that our entire strategy was centered around settlement, and in doing so, it also would have required us to firstly ensure that claims are valid when they are submitted. Why would they not be valid if they are submitted? If the documentation is available, and like Mr. Modiba had said, in some instances we find that claims are being finalized and settled through a court order without an ID document, something as simple as an ID document. How would you be able to even validate or verify whether this is a duplicate claim if you don't have a unique identifier? So these are the things that we considered at the time in developing or at least implementing the RAF1 form. But we wanted to be in a position where we have the information available to make the settlement to avoid litigation. So that certainly would have been the thinking at the time.
If I can add through you, Chairman, I think also, Honourable Atkinson, one of the things that needs to be recognized is when executive management made the settlement of claims in 120 days a target for the year, the intention there was to make sure then that the two parties settle and then payment, is done. There was a decision made by the judiciary that even if offers have been made and agreed on, those matters must still go to court. Must still go to court so that a court order could be issued. And now, obviously, that will clog up the court roll and so forth, and it sort of takes us back to our challenges. But also, I'd like to talk a bit about what was happening in the 2000s, and in particular the commission by Professor Klopper of University of Pretoria. At that time, Honourable, things were not necessarily as rosy or as smooth as would have expected them to be, because in his finding, Professor Klopper indicates that the compensation system at that time was not equitable, and it was bound to fail. I think there's about 3 volumes of books that were issued, and he recommended a couple of measures that would save the REF. The 2020-2025 strategy was based mostly on those recommendations by Prof. Klopper. So there isn't much new that the executive management introduced per se, but only to adopt the recommendations of that commission and making sure that those are implemented. And I think that the commission goes quite deep about the issues of unfairness, the issues of if both of us are in an accident and then I'm staying in a rural area, you're staying in an urban area, you get more payment and so forth, things like that. So the challenge of the fund has been there for quite a while. And it's not to say that now that the current challenges that are emanating now are new. They're not new, they've been there all along. Thanks.
And then just one last and final, because I think I'm probably coming up to my 15 minutes. One last and final question. There's obviously a great concern about the fact that there's such a large default roll coming through, and that the fund has been hit by default judgments. Would it not be a good idea for the fund to take an action to find out matters that are on the roll and get them settled before they go to court? So in other words, to actually have a plan basically to deal with stuff that's on the court roll, and make offers so that we don't actually end up with default judgments.
As part of the processes that were put in place, we put through court monitors with the intention of monitoring court rolls, because we've identified that there was no notices that would come through. I'm led to believe that in the 2020-ish, the court monitors used to get a list of dates of matters that would sit in front of the judge, but that has since subsided, wherein you have a limited period wherein you know about the notices. So the intention of implementing warm bodies in high courts in particular was so then that we can understand what's coming for the ref to make sure that it prepares. But at the same time, the default judgments, they come as a result of the genesis of the problem, which is empty files. And I'm not sure if maybe the Chief Governance Officer would have touched on that yesterday, because it becomes difficult for one to defend a matter when you don't have documentation at all. The issue of panel attendees comes into picture as well, about them returning files on time or not, and the ref having wanting to create old files afresh. So you've got an empty file. You then must decide, do I get an attorney, do I get counsel to go defend this matter? When Professor Klopper in 2002 indicated that over 99% of ref matters, they're certainly the doorstep of the courts. So the judge doesn't really get to adjudicate on the matter, but the two lawyers sort of agree. So that in itself becomes costly. So the issue of default judgments is not necessarily to say that the amounts are exorbitant, but rather what mechanism does the ref have to defend that matter in court if there's no case at all for it? Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Atkinson. So, and this is just by way of asking all of you to reflect on a common problem. So, do you know how many South Africans don't have IDs? The number shocked me when I heard, by the way. And none of you work for Stats SA, so a wild guess is allowed. But I would encourage you to be generous in your estimation. Just a guess.
Given the 60-odd million population in South Africa, given that probably 11 are in urban areas, probably the bulk of the population may not have IDs.
Yeah, no, it's around 8 million now. It's a problem generally, and I mean, I'm not blaming you guys for it. I'm just saying it also demonstrates the complexities of trying to provide access to people who have these challenges because they didn't get to matric. And when you get to matric, you must have an ID number for your exam. And a lot of kids don't get to matric. And then they get involved in an accident. And then we see it when we're campaigning for the election. Like somebody's here, but they don't have an ID. Like, what? You are 25. You don't have an ID. And they don't, right? So I'm just wanting to leave that with you because you also don't want to also process people who are actually just not eligible for all manner of reasons. So I'm not saying it's not for lack of appreciation, but what I'm trying to say is that we all have a responsibility to kind of find ways to see how accommodations can be made such that we are still compliant with legislation while not getting ripped off in the process. Honorable Isaac.
Chairperson, I'll make your day. I'm covered for now.
Hey, you are now my favorite member of the committee. Oh, if I, he always says I'm not his favorite. No, look, also we don't need to be heroes. We're back here tomorrow, so we're just going to do one round and let everyone get a good night's sleep. So yeah, honorable plus.
No, thank you, Chair. Maybe to start, Chair, with where you ended off. I don't know, Chair, and I'm seeking clarity from yourself as well. I hope your propositions about IDs, that you are not saying the draft must find a way to process claims of people without IDs, because you are opening up on a different whole of a mess, Chair. I'm just getting clarity from yourself.
No. So what I'm trying to say is that every government agency has this difficulty. SASSA has the same difficulty, right? And yet SASSA has a mandate. Also, what you typically find is that the agencies work together. So SASSA, for instance, will work with Home Affairs in order to make sure that, that's why I said I'm not blaming them. I'm saying South Africans need to access government services. We can't cast them away and say sorry for you. That was my point.
No, copy, Chair. But you must remember, when you at the elections, people are going to come to you and say, yeah, Chair said we must get draft without IDs. And then it becomes problematic. No, greetings, colleagues. It's late in the afternoon. I think we just need to just deal with a few issues. Again, for me, I just want to the Chief Governance Officer was here yesterday. And I posed certain questions to her. I don't know if this will be a repetition, but I want to hear your opinion on this issue. Okay, one, Mr. Modiba, are you able, or any one of you can respond, is RAF able to process a claim, pay a claim, without a court order?
It used to, before this statement that I made earlier on about, I can't call it a ruling. I think it was a judge indicating that even when offers are made, agreed on, the offer must be made a court order so that it can get paid. Thanks.
Okay, no, but currently now, so you are unable to process a claim without a court order. That's what I'm trying to establish.
Yes, this is in line with the REF Act. Thanks.
So then it means that you are also unable to process a claim without documentation. Is that correct? Like correct documentation that is required. Now, sorry, this is okay. Let me just take it back. Before the RAF 1 new form, right? Now, a person comes and apply, but to process the claim and pay for it at point of payment, you still need that person to provide all the relevant documentation.
Before the REF 1 form, I think those are the challenges that we found at the REF, wherein a claim would be lodged, 60 days goes past, so a claim is lodged without documentation, 60 days goes past, summonses are issued with, let's say, an empty file. The representing the victim attorney goes to court, they win the case, and then they get paid through that court order.
But even without even without the relevant documentation, they can still...
Yes, even without relevant documentation. So what I'm saying is that historically you would have had payments that were made without relevant documentation. And the last time when I was here, I talked about payments made to unidentifiable victims. So that would have been the case in the past.
Unidentified victims who are still paid.
Who were paid, yes.
You want to come in, Mr. Potgieter?
I just wanted to add something. The issue of a settlement being made in order of court is something that the attorney would require in order for them to get their bill of cost taxed, as far as I know. So we can have a settlement agreement, but for as long as the agreement is not made an order of court, they will be unable to tax their bill of cost, if I'm not mistaken. So if we settle directly with a direct claimant, we can pay them without having a court order. But I just wanted to clarify the issue. I don't think we have to have court orders in order for them to be paid. We can also pay settlement agreements.
Okay, no, thank you very much. You have assisted me there, because I'm trying to establish, again, I keep making this point to say, for me, I want to know what the fight is about, right? So you are introducing this RAF 1 form, trying to mitigate one, to directly settle with claimants themselves, to say claimants must bring in all their relevant documents, and if you can establish that this case is verifiable, there are merits, then you can settle because there's no lawyer that is needed there. But now the challenge that I think most members are raising is that it becomes difficult for ordinary claimants and citizens to have all these relevant documentation at the time. But also too, you are trying to avoid a situation where you've got unidentifiable victims, which primarily benefits the lawyers because they're able to issue summons against you on a claim that doesn't even have an ID. So that's why the resistance against the RAF 1 form is there, because the lawyers will not benefit on these ghost victims. They can literally create a victim that is not there and take RAF to court and still get paid. And you pay a person, and the order of court orders that the lawyer must then open a trust account on behalf of a claimant, and you find that the claimant doesn't even exist. Is that analogy correct?
Yes, it is. I think as part of the quality assurance processes which were introduced by myself and my team, the resultant thereof was the identification of payments in duplicate, identification of duplicate rates, identification of ID numbers which don't exist, because we had to integrate our processes with the Home Affairs database to making sure then that we identify, this claimants, and the portion of the RNYP which is supposed to be paid is not being paid because we are yet waiting for that documentation to be provided for. And we've done a couple of initiatives. I mean, there was a program that was launched for claimants to submit documentation or call our center, our customer services center, to understand why is that not being paid, so then that we can get those documentations and make sure that they get paid. But that hasn't been coming through, which indicates the depth of the problem. In some instances, we got fraudulent court orders, and you can imagine when you can get a fraudulent court order, what is the value chain then that you are dealing with? So those are the challenges that the RAF has got. I think that those haven't been rooted out; they are still there, and it's something that the current board needs to consider, either continuing with what we've been doing, or then finding a way in which continuing as in trying to make sure that they improve on processes, or trying to find a way in which some of these challenges could be nipped in the bud. Thanks.
I think I'm going to end, but I need your opinion as well on this issue. I mean, we've been dealing with the issue of the accounting policy or the accounting standard the whole day. Doesn't seem that you've received any support in regards to that. You are being fought now by introducing the RAF 1 form. You've tried to amend the RAF Act. It was the RAPS bill versus the RAF bill. There's no support in that. What is it that you have tried in this entity of these years that you've actually received support for? Where you were told and encouraged to say, no, this is a good transformation agenda or something that is good. Over there, it seems as if everyone just wants RAF to remain as it is. Just give me a picture to say, no, man, we tried to introduce this and the ministry came in and supported us. We've got support from the lawyers, the community. Is there anything that you have done to try and make the institution better that you've actually been supported?
You know, pockets of support are few and far, I can tell you. And I think the reforms that were introduced put our lives in danger. I myself, I found myself being threatened. And I've got a lot of emails, you know, lawyers indicating, and I had texts on my phone. I had an anonymous sending me a picture of my family. I had the screws on my tire loosened, and the tire just went that way. Luckily, I think that day I could have been killed. So there's REF liquidity of 48 billion rand, which certain members benefited otherwise, and by otherwise I'm talking about unintended. And once you try to take that 48 billion rand, you're bound to have resistance. I mean, it's there. We hear cases about a judge in Bloemfontein who received 3.5 million rand compensation at some point when they were an attorney, but only paid 90 or 200,000 rands to a claimant. And those cases are quite a few, and some of them landed on my desk as well. I always encourage for claimants to go to SAPS and report the matter, because this issue of I'm a lawyer, I've got delegation of authority with the claimant, and therefore the ref can't come in, becomes a problem, because the victims of accidents, they're entitled to being assisted by the fund. It is its objective. Now, when you've got proceeds which go to a representative, and then those don't see themselves fully to where they're supposed to get to, then we're changing our communities. And I think that South Africans must then understand this one, that the battle at the RAF is the battle of the soul of the RAF, which is this monies. I think earlier on, Ms. Mabusela talked about the RAF's balance sheet being liquid cash coming in for 8 billion rand, and it must just be spent on mostly claimant payment and a bit on administration. So that in itself becomes a problem. And that's why you have all of these issues that are coming, resistance and so forth.
Yeah, no, thanks, Mr. Modiba. So in short, it's free money, that draft. It's for 8 billion that comes in a year. It must be given to people. And this money doesn't come from the fiscal of the country. So no one cries, no one's going to say, RAF is spending money, there's no free education, there's no social housing. It's just, so the battle is about this free cash that is flowing in and out. And hence I keep repeating before you come in that as we are moving with this process, there's a lot of smoke screen that we need to blow out so that we are able to deal with the core business of the issues. And when I say that, I'm not casting any aspersions to anyone, I'm just making my observations, just like everyone does. And that's why I'm saying, I hear everything else, but there are just some core things that I believe strongly that we are not really zooming into it. That's why yesterday I made a comment to Honorable Maduna, and I stand by it, to say, yes, there might be issues here, but there are certain issues that are minor than others. In fact, in terms of what we are trying to achieve here. So, Mr. Potgieter, as I end, what's your... Hey, miss. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, yeah. So, what's your current status now at the fund?
I was also suspended on the 7th of November.
Okay, but originally, So you were suspended on the 7th of November, but the board would have taken a decision to suspend you on a different date. Is that correct?
That's what I heard during the Portfolio Committee on Transport, yes.
So, but you've got a suspension letter that is suspending you officially on the 7th of November.
That is correct, yes.
Okay, no, thanks. Chair, as I end, I had requested that you get us that correspondence from the chair of the board in regard to that decision, and I hope you can share with us when you have it. Thank you.
No, absolutely. We'll do that. Honorable Madlala will come back later. Honorable Maduna. Or you also want to be a favorite.
No.
You also want to be a favorite.
It's unlike Madlala.
Hey, what are you saying about the honorable member?
To say come back later is unlike Madlala.
Ah, you were.
To summarize. Yeah.
But by the way, you know, Honorable Plus, some of the angriest people in South Africa are drivers. They are generally angry people. And when you say it's free money, it doesn't come from the fiscus. They'll meet you outside and want to have another conversation with you. Honorable Matuna.
No, thanks, Chair. Perhaps as a comment, I just hope the current board would deal with the issue of the appointment of the acting CEO and so on, because I was present at that meeting as well, and I think I'm the one who raised the issue around the status of the incumbent that is acting. I think you would remember, Chair, it's actually Mr. Songhelwa that was acting, but yeah, it was just in comment. No, CFO, I want to check, in line with what I would have asked to Ms. Mabusela. So, you were involved in the process internally, or this one of changing of accounting policy?
Yes.
You started it earlier in the financial year, right? I'm saying the process, the research and all that.
Yes. I think around January 2021.
Not the previous year, like around June. I think that's what Muswabu said. I would have said.
I don't remember the dates, to be honest with you. I know that there was a discussion in the previous year to consider a possible change, but at that stage we were already far advanced in the process of preparation of financial statements. But my involvement, I think, sort of started in January when we engaged the ASB at the end of Jan.
Do you recall what you would have said when the last time you were here, when we were asking about your involvement?
Yes. Is there anything specific? I do know that we said that there was, I think your question was about why we didn't change it in the beginning of the year. Is that the one?
No, I'm saying, do you recall when we asked you when your involvement started in the changing, in this process of changing of accounting policy? Don't you recall when did you say it started?
I can't remember saying anything other than what I'm saying now. I had just indicated that at the time I was not the CFO, but I was supporting the CFO, and I think I also mentioned even the fact that the research and the preparation was done by my colleague and myself that was seated next to me at that time.
Okay, it's because I remember that you would have said that you were not the CFO. That's why, and I was kind of listening back to to the videos of that day. That's one. Two, when we indulged on the Mora, what would you would have said would have been, you said Mora would have been the scope of their work again?
Reviewing, they do a gap analysis. So on an annual basis, we would have internal audit or request internal audit to look at any new standards or standards that have become effective that we need to disclose in our financial statements, and that is outsourced by internal audit, and they appointed Morar to do that for them. So they do it on an annual basis.
So this would have been your ordinary annual financial statements review?
Correct.
But you remember that I asked you that were financial statements already ready by that time?
And I said no, and we generally use the previous year's financials for that purpose.
I asked you because I remember now you were busy with 2020, 2021, right? At that time you were about to start preparing those financial statements.
Correct.
So the previous year you would have gotten a clean audit.
Correct.
I'm going to ask you again, what would you have been reviewing in those financial statements? Because according to my knowledge, I even said this to you that day, that you would review financial, which is what I think I also asked Ms. Mabusela. After you, by the early April, if your financial year ends in March, usually that's where you are trying to close down the system, close the books, you are starting to prepare financial statements. So obviously we would not at that time have internal audit reviewing the financial statements that are work in progress. Do you remember us having that conversation?
Yes, I do.
So you are still sticking by your that they were reviewing the financial year, the AFS of the previous financial year, which means of 2019-2020.
So I think I've tried to explain this, is that they do a gap analysis as well, and that they can do on any version. What we then do is, based on the recommendations, we would implement those in the financial statements. We would then prepare the financial statements based on the general ledger closure and then give it back to them to do a final check. But it is a standard process that we do every year.
So it's just that I've never heard of this process where you do a review before you prepare financial statements. You then do another review when you are done with the preparation of financial statements.
I don't see, because the template remains the same.
I'm saying usually, I know it's required by TRAP. I'll give you Ms. Mabusela. When you prepare financial statement, it's required that before you submit to AG, your internal audit must review financial statements. I think they give you first draft. Usually audit committee sit twice before you make the financial submission, where they must submit the first draft and then the second draft, given that you don't have you don't do interim financial statements. Now when you submit the second draft, then that's where, after you have prepared, for instance, we are speaking here about 2020, 2021, right? So they would audit your financial statements of 20, not necessarily audit, they would review your financial statements of 2020-21 and its annual performance report before they are submitted to audit committee, which it comes with comments and so on. Also the audit committee makes its own comments on the first draft. Then they go back for the second draft, then you submit to AG. Am I correct in that process?
Yes, but maybe let me just clarify. So they are required to ensure that our financial statements comply to the requirements of GRAB, including a gap, so do a gap analysis. And there has been instances where, so we don't appoint the same firm every year, we appoint we go out on, or we request for quotes through the panel of internal auditors, and there has been instances where firms identify issues from a disclosure perspective that could have been disclosed differently or more effectively, and we then take that and incorporate those into our financials. So it's not something untoward. Yeah, it's done every year.
So what you are saying to me, you do the review that I'm talking about, but you have another different review that you do before you prepare the financial statements?
Yes.
Okay, I wanted to establish that because you wanted to add something. Sorry, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable. Yes, I wanted to indicate that if the assignment is from an internal audit perspective, I'll make an example. If you've got internal capacity of internal auditors, they would then obviously be working with the finance team to review before we could obviously finalize the Fs, right? That's one. Number two, it is actually possible, even the AG is able to come and audit maybe interim like you've indicated. But in this case, if this was for internal audit purposes, look at Morar as having to capacitate our own internal audit on the work that the finance team is doing. And I think this is where, Chairperson, I'm please begging for that document, RFQ that went out where we appointed Morar. That document will assist quite a lot.
No, thank you very much. We've asked for it. They cannot locate it, and they've now asked internal audit for it. Am I correct? That's correct. Yeah. No. We're working furiously to locate this document, and it's it's a bit elusive. Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Matuna, I can resume.
No, thanks, Chair. We are praying that document is located at some point, because I'm sure this is the fourth or third week asking for it. I'm just praying at some point it will come. I think I understand the process that usually happens before, but what is surprising to me, CFO, is that I've really never heard of the review before, but it's fine. That document will clarify issues. Let's pass there. Now I want to check what was the, because I think this will help a lot. What would have motivated, because clearly we have established now that the board approved the changing of accounting policy based on internal opinion. I could say that because it was based on your report internally. Now I want to ask, what would have motivated or necessitated the change in accounting, the voluntarily change in accounting policy? What were the intentions?
So I think the issue was, and even the minister at the time when that particular board was appointed had indicated that there had been a significant increase in the liabilities of the RAF. I think I did in my presentation also show that at least from 2010, 2011, the liability was sitting at 48 billion. and it had increased significantly, at least to 2019-20 in 10 years, to 330 billion. And I think the board was tasked with investigating the sharp increase in the liability and also looking at or considering whether the accounting policies that were being used, firstly, or the manner in which the liabilities were being valued was appropriate in this context.
Was there any accounting change between 2011 and 2019?
No. 2011, we recognized IBNR and ORC and RNYP as liabilities. At that time, the RNYP is 460 million. And the ORC and IBNR combined is 47.6 billion. In total, it's 48 billion. So no difference between the accounting policy in 2010-2011 versus 2019-20 when it sits at 340.4 or 0.5 billion.
Okay. So the intention, I think, Mr. Motise, we spoke about this last time. Mr. Modiba.
Yeah. It's a long day.
We spoke about this last time.
Mr. Potgieter just now.
This was not done with the intention of you wanting to access the market.
No, not at all.
Do you happen to have the minutes of the 28th May next to you?
Let's see.
The minutes that looked like they were taking a photo with a Samsung.
Yeah, I've got them in front of me.
Just shortly. If you go on page 4, the first paragraph 4. What does it say?
You're in injury time, by the way, but I'll allow you a few more.
Yeah, it says the RIFE intends securing a finance facility of 20 billion, which will be used to settle the backlog of finalized claims included in the claims liability for offers requested but not yet paid.
6.1.2, which is the heading that is under, it's the going concern assessment. Do you see that? The previous page?
Yes.
And that's where it goes at length, speaking about the change, the improved, the materiality improved compared to the previous year, and then you highlight that you decided to change to IPSAS 42, which would have had these results. You go on and on about that. Do you see that?
Yes.
And
yes,
then at the end it says that you intend to go in. You intend to go and access 20 billion.
Yes. Yes.
So we agree that the intention, more than any other thing, was not to be much more accurate in recognizing your liabilities, but was to improve your balance sheet so that you can access the market.
I don't think so, Honorable. I think the facility talks to the short-term liability. And
I agree. I'm saying to you, now me and you, do we agree? If you read that paragraph, it's just that we do no longer have time from the going concern from there. It explains that it explains what I'm summarizing. I'm saying to you, now me and you agree that you intended to rearrange the way you deal with the liabilities with an intention that you wanted to improve your balance sheet so that you can access the market to secure a finance facility.
I think the decision, if my memory serves me well, of having the finance facility in place as a target was in, I think it was in 2021, before the exercise was done, before this exercise. And what I need to impress is that the change in the accounting reporting standards, it doesn't affect the short-term liability, which is the RNYP, of which this facility was meant to address. But what I agree with you is that when the long-term liabilities of the fund are reduced, it becomes easier to access capital markets. But I don't think that was the main objective of changing standards.
Last question.
Lastly, Chair. If you look at your financial state, actually you can look at the minutes, look at number 3. It's because it summarizes it. It says as the RAF reported surplus of 3.2 billion with comparison of 5.3 billion deficit in the previous year. Do you see that?
Yes.
So
yes,
do you realize that what the changing to Ipsos 42 did for RAF's financial statements and this their credibility in general?
I don't want to comment on surpluses versus deficits. Perhaps maybe my colleague Bernice can do that. I'm wondering if the change in the recognition of the liability affects cash flow. So here we're talking about surplus versus deficit versus the recognition of the liability. Hence, I'm saying that it's an accounting area.
Yes, it does. I can explain to you how it does, but it does.
Okay. I think that perhaps maybe the accounting science framework could be referred to.
Even the Form 1 is as a result of the changing from Ipsos 4 to Ipsos 42. Even Form 1.
Sorry, Ref Form 1.
Was in the previous accounting reporting in the standard that you're using, it was not going to be in line with it because of what it let me put it like this: the way because here the problem is when is a claim recognized. Now, the previous one recognizes it as in when it happens. This one recognizes it as in when all your requirement has been met. Do you understand it now? Thank you. No, thanks.
No, thank you very much. Maybe let's just complete the circle. So, in previous annual reports, the Road Accident Fund had stated that it has tried to access the debt markets but wasn't successful. And I'm going to put a proposition to you, which is notwithstanding the cash flows, a technically insolvent organization is a risk to a lender. Do we agree, General?
Yes.
Okay. And by the way, I honestly, I've read the RAF Act. It allows the RAF to access the debt markets. So this is not in principle an issue for me. So the next part of our conversation, please don't misunderstand me, right? So the Act, I've seen it, you get from the fuel levy, or you may, I just forget the section. So what the RAF was attempting to do was entirely lawful. Okay, so let's establish that principle. It's just that I asked myself, given the rest of the RAF Act, where the hell do they think you're going to get a facility from? But that's a debate for another day, right? Which Parliament must fix. But a technically insolvent organization is a risk, notwithstanding its short-term cash flows, right? I think where Honorable Maduna is going, and let me put forward the accounting effect of some of what happened is. And I will just ask that we park it because it's not my time. I want Honorable Scott, and you here tomorrow so we can have the discussion, right? So I'm just going to put the proposition, consider it, and then think about it. So we know that on its own annual reports, the Road Accident Fund had tried to access the debt markets and it wasn't successful. And I don't think that was a surprise.
Sorry, maybe just to interject, Chair. The exercise that was done was not to go into the market to try and
test, actually.
To test, yeah.
You are correct, Mr. Modiba.
Yeah.
No,
So
Mr. Modiba.
Analysis.
No, your recollection is spot on. I remember we've tested the market and it wasn't favorable. I think that was a language. You are correct, Mr. Modiba. Okay, so the Road Accident Fund tested the market and they were like, there also had been COVID and all of these nasty things that happened. So one of the things I tried to canvass with your colleagues who are not from finance was that in order to clean up the balance sheet to solve this problem, and it's a theory, in order to clean up the balance sheet, you really have to manage the contingent liability number. It's too big, right? And it's not management's fault in my view. I mean, if the rules say, the interpretation of the rule says you must do it, it's got to be done. It's not a sign of incompetence. So that's number one. The second thing, though, is that you've got to narrow the criteria that gets claims through the gate where they begin to count. So you remember our earlier conversation about the 3 sections, A, B, and C. And I thought that maybe anything that is in section B doesn't count, right? But by making it necessary, so I've checked the documents that are required, Mr. Modiba, right? You need your accident report, you need your hospital report, you need obviously your driving license or your ID, you need to show proof of income, etc., etc. We can canvass on another day what somebody who does these jobs produces, but all of these documents are required, right? In addition to that, so we're no longer speculating now, you need to have all the relevant medical reports, right? You need to have your orthopedic report if applicable, often it is. You need to have your occupational therapist, whatever they called. If you've got head injuries, you might need your neurological reports or whatever they called, etc., etc., etc. These documents allow the Road Accident Fund to identify the product for which you qualify. And that product is all of these there's general damages, there's loss of future income, future medical expenses, etc., etc. You must have all of that. So I actually went back and I looked at the transcript of our interaction with your colleagues. So if you don't have those documents, it does not trigger an accounting event because it's not in the system. You visit an office, you say, I want to lodge. Now, the person is injured, they might even be on a wheelchair or whatever, or stretchered in. You visit the office, you try and lodge a claim, you don't have all the documents. You scratch around for money, looking for... The accounting event has not yet occurred by way of trying to quantify a liability because you have actually kept that information out, right? Am I wrong in saying that as long as that person is still out there trying to find this information, no accounting event has occurred for you, right? In terms of the recorder. Okay. Right?
Yes.
Yes. So no accounting event has occurred, which further reduces the number you would account for in terms of quantifying the liability. Then you get all of these empty files, whatever the case is, but you get a lot of basically claims that are in process. All right, they haven't reached the point where right now you are able to log them as a liability, right? And you are the chief financial officer. You have right now 432,000 thereabouts claims that are not finalized. How many of those, by way of an estimate, qualify to be quantified as a liability, as part of your liabilities? Do you know? Have you got any idea? I won't kill you if you don't know.
I don't know the exact number, no, Chair.
But can we agree on a principle that even though the claim is here, a certain number of them don't qualify to be recorded as a liability in terms of how the accounting policy works, right? Okay, so you've now further reduced your liability, even though you know that the thing is already in the building, either in terms of the old rough one form or in terms of the new one. Here's the other question for you. In what accounting treatment do you give to claims that predate the new rough one form? Do you recognize them as liabilities, or they all get lumped together, with even though the requirements are different? Do you know that?
No, we treat them the same.
Okay, we'll canvass that later. But I don't need to ask you all of these questions. You see where I'm going? Where I'm going is, through a series of measures, you can actually, you keep out the actuarial calculation. Secondly, that is the sort of the estimate, the actuarial estimate. Keep it out of the books. Secondly, you identify a certain number of claims that are already in the system, and the accounting policy now allows you to keep them out. It further reduces your liability. And when you prepare your balance sheet, the liability has actually evaporated, in a sense, in that you were at 300 and some odd billion. Now you are at a number that is far south of 50 billion, right? If I were to look at the two balance sheets, I would say in 24 hours, there's a really terrible balance sheet. And there is a challenged balance sheet that maybe we can work with by sheer application of a different accounting policy. That is where Honorable Maduna is going, right, with that. And I hope I'm not misquoting you, Honorable Maduna, but that is where he is going with it. I'm going to hand over to Honorable Scott. That's why I said, let's just give it a thought. And again, I don't have a problem with the borrowing. Okay.
Maybe just logistics. Do you need me here, Chair? Because I could be here tomorrow if the Chair so wishes.
You know, Mr. Modiba, I think we will probably need both of you until lunch at the latest, and then we'll let you go. Is that an inconvenience for you?
No, it's not. I think it's just a question of rearranging.
Yes, no, Mr. Modiba. I don't think any of us want to keep you here unnecessarily. We also don't want to do what we did yesterday. We choose to work until 11 at night. Give you enough time. We canvass the rest of the matters and we go home early, if that's okay. Okay, so that is basically where that line of conversation is going, because whether you intended it or not, for the purposes of borrowing, the effect is the same. Honorable Skosan.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. Ms. Potgieter, I think you did indicate that you are on suspension. You were suspended by the interim board, I think 2 weeks ago, if I'm not wrong. I just want to find out, during the period that you worked with the interim board, what is their attitude about the ongoing litigation between RAF and the Auditor General of South Africa?
I don't want to speak on their behalf, but I do know that they are considering the matter based on the guidance given to them by the Minister and the Deputy Minister. So, but I don't want to speak on their behalf.
but there was a meeting maybe between the executive management and the interim board regarding the matter.
The last Ops IT meeting that I attended, it was presented to them by the legal department in terms of a status update. But as far as I know, that they are getting a legal opinion or have requested a legal opinion on the matter, which they will then consider, but they have not yet, well, we certainly at the time when we left had not yet received a resolution from the board to withdraw.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, with regards to the issue of Media Mix 360 and Zinge, I remember that last time when we raised the matter, I think you did indicate that you were not prepared for supply chain management issues. So I don't want to repeat the questions that I raised regarding the matter. I don't know if you still remember the questions, but I think those are the same questions that I also raised with Ms. Kumalo yesterday, and that I also raised earlier with Mr. Polela and Ms. Mate. But I think also other members, they've raised various issues in relation to the two contracts. So in preparation for this meeting, did you have had an opportunity to look at those matters? Is everything in order in those particular two contracts?
Yes, maybe just to state outright that these two, so firstly, Media Mix was appointed via an open tender process. It was at the end of 2022. We did receive 11 bids, which certainly was taken through the evaluation process. I think I tried to clarify the last time about the issue of the 5 million versus the 100 million per year, in that the pricing schedule was just a scenario. So in order for us to do a price evaluation for the purposes of the evaluation, we had then set a scenario against which bidders were required to price so that we could compare apples with apples. So the 5 million was certainly never the intended value of the tender. I think it was also indicated in the motivation to source that it would have been 100 million per year for a period of 5 years. So that 5 million was purely for evaluation purposes. And then lastly, in the scope of work, it was for the agency that would also assist in developing a strategy as well as acquiring media space in different media platforms, and they would then charge us a project fee. Lastly, this tender was also audited by the AGSA, and no issues were raised. Then in terms of the integrated marketing and communications tender, this is the one that was awarded to Zinge. It was advertised in late 2023, and 21 bids were received. It was also audited by the AGSA, and they have not raised anything related to irregular expenditure, at least in this one. The BEC on this one also included 2 external participants. So Mr. Polelo at the time had joined the RAF and asked for external employees from both SASA and the GCIS to join the bid evaluation committee. And similar to the Zinge contract, to the Media Mix contract, there was also a scenario or a calculation of a project management fee, at least for Zinge. And yeah, so the scope of work, I believe, is covered in the contract and in the tender document, and the service provider then agreed to a project fee ranging from 3 to 3.77%. In terms of the contract management framework, Chair, it does require business units to manage their own contracts. So to ensure, firstly, that the service provider complies with the conditions of the contract. So they should be familiar with the contracts, and they also have an opportunity to review those contracts prior to it then being signed. And further to that, they are also required to ensure that when services are delivered and invoices are signed, that firstly it agrees with the pricing that is contained in the contract, and then obviously secondly that it makes sense from a rationality perspective in terms of the cost associated to the particular service. Obviously in this instance we would not necessarily have fixed costs for certain items, so we would rely on either the person that is signing off on the contract, whether that be the cost center owner or the executives, to apply their mind. But in other instances you may find that you are contracting for, let's say, paper, and then there would be a fixed price for the paper in terms of the contract, so you would need to verify that the price on the invoice agrees to the price in the contract. I hope I've clarified a number of issues. If there were any, I'll
yeah, no, you did. So you are saying the one of Media Mix 360, it was an open tender, but the other one of Zinge, it wasn't an open tender. Why? What is the difference between the two? Because in terms of the value, I think they are both at 500 million for 5 years. Why the other one was not an open tender, the one of Zinge?
Sorry, maybe you misunderstood me. No, both were open tenders.
Oh, both were open tenders?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I think I believe that you were following our proceedings yesterday, maybe through YouTube or through a television channel.
Yes, I was. There was a bit of a break while I was on the flight, but I managed to catch the majority, yes.
Okay. Yeah, we had questions around the issue of signatures or the issue of signing the contract. Because I think they were signed by Ms. Kumalo. We had issues around the dates, the date in which Ms. Kumalo signed on behalf of RAF, and the date. I think it's not both. I think it's one of the two. The date in which the service provider signed. I think there's a difference of quite a number of months, almost a year. And then also the issue of witnesses, because there were no signatures from witnesses. Well, her argument, Ms. Kumalo, is that she would ordinarily, after all the SCM processes are done and award has been issued, then the service level agreement would be submitted to her, and then she will sign. Then the SCM people will then take it. Then whoever was supposed to sign as a witness will then sign after. And then when we ask, why are you not doing it? Why are you not signing in front of the witnesses so that they see? Well, she raised an issue of the fact that she's using digital signature. But as things stands, there are no signatures for witnesses in that document. I don't know, what is your comment on that?
So firstly, in the issue of the dates, I think the issue with that particular contract was that the year was pre-populated. So 2022 was pre-populated in that contract. You would note that the service provider signed in December, and then she signed in February. So I think it certainly was just an error in terms of not scratching out 2022 and fixing it to be 2023. But we do take the date of an electronic signature of February 2023 as the date that she signed. So the issue is that the year was pre-populated at the time when the service provider signed in December. So they signed in December and she signed in February. Then as it pertains to witnesses, so generally witnesses would be within your presence to confirm that it was indeed you that signed a particular contract. Obviously, it's very difficult to have a witness confirming your signature when they were not present when you made an electronic signature. Similarly, a finding has been raised in that regard, at least by our internal auditors, and we clarified to them that, you know, when it's an electronic signature, you do log on, you have there's an audit trail that indicates that it's you that would have signed that particular contract. And I think what we are intending in doing is to say that when contracts are signed electronically, that we then remove the requirement of witnesses, because a witness will only ever be required when you are signing a physical document and you need someone to confirm that it was indeed you that signed that contract. But because there is an audit trail and there's an electronic log on that shows that it was you that signed, you know, you wouldn't then later on go to a witness to confirm that it's you, because they may not have been present while you were signing.
So it is not a standard requirements for witnesses to sign a contract, to witness the signing and also put their signatures there.
Not when the signature is electronic, because they would not have been there. We can't force anyone to sign as a witness if they were not present during the signing of the contract when it was electronic.
Okay. Yeah, with the difference of dates there, it's just that I don't have that document. December and February, because if you say it was December and February, it means there's a difference of 3 months. I don't know if, I'm not sure if it's exactly like that. My recollection is that there's a bit of a gap. It's quite a number of months. I don't think it's 3 months. But maybe the Secretariat can verify.
It is Honorable Skosana. The contract was signed, I think, on the 8th of December 2022, and then it was countersigned in February, I think on the 23rd of February the following year.
Which is 2023.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Coming to you, Mr. Modiba. I've got only 2 questions for you. I think we had an extensive conversation with you last time. What is your vetting status currently?
The issues of vetting are handled by our security unit. The State Security Agency had interviewed me. I had provided all documentation to them. The question was posed to me, and in my affidavit, I referred it to the head of security, because that he would be dealing with that process and engaging directly with SSA. I simply respond to any request that they throw at me. So, to my knowledge and what I heard was that because I am suspended, the process is on hold. And hence I'm saying that the head of security can confirm that through his engagements with State Security Agency. Thanks.
No, thank you. So with regards to the issue of your previous employer, as you know that they raise an issue that you've got an outstanding matter, but then you are on record saying, no, you don't have any outstanding matter with your previous employer. So how are you handling that matter?
Look, I think it's a matter that I got suspended for. In my affidavit, which in my presentation that I submitted to the committee, I actually highlight the conversations between my former employer's legal representatives and my representatives about the outcome of or the closure of that issue. This was around March of 2020. And in the conversation, it is said there verbatim that the charges are withdrawn. There's a 6-month settlement that is put forward from the employer. And then there's a settlement agreement which is yet to be signed because of COVID. Capacity was thin, and therefore that contract couldn't be signed. So what I said, the statements are made, I'm still saying under oath. And I don't know how the mayor was advised and for them to then write a letter that they did. But either way, from my end, I've provided proof about what I've said under oath. So that's pretty much that addresses that issue. Thanks.
No, thank you very much. Yeah, the last question is with regard to your employment at RAF. I think last time you gave us a background as to how did you end up being employed at RAF. And I think one of the things that you said is that prior to that you didn't know Mr. Litswalo, prior to your employment at RAF. However, according to Ms. Manyasha, who was here yesterday, she identified you as one of the people that Mr. Litswalo wanted. In fact, she says ordinarily Mr. Litswalo wanted to headhunt you. I think it's you and Mr. Msiza. However, because the policy of RAF does not allow headhunting, so they had to advertise the post. However, you were approached to apply because you were identified by Mr. Collins Litswalo. So when I'm hearing that evidence of Ms. Manyasha, comparing to what you said when you were here, there's a contradiction there. What is your comment?
Yeah, let me put things straight, factual. I've never said that I don't know Mr. Litswalo, and I think that we can go to the transcripts. What I said was I used the agent to seek employment at the Road Accident Fund. So, and I'm going to give you a bit of background, same as Ms. Mabusela did. I met Mr. Litswalo, it must have been around 2001, if not 2000. I was working for Absa Corporate Investment Bank in their treasury unit as a trader. He was working for Reserve Bank in the liquidity kind of environment. And these were the meetings that we would have with Reserve Bank on an ad hoc basis. You know, Reserve Bank would have this sort of meetings. They're called interbank meetings. We are not friends at all. And unlike Ms. Mabusela, wherein she kept contact, we did not. I bumped into him twice, probably between that time, 2001, and probably around 2010, and that was it. So, fast forward, I'm suspended. The charges are withdrawn. I seek employment through an agent, and I'm trying to get intelligence about this process, this issue about the ref. I seek his number from a friend. I call him. He doesn't respond. About a day or two later, he calls me and he says, yes, indeed, there's a job. And I said, tell me about it. He tells me about it. and I put through my application through an agent. So the storyline does not change. It's not like I said, I don't know him. I think by virtue of him having been in the public space for quite a lot of people know him. But definitely it wasn't a question of, hey, come join me. No, I don't think it was like that. I think I initiated the first move of seeking employment, as would have been the case because of my condition at that time. Thanks.
So according to you, there's nobody who approached you and said, Mr. Litsualo, require your expertise or your service at RAF, please apply. It's you who initiated the call and all that.
So the last time I said that, an agent called me, as they would because of my CV in the market. And I was trying to get the name of the agent themselves. It must have been around February, March of 2020. And they still do some, well, not now, but naturally you would have an agent calling you to say that there's a job here, there's a job there. Which you know, is quite common. It's not something which is new. But what I'm saying is that in this instance, there was no Mr. Litsualo who said, hey, Mr. Modiba, I want you to come join the team because of this. Thanks.
Thank you. I've so indulged you.
No, thank you. No, I'm done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Bila. Honorable Bila, I just want to say, so in essence, and this is not the subject of our inquiry, so we asked the city of Joburg in good faith, just tell us what happened. So I just want to get your contention in that your version is that the mayor, the information the mayor sent to us, because we sent the letter that we received from the city of Joburg to the board, and I hope it was shared with you, was it?
No, it wasn't.
Okay, look, I don't have a difficulty sharing it with you. It's a public document. It was submitted to the committee and I can share it with you, right? Because the position that we took as a committee arose out of the letter that the city of Joburg sent to us, and we compared it with your version in the committee and they didn't match. That's the long and the short of it. But the letter from the mayor, if you desire it, I can ask the secretariat to send it to you so that you've got a complete record then of what the issues are about.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. You know, what I would have preferred is also for the committee to then request from me proof about the statement, or at least what was said about whether my charges were withdrawn or not, because then it's almost one-sided. So there is a letter from the mayor and there is suddenly a portrait that no, this person ran away from charges from the previous employee. Had it been that at that time I also provide what I provided in my affidavit, perhaps maybe the conversation wouldn't be as difficult as it was back then, because then suddenly I get people calling me about, did you run away, did you not run away? When you spend 2 years, so there was no running away. Even now with the road accident fund, I'm not running away. There was no running away. You spend 2 years trying to make sure that we get to the bottom of this thing. Eventually charges are withdrawn. You seek a couple of things. You seek a clean bill, a letter that says that everything is fine. You seek a separation agreement and confirmation that indeed these things are done. But bare minimum, what I've submitted in my PowerPoint presentation, attaching conversations, it needs to tell the committee that the list that would have been fair would be same as the committee contacted the mayor. If I was contacted, I would easily have provided that. And that pack, by the way, was submitted to the ref in 2022. But anyway.
I get you, Mr. Modiba. So all I'm saying is that given that you don't have it, and the board, by the way, was at liberty to share this with us, whatever information that you had for them, they didn't, right? Hence, we made our own inquiry. All I'm saying is, if the letter would be of any, maybe there's something in it that might develop your understanding, right? I'm quite happy for us to share it with you. It's a public document now. And you can have it should you so desire. The board could have been, I mean, I'm not pronouncing on the matter. I'm just saying we asked certain questions. If there was a misunderstanding, people had the obligation actually to ask you for more details and provide it to the committee was the board. They did not. We would have never asked the mayor had the board done that. You understand? We got in touch with the city of Joburg because we're not being given the information. And we're trying not to be arbitrary about it. Honorable Bill.
Thanks, Chair, and good evening to everyone. Let me start with Ms. Potgieter. In 2023 and 2024, RAF participated in an auction and bought its own asset for Main Lane and Accord Lanes offices, respectively. Am I correct?
Yes, you're correct.
How did you introduce the assets back to the assets register?
The assets were never derecognized because they remained our property. What we would have done is the payments that we made towards that auction, we would have gotten a distribution list from the sheriff, and we would have then allocated the payments distributed to the attorneys to those particular claims, so that in future, when those claims are paid, that they are paid net of what had already been distributed to the attorneys.
Can I check also, was the fixed asset management policy followed when you are doing all this?
Fixed asset management policy in which way? Remember, my apologies, I'm not understanding the question.
Yes, I think there is policy, or the management policy, or asset management policy, which we can say it is fixed. Those assets are yours. So I just want to check if you have followed that asset management policy.
Yes, we certainly did, by safeguarding our assets.
One other question for you. Why did you become part of the evaluation committee of a RAF new claim system, which was the tender, which you also chaired and adjudicate on it while you were?
I was not a member of the BEC.
You were not a member of the BEC?
No, I was not.
Okay. But the supply chain management team was there?
Yes, we do have representatives from supply chain on the BEC, yes.
Can we have their names? Because according to what I've read, it was only your office which participated in this tender, or the call center company.
Can I just get clarity? Is it the call center or the integrated claims management system?
Call center company.
So the call center was not done through an open tender process, so there wouldn't have been a bid evaluation committee. That was entered into in terms of a participation process, which I believe is Treasury Regulation 16A66. So the contract was awarded by the Department of Labour through an open tender process, and we participated in that particular contract. But there was no BEC, and I was certainly not part of the BEC, that there wasn't.
But all the supply chain management processes were followed correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. The AGSA and SIU have raised concerns about unauthorized changes to banking details and inadequate internal controls. As the CFO before you were suspended, what actions have you taken to address the findings?
So, as I mentioned in the previous sitting, this included the involvement of employees of a service provider. So they gained unauthorized access and increased at least the level of access that they had through a profile that was created for a learner or an individual that was on a learnership in ICT. They then, further to that, also installed key loggers in some of the laptops, and they performed these things in what is referred to as debug mode, if I'm not mistaken. So what then happened is that by gaining the unauthorized access, they were able to, so there's a process, I think I mentioned it in the previous discussion as well. There is a process where once a claim is finalized and it is then batched and sent from the claim system to SAP, and the payment file is created, the system will automatically do a check between the information in the payment file versus the information that is stored on the master data for that particular vendor. This individual had at least the knowledge of knowing that that check exists, and they then went after that check and made changes, and they also deleted the audit logs, and obviously from a payment perspective then we would certainly not have been able to pick it up at that particular point. What then happened is that some of our, so there were both trade creditor payments and claims payments that were affected by this particular incident between the 8th and the 14th of August. And some of those service providers that would have received remittance advices would then have contacted my team in the payments department to say, but you've given us a remittance advice, but the payment hasn't reached our bank account. We then immediately informed our colleagues in both forensics, so FID, and in ICT. ICT then had engagements with the service provider that was responsible for ERP to be able to determine the root cause of the issue, and they were misled at least by the individuals on the service provider's side, certainly to the effect that also the audit trails were deleted, and as I said, this debug mode was used, which was really not an easy way of tracing what had happened. We then appointed an external cybersecurity expert to assist us in this investigation. But whilst this was going on, we also notified the Financial Intelligence Center. And all the banks were notified, and certainly FID through the NPA also managed to get preservation orders against those bank accounts that we were able to freeze. I think they managed to get preservation orders for just over or just short of 18 million, if I'm not mistaken. Subsequently, the service providers' services were suspended temporarily whilst the investigation was ongoing, and it ended up in us terminating the relationship with the service provider. There is a process, at least subsequently, that the ICT colleagues have undertaken to ensure that they have strong controls in place, at least as it pertains to the assigning of roles within ICT. But yeah, so that's essentially what happened in that instance.
Who was the service provider? Was it Honorable Skosan?
It was Zimele Technologies. And they are, is it a gold partner of SAP? Yes, Zimele.
Okay. Last question for you now, but I will come back for you and Mr. Modiba to answer my questions together. What can you say about the 2020-2021 financial statements that have not yet been tabled in Parliament? I know you are suspended for now, but what steps have you tried to ensure that we comply with PFMA and the REF's reporting obligations?
I think this was also conversed previously, but maybe just to say that we did submit the annual report, and there were discussions, at least at the time, within the board about the tabling of that report. I believe that the minister at the time was also had also replaced Minister Mbalula. It was Minister Chikunga, and she wanted, I believe, to obtain a legal opinion in terms of her authority to table the report, because she was not the minister at the time when the annual report was approved, something to that effect. So, but yeah, I think at the end of the day, we did, from RAF's perspective, we did submit an approved annual report to the Minister's office.
Thank you. I can see the chairperson is so tired.
No, you are doing well. You've got 3 minutes before you get into injury time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, you're doing well.
Mr. Modiba, let's go back to your affidavit regarding the active bank accounts. I just want to check, according to your understanding or knowledge, what were the reasons for opening 3 bank accounts which are not being funded or used? Were they not followed the process, or were they opened without the permission from the board or from the executive?
Thanks, Honorable Bila. I think the table of bank accounts which is in my affidavit talks to the bank accounts which were found there when I joined the fund, except for F&B accounts, which I think that when the banking services agreement expired with the previous bankers, then the current bankers were appointed, I think, around 2022-23 financial year. So in that table, I actually put dates when those accounts were opened, and you'll see some of them are opened from 2011 or 1999 or something like that. Any recent one which should have been opened would be opened as a result of the banking services engagements with our new bankers from 2022-23 financial year. But the remainder of the bank accounts were not opened, or were opened before my arrival at the Road Accident Fund. Thanks.
I saw it. That is why I said, according to your knowledge and understanding, because you should have had something when you arrived at RAF. I saw the Investec was opened on the 1st of July 1998. My last question for now. The former CEO declined to disclose details about the management of funds in call accounts, citing security concerns. Can you provide clarity on how these funds were managed and whether this approach was consistent with Treasury regulations?
Yeah, so as a Schedule 3A entity, the Road Accident Fund can open an investment account, call account with CPD, and that's exactly what the RAF did. The account was, of course, in existence before I arrived as well. So what we did to, because the biggest challenge with the RAF is that out of all of these challenges that we spoke about non-payment of claims because the ID is missing and so forth, you get bank attachments, and that can cripple the organization, which then says that there is no continuity of claims administration. So what we did was we just packed those monies into CPD, and then every single time when there are disbursements, we'll then transfer monies from CPD into our transmission accounts for purposes of meeting those obligations. Thanks.
Ms. Mabusela, good evening.
You've been given enough rest. Honorable Bula is in an injury time, so I'm sure she's got one question.
Yeah. We understand on our oral discussion, you told us why you were maybe you will be the first and the last person in the Road Accident Fund to be employed for the period of 1 year and 3 days or 4 days, because you were there from the 4th of May 2020, if I'm not mistaken, and on the 7th of May, you ran away. And from where we are sitting, it looks like you got to RAF and realized you walked into a landmine and you ran out there as fast as you could. What would you say to that statement? I've heard you saying the words from the former CEO were the one that took you out of the office. And then on your oral discussion, you said you are not owned by another person and you don't want to be governed. Is there anything that you were requested to do which you saw that they are going to land you in orange overalls or orange two-piece then you said you better go out of those offices. Can you tell us more?
Thank you, Honorable, and through you, Chair. I can say with confidence that there is no other matter that could have made me resign at the Road Accident Fund, except for that incident that happened, because I felt like I was being gaslighted on and, you know, embarrassed in front of my peers. And there's the words that said, "You don't belong here." I don't think there is a CFO who would like to continue to work for a CEO who has clearly said in an EXCO meeting that you don't belong there, because this position is quite critical. It requires, how can I put it, a good working relationship and trust and understanding between the two executives, being the CEO and the CFO. So none whatsoever. The workload, yes, was a lot, but when I need to be a horse, I become that horse. You know, one would look at close to between 100 and 150 emails a day. So maybe he did actually save me from, you know, the stress. But in terms of having been asked or seeing that I'm in a landmine, no. There was no bomb, there was no landmine that I had seen at the point of leaving, except for just deciding to walk away with a little bit of the dignity that was left of me from that particular meeting. I can say that with confidence, Honorable. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Let me help you to cool down by this last question. When you got the appointed as the acting CFO, what were the key strategic drivers that you were focusing on, and why?
Thank you very much, Honorable, for that question. Obviously, there's a general responsibility that comes with the office of the CFO, which is to obviously ensure the smooth running of the financial affairs of the Road Accident Fund. The two primary areas that were of concern is obviously the issues of payments of claimants, and secondly, the matter of the Road Accident Fund either being a social benefit fund or an insurance, which would obviously then have an impact on how we need to report. I also remember identifying a few SCM loopholes where I then introduced additional measures in terms of controls in that space. I do not recall exactly the detail, but I know for a fact that that's what I did at the Road Accident Fund, over and above the normal activities of an organization in taking care of the finances. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Pila.
Thank you, Chair. Let me reserve the other questions for tomorrow.
Yes. I'll be doing the same. I won't ask any more today. Honorable Nilmay.
No, thank you, Chair. And I won't be too long. I'll also reserve my questions for tomorrow. This is for our three executives sitting on the other side here. On the 2nd of June 2020, Mr. Victor Songelwa was removed as acting CFO and returned to his general manager role. What position were you occupying at the time? Yes, yourself. And then Ms. Potgieter and yourself.
Thank you, Honorable. At that time, and thank you for the date, because the date of the 2nd of May was what I was actually looking for, and I couldn't get it.
The 2nd of June, 2020.
Sorry, I mean 2nd of June. If you recall, Honorable, I was appointed on the 1st of May the same year as a senior finance advisor in the office of the CEO. So I only occupied that position for a month, the month of May, and on the 2nd of June, I was then appointed to be the acting CFO.
And so within a month, you became the acting CFO, and Mr. Songewa went back to be general manager. Is that correct? Is that what we're hearing?
Correct, Honorable.
Okay. And Ms. Potgieter, what position were you held at that stage? Did you hold?
Senior Manager Financial Accounting.
Mr. Modiba?
Senior Financial Strategist in the Office of the CEO. Thanks.
Okay. No, fine. I just wanted to make sure so we could see where everything was. Mr. Modiba, there is a challenge that was brought to our attention, and we were wondering, is that Home Affairs requested access to information here held in possible contravention of Identification Act. Can you tell us a little bit more about that? And that was in terms of the issues of identity documents. It says here that please be advised that I'm in receipt and considering a request in terms of Section 18 of the Act to a record held by the Department of Home Affairs from Messrs. K. Malalo, Incorporated Attorneys. The requester wishes the department to provide him with the following information about yourself. Records of the first identity document, details of your second identity document, details of the person who approved your first identity document, details of the person who approved your second identity document, the procedure followed before an identity document is approved, and proof that the procedure was followed. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, Honorable Neil May. You know, one of the experiences I've had, which I mentioned a bit earlier on, was this harassment that I would get from time to time. In particular, the gentleman K. Malao would send a lot of emails, and I think I know some of my colleagues would have also received that kind of treatment from his side. So it must have been when, on or about 2021-22, I get the very same email you're reading from Home Affairs, which says that looks like you've gotten 2 IDs, and then I ask myself, why would a person just decide that this particular person has got 2 IDs and we need to understand why? And how I rationed it in my mind at that time was same as there was disturbance in the ecosystem that meant to benefit from loopholes that were existing in the fund. This was one of the desires to making sure then that what I was doing in the road accident fund ceases. So I wrote to Home Affairs saying that I'm not comfortable for them to issue out any information about myself. If perhaps maybe there is a that issue of issuing out information, it means then that they could put my life in danger. And then I left it there. Because truly, I can't make anything of it, except that there is someone who is disgruntled about what I was doing at the Road Accident Fund to close the gaps that people benefited, and therefore they just don't want me there, and they would want to try by all means to making sure then that I'm rooted out. So yeah, that's as far as I did with that issue, Honourable. Thanks.
Thank you. Before I move on to other issues, I just want to go back to this issue that masking liabilities ahead of borrowing plans. At the City of Joburg, you were the investment in the investment department, so you would know all about bonds and looking at that kind of issues with regards to raising funds for the municipality, for the metro. Am I right?
Yes, yes, yes,
Okay.
Honourable.
So therefore, I can understand why somebody would want you to come across, because that is a very interesting skill. So was the shift in accounting standards and not an attempt to mask the RAF's true liability of approximately 3 billion, particularly given that RAF's stated intentions to access the debt capital markets to borrow between 15 and 20 billion?
Thank you, Honourable. I think to the best of my knowledge at that time, and I think the intention to go out to go borrow was then obviously muted by firstly COVID, the depressed credit at that time in the market. This was 2020, and this was of course before the accounting the change in accounting treatment was sort of introduced. I get the rationale of Honourable Maduna and the chairman earlier on when they talked about this is how we think you would mask the liability.
Yeah.
But certainly from where I was sitting at that time, that was not the intention for the RAF to mask the liability so that they can borrow. The only thing that deterred the RAF from going out and trying the debt capital market was the market was just depressed. Thanks.
Okay. Now, coming back to the issues here, could you tell me why the RAF require a matter even settled between parties to only be paid if there is a court order on the matter, forcing the matter further down the litigation path and costs? Because you see, you painted this perfect picture as I was listening earlier, so I was writing some of my notes and looking at some of the things. And yet this has caused matters to be postponed, even if settled between the RAF and plaintiff directly, by not paying matters without a court order, not even accepting a settlement agreement between the parties.
Thanks, Honourable. I need to rectify one issue. It's not the Road Accident Fund which requires a court order when parties have agreed to SAA and offer to settle.
Okay.
So it's not internal. We, as the RAF, wanted to have offers made, settled, and payments made within 120 days, so that we can shorten the cycle. And I must indicate one thing: the previous regime had a target of settling matters in, I think it was 1,300 days or 1,200 days. And the current regime, or the 2020-2025 strategy, aimed to settle matters in 120 days. So you can imagine that 1,000% reduction in trying to close the value chain. So, long story short, Honourable Neil May, it was the REF which wanted to make sure that once the parties agree, payment is made. It was a judge, and I don't want to speculate, but I know it was the judiciary that said that even when an offer is made, it must still go through the courts and be made a court order. Thanks.
Okay, so then would your strategy, which basically what you're saying, you would want to settle focusing on matters on the court rolls, which are trial ready and actually board notice compliant. Would you not want to settle those?
At the risk of encroaching into the legal area, let me decline from answering that question with respect, Honourable. I will note it down, and perhaps maybe my colleague, who's Ms. Mampi Kumaro, the Chief Governance Officer, can assist me on that one. Thanks.
Okay, and then... yes, because the issues were, and exactly what you were saying, that if your intention was to address and attend to the settlement and payment of claims as per your statutory duty, would you not introduce immediate operational changes to start settling all matters reflected on the trial and default judgment rolls? Because that could save you millions in legal and increased average value claims subject to default judgments. Would you agree with me? Thanks.
Let me reserve that response also to our Chief Governance Officer who heads up legal. Thanks.
Okay, then the last thing was the further, very relevant, what is RAF's budget to comply with the mandatory mediation directive?
I wouldn't know about budgets. I'm not sure if that budget line item is even there in our books.
I think maybe, let me ask, that was mainly for the CFO, because if you are paying you're paying 20,000 Rand per matter, considering that 300 matters per week, this amounts to additional costs of 6 million Rand per week. Will it not make sense to employ in-house legally trained personnel on contract to attend to this? You see, because that is the budget side. You see, what we were looking at is you are trying to save money, you're trying to save costs, yet you're pushing the court litigation. You know, people are coming and so they have to go back down on the waiting list. Now, you then have a mandatory mediation directive. You know, would that not, have you not strategized to, have you got a strategy to actually save the money that you can now with regards to your litigation and those cases that can be settled?
Chair, just through you, the directive came from the court, the Gauteng, the High Court Division in Gauteng, so it's not our directive necessarily. I think the problem with having in-house mediators would probably be a conflict of interest. So I don't necessarily know whether the attorneys on the other side would be willing to accept a mediator that is in-sourced. And I think that is the model upon which it is based. So you would have a RAF propose a mediator, and the attorney propose a mediator, whether you can settle on the proposed mediator of each party or get the mediators to choose a third one. But having an in-house mediator, I would not see that individual being impartial. I think what we did have in one of our in the RAF amendment bill was a a proposed sort of adjudicator, which would have been a first level before it then goes to the courts. But yeah, whether insourcing is a possibility, I think it would have to also be referred to at least the judiciary, because they were the ones that issued the court annexed mediation directive.
Yeah,
and maybe just to add, I don't have the budget. I would have to refer that to the RAF.
You're in injury time. Honourable.
Thank you. I'm finished for today. Thank
you so much, Honourable Beasley.
Thanks, Chair. Well, you just cut me off when I'm done, so I'll just carry questions over to you.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
I don't mind if you're rude to me, Chair. So I'm a numbers person. So if you actually look at the key statistics of the road accident funds, claims registered has dropped from 2020 303,000 per year to 2024 79,000 a year, a drop of 75%. Claims finalised has dropped from 258,000 to 80,000 a year. That is a 70% decrease. Direct claims has gone from 33,000 in 2020 to 2024 to 2,894, a 93% increase. So all the key indicators are showing that the RAF is not performing. On that basis, how can you morally receive a bonus, the executive, of 32%? And I'll read the figures out to you. Mr. Letsalo got a bonus of 2.8 million, a performance bonus. Ms. Potgieter, somebody who's overseen adverse audit opinions for 5 years, doesn't know invoices, a bucket hat, 43,000, got a performance bonus of 900,000 Rand. Mr. Modiba, you got a performance bonus of 447,000 on top of your travel allowance of 400,000, your acting allowance of 400,000. So the executive, you guys have paid yourselves a 33% bonus, yet the staff got 11%. How can you morally justify that in terms of the numbers I've just given?
Yeah, thanks, Honourable Beasley. I think we need to break down, certainly for the remuneration that you're talking about. We need to break it down, because it's not bonus only in the first place.
It says performance bonus here in the annual financial statements.
So the acting allowance is not a bonus.
I'm saying performance bonus. I said that you got a performance bonus of 447,000. I've worked it out here that there's a 32% performance bonus for the executives and the staff got 11%. And the key indicators in the RAF are going backwards. How can you justify the executive and your staff? And it comes back to your function where the staff get soft drinks and the executives get alcohol. It is wrong. It is morally wrong. And I can't understand how the CEO can get a 40% performance bonus. Surely somebody needs to stand up and say this is wrong. And it's morally wrong that the rest of the staff get 11% and you fat cats get 32%. And I think it's morally wrong. And it's wrong for the people of South Africa who are putting their fuel in the car every single day.
Chair, you did mention in your introduction that this is inquisitory and not accusatory. So I would not want to be called a fat cat, please.
Yeah, so
okay, I withdraw that.
I had stepped out, so I had gone to the bathroom.
I withdraw that, Chair. It was wrong for me to say that, but I think the numbers don't lie. I mean, to get a 32% performance bonus when the rest of the staff got 11% bonus, I think South Africans can make it up. But I do withdraw, and I do apologise for making that statement. Let South Africans who put in the fuel every single day, who are paying your salaries, decide on that. But I withdraw that.
All right, no, thank you. That saved me there because I wasn't in.
I haven't finished, sorry, Chair.
Okay, please go ahead. No, you still have time, yeah.
And then in terms of
sorry, Mr. Honourable, I think Mr. Modiba wanted to respond.
Yeah, Honourable Beasley, I would like to respond to that in writing to the committee if it's possible, through engagements with the employer as well. So the 11% and the 32%, I would like to understand how you got the statistics.
It's from the financial statements. I can show you the financial statements.
Because I think, and I'll give you an example with myself. So my contract will say you must get X percentage of your contract as a senior manager. And there's lots of senior managers in the fund who would have gotten the same amounts of bonuses as I did.
It's in your financial statements. I can assure you I'm not lying. It is in the financial statement. I'll show you after this meeting so you don't have to. It's in the financial statements. It's factual. Unless the person put the financial statements together is wrong. Then in terms of
sorry, Honorable Beasley, I saw Ms. Potgieter putting up her hand. Maybe she wants to clarify same.
Yeah, through you, Chair, there is a performance management policy, and then there's also a remuneration policy. And so obviously the performance assessments are done through the performance management policy, and the remuneration policy makes provision for a performance bonus that is approved by the accounting authority on the basis of performance of the organization, and then all members of the staff that have performance scores in excess of, I think it's 3. Yeah. So in excess of 3, a rating of 3 out of 5 would then get a performance bonus based on the percentage that they would have achieved in terms of their assessment. And then in terms of that policy, it also caters for the various levels of various task levels and the percentages applicable to those task levels. I don't know the detail of the particular percentages, but it is contained in the remuneration policy.
Okay, so let's do this. So we're still here tomorrow. We'll consider it overnight with the colleagues from the staff so that the members can have an appreciation of the application of this, and we'll provide same to you colleagues. Is that fine? Okay, thank you. Honorable Beasley, please go ahead.
And Chair, I'll share with the Secretary where I've got the information.
Okay, that would assist. Thank you.
On the record. And then I, for my sins, sit on the Standing Committee of Finance too, and it's becoming a big issue, RAF. And I'll just read from the medium-term budget speech, which I attended. It says that the Road Accident Fund remains a significant fiscal risk. RAF liabilities are projected to increase from 369.7 billion in 2024 to 422.6 billion. So National Treasury aren't even using your figures. They've discarded your figures. They're using their own figures, and it's actually coming up now in the Finance Minister's speech that the Road Accident Fund is becoming a massive problem that you guys have hidden. So the Treasury is actually saying, I'm discarding your figures. And I put it on the table, Ms. Potgieter, if you're still there when the next financial statements are done, that the unrecorded liabilities will be 500 billion.
Can I just maybe comment on that one, Honorable Beasley? I think when I look at the reporting part, it goes down to what is the characteristic of the road accident fund? Is it a social security fund, or is it an insurance fund?
Jay, my time is being eaten up, but I'm just saying this is what the Finance Minister did. If you've got greater authority than the Finance Minister and greater, I just want to move on. This is the Finance Minister's state that not me stating it, it's a Finance Minister. So I certainly want to be questioning the Finance Minister's competence. Then in terms of the media mix and the Zingi one, Ms. Potgieter, I think I've learnt a new term now, common cause. It's common cause that you overpaid. Would you agree? For goods.
I don't understand your question.
So in terms of media mix and Zingi, it's come out in this committee that prices were inflated for goods delivered.
I would not necessarily have knowledge of those prices that were inflated now.
So you still stand by your position that Zingi and Media Mix, the invoices there were fair and reasonable and they weren't overstated? None of those invoices?
I don't have the detail of every single discussion in this committee, Chair, but I mean, if there are particulars that is of concern to the committee, then I will certainly take those and investigate them.
How much time have I got left, Chair?
You've got another 7 minutes.
Then, Ms. Mabusela, if you were around when you got an adverse audit opinion, disclaimed audit opinion from the Auditor General, what would have your response have been as a CFO?
Through you, Chairperson, Honorable, I did answer that question before, and my answer is I was never going to find myself there because I would have cooperated with the AG, put out everything that I have to put a firm position of the institution, which is a position that we had all, which I left there. But if I would have seen that I'm losing the battle, I wasn't going to go there to the disclaimer. And if I was going to be pushed that I must accept that we're not cooperating with the AG, that's the second time that I would have resigned before that would happen. Because, yeah, it's problematic to have a disclaimer against your name as a chief financial officer.
And as a chartered accountant?
Correct.
Ms. Potgieter, you obviously hold a different view to that because you think it's fine.
I don't think it's fine. I think that we prepare financial statements not for auditors, and I said that before. It is obviously concerning, but we have certainly in the last 5 years tried our best to find each other through ourselves and the Auditor General. And as I said, the biggest issue is that we don't believe we are an insurer and we should be applying insurance accounting principles to a social benefit fund.
Chair, I'll carry over for tomorrow. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. You know, I am so trying to stop myself from this, but and this is just for interest's sake, because one of the things I accept is that given the mandate of the RAF, which is the Rolls-Royce, it feels like the Rolls-Royce of such schemes for me. Given the scale of the benefits that it provides. And this is really my parting shot, right? Given the scale of the benefits that it provides, my conclusion is that it exhibits aspects of both. Because I don't think being compensated for loss of future earnings is a social obligation. I think you take an insurance product for that kind of thing. And this is, I'm just sharing my view. Loss of support, you take an insurance product for that. You know, general damages, the concept of damages itself is something that you insure yourself. Indemnity and that kind of thing, right? Or whatever the case, depending on the kind of damages you might. Medical expenses, aspects of, for me, of a social benefit, because you can't look after yourself and that kind of thing. And I'm saying this not to start the argument. I just want to say as a parting shot as we leave, and I'm sharing my observations because one of the things with all of the heat that gets generated in conversation and so on, one of the things we have to do in order to produce a useful report, and why the people who draft it do not participate in the conversation, is to take the temperature out of it. I will share my observations of people from the Road Accident Fund, still there and no longer there, right? And not as a criticism, as an observation, right? And that is, it is possible that the nature of the challenges that you've had over time as an organization, perhaps the culture of the organization over time, let me put it like that, and difficulties you've had with stakeholders or whatever the case may be, may have created an environment where it has become impossible to hear one another. In other words, the people at the RAF are convinced of their position. The people outside the RAF are equally convinced of their position, and the two shall never meet. I do get that sense. You know, you mentioned a gentleman who used to write to you all the time. So my email address is public. My email count is now closer to 600 from the same person. So I want to say I get you, right? And these are people with deeply entrenched positions, right? Right across the board. So all I'm trying to say is when I talk to all of you, there is a passion about the Road Accident Fund that people work there appear to have. Even those who have left, they even cry here. They're so passionate about the RAF. I do want to say that I also get a sense of significant defensiveness and a feeling of being under attack, even when that is not the case. And this is not about the three of you. It's just like a constant thing. I had to beg your colleagues, Mr. Phillips and Mr. Baloyi. I had to say, I am trying to help you guys get more resources. We need to put it in our report that you need more resources. You keep telling us everything is fine. The evidence says you are struggling to touch sides, but you won't hear us. Can you please accept that? Eventually, they were like, okay, we get it. But they were defensive. You know what I mean? I just want the three of you and whoever is listening to just reflect on that. And I don't want to belittle your own experiences of your work, right, as you work there and the challenges and so on. I have picked up that for whatever reason, and I don't know what it is and I won't speculate, I sometimes sense a difficulty to hear what is being said, and the positions become entrenched. It's also true of people outside. One of the things, and this is the last thing I'll say, and then we'll adjourn. The Road Accident Fund is terribly underfunded. It's terribly underfunded. The Road Accident Fund has got problems in its operations and its claims management process and so on. But you know what? Even if it was working perfectly, the scale of its mandate versus the money it gets just don't match. They just don't match. Money, you can get the best management in the world. Geniuses. At the end of the day, it comes down to the money versus the accidents and the size of the obligation that is legislated. You don't need to be a rocket scientist to work that out, right? And therefore, I am kind, personally, in respect of the challenges of meeting all the payment obligations, where people get frustrated and think that you deliberately don't want to pay them and that we will attach you and so on. You understand? So I'm in that space. And I'm just asking that hopefully this intervention tomorrow, we try and see how we can solve the problem, right? And also a way of mutual counseling, right? There is a defensiveness that I pick up. And it's a lot. So I'll leave it there and wish the members and all of you a good night's rest. Please rest. Tomorrow we will not stay too long unduly, and then we will adjourn. Honorable members, thank you very much. It's been a marathon of however many weeks, and I really appreciate it. mutual counseling between ourselves and the colleagues here. Thank you.